a permanent in-house graphic designer, so I don't starve for work.
Yeah, I know. I just figured I'd make a joke about starving artists.
Ah, cool.
Hey James,
Yep.
I've got this cover for my book. I'll see if I can show you what it is. That's done, but I'm thinking about a second book. Do you do book covers at all? Is that in your repertoire?
I've never actually officially done one, no. But I have I have enough work at the moment. I wouldn't want to take that on. I wouldn't do it justice. I wouldn't do it justice.
Oh, just thinking. So my first book is What Is This Thing Called God, right? So I've got a cover which I was happy with that. Now I need a cover for What Is This Thing Called Evil.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I wanted to try and get it in the same theme, or the same sort of, like have a sort of a connection.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a book cover where the title is "Feminism is Wrong," and there's a male holding the head of Adria Dworkin. That's what I want to see.
Who's Adrian Morphett?
Adria Dworkin. She's an anti-sex feminist, really crazy stuff. Right up there with Gail Dines and shit.
And so why do you not like, or what do you have against her views? What's the main things that irritate you?
Oh, so I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that she advocates crazy and whatnot. I mean, it's like it's like consensual sex is rape. Viewing a woman's naked body without her explicit written consent is rape. All the crazy stuff that encapsulates all the irrationality of sex negative feminism.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm
That,
really
that
not as vehemently as against her as the illustration of the book might be foretold. I mean, I don't care what the hell she says really. I just find it to be outright crazy.
Well, so far I've heard that she's saying that women's privacy should be protected. That seems reasonable.
Well, but until you go and look into the specifics of it, that's when it starts getting crazy. Like privacy for women is all fine and good,
Hmm.
but what the fuck does does going to does having a conversation about women in general have to do not with the person but with someone else have to do with the person's privacy if she's never brought up
Yeah,
you
but
that kind
women
of
are best at that, aren't they? I mean, they have as part of their discussion a bit of backbiting and the like, so they're sort of guilty of that same phenomenon. Speaking about the other person that's not present. Oh, hey, Benny.
yeah. Yeah, and speaking about the other person who's not present, if she's a woman, is sexist. Yet for some reason, if it's done towards a man, they don't seem to give a shit. It's just kind of weird. It's just like this. It's just like this Anita Sarkeesian type of viewpoint, where as long as it's done against women, therefore it's wrong. But if it's done against men, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but there again, she might be playing the controversy card. Just it's sort of like when you go into a negotiation, you go in with a high price, and you'll settle for the lower outcome. So she could be playing that game, perhaps.
Or she could be doing the Gail Dine shit, in which she actually believes this stuff.
Well, true, true, true. You stick her on an island and let her live a dream, then.
Yeah, hopefully she'll die within a couple of months where we don't have to give her any rations.
Oh, is she an elderly woman? Is she?
No, I have no clue. I haven't even looked at her picture to be perfectly honest. But I've read a couple of things that she's posted here and there, and a couple of the things that she's promoted. And then all I gotta say is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Reuven, is it possible that you could invite her into the Hangout?
Yeah, that'd be good.
We'll
Well,
settle this once and for all.
now you're
Yeah.
just fooling me.
Hey, Devin?
I said, now you're just trolling me.
No, mate, you gotta confront these things. That's how it's the confrontation that's the great educator.
I don't need to confront Nephilim Free to know he's crazy. Why do I need to? Why do I need to confront Dworkin to determine she's crazy?
Well, no, it's not so much that. You learn a lot about your arguments, and you actually you can even you can learn a bit about yourself as well. So the confrontation's really undervalued, I think. It's in those moments where, particularly where the emotions start to flare up, that you can really learn some shit. And that goes both ways, you know. I reckon, well, I don't know yet, but I reckon I might have planted a seed of doubt in Neff's mind, but he won't play with me anymore, so I'm not sure.
Oh, hold on for a second. I just looked up Andrea. I just looked up Andrea Dworkin, and apparently she's dead. So yeah,
Oh,
there's that. I didn't even
Oh.
know she was dead.
Well, there's no way we can get a dead woman in here, that's for sure.
Not unless I go up and pick up her fucking corpse and start.
Oh,
Up and
no
down.
wonder she's a feminist. Have you taken a look at her?
Yeah. This is like the first time I took a look at her, and man, shit, I wouldn't even fuck her with an ugly stick.
oh dear.
She's a double bagger. A bag for her and a bag for you. Just in case hers falls off, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Oh dear. Well, we can see why she's taking such a hard line on guys, can't we?
Yeah.
Oh dear. That's a bit of a
Well,
problem.
why is it always these anti-sex feminists are always the type that are just so butt fucking ugly you wouldn't even fuck them with an ugly stick? Why is that?
Well,
That's
they have,
interesting.
they have hate in their heart, you know.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but why can't
They hate
why,
reality, you know. God made them ugly. Now they have hate, you know.
why can't they be hot and filled with hate? I mean, I'd fuck an anti-sex feminist who's filled with hate but hot as shit.
Hey Devin, you know we're live.
Yeah, so
Oh no, that's okay. I just wondered whether you knew or not.
no, I know that.
You're fine.
I'm just fucking around, of course. I'm
but
not just fucking.
Devin, to be honest with you, I don't prefer my women to be anti-sex feminists myself. So.
Me neither, because I don't like the idea of mandatorily having to fuck for about 4 seconds and then having her hold me while I cry in the corner or some shit, and she consoles me about there. You didn't know you was such a scumbag, cis scum male. There, it's okay.
Have you checked your cis male privilege today, Devlin? Have you done that?
Nope, I have not yet. Let me do that for a moment real quick.
Okay. Make sure you check your white privilege also.
White privilege. I'm Native American and Scandinavian. How the fuck am I supposed to do that?
Well, everyone has it.
I guess
everyone privilege. It doesn't matter.
I guess black people have white privilege too, huh?
what is that, John? What's that analogy, or is that something? Just explain that privilege thing. I've just not heard it. That's all.
Oh, do I have to? It's difficult to explain. It really is. I wouldn't know where to even begin. Some feminists say that men have more rights than women, and that you should recognize it.
That's enough, mate. I got it. I understand now. It's a rights issue, and it's just saying that society's favoured you, so you've got a favour bias or something.
Right, and then you should recognize it, and then
the community's backing you. So I'm pissing in the wind, so to speak. You know, if I'm in opposition to it.
I tend to view it more of a case.
I like you to go tell the men who are in the coal mines dying from black lung that they have male privilege. You know, I want you to go tell the men being blown up by a bomb in the Middle East that they have male privilege. You know.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing there that I tend to have a problem with, more or less, is they're pointing to things like privilege, for example. What's interesting, more or less, is that I agree that there are certain privileges that men get, but it's on a case-by-case basis, per se. I mean, for example, women will have the privilege often of getting hired simply for their looks in certain professions. That's sort of what you would call a female form of privilege. Yet for some reason instead of women taking advantage of that, or rather feminists taking advantage of that fact, they either don't call it for what it is, which is privilege, or they simply say, oh, that's just being repressive towards a woman who's a secretary, etc. Even nurses were at times, I'm not too sure if this is the case now, but nurses at times were more hired upon the way in which they looked. Whether or not they were appealing to the eyes or not, as opposed to their medical, their medical expertise and what they could do and all that stuff. That was sort of a privilege right there, but I guess you could call that objectification if you want. I would agree with it, but it's still a form of privilege nonetheless, because you're being chosen over the male who is just as equally, able to do the job. Maybe even more so than you, but because you don't have a vagina, you're not getting chosen. That's some of the issues.
There's some inherent problems with that premise.
Yeah.
A is that if they're being selected based on appearance, then it must be because the male preferred bosses that have that sit above the glass ceiling are doing the selecting. And then the other thing is that women are traditionally more competent when it comes to handling the carer role than males. So there's a bias just by their leanings towards the caring, being better carers, and just the lifestyle of being a woman prepares a woman much better for the caring function, washing up folks, and because they do a lot of the raising duties in the household traditionally. So it's not a straightforward can of worms, that example, I don't think.
No, I mean, no, I get what you're talking about more or less, but what I'm saying simply is that feminists tend to refuse to call any kind of privilege that females actually have as privilege, and instead they call it oppressive towards women, when in fact it's not. It's an advantage that women have over men in this specific instance. Just like that there are certain advantages that men have over women in specific instances. It's a case by case basis, And sometimes privilege isn't fair, and I agree with that. Privilege isn't fair, and we should get away with it. Get rid of it, really. But what we also have to come to grips with is the simple fact that the reality is that in certain cases, men will always do better than women because of something called sexual dimorphism. I mean, it's one of the reasons why men and women are typically separated in terms of, let's say, for example, lifting weights. There's a women's league and then there's a male's league. Why is that? Well, it's because of men typically have a certain percentage of their body that's more muscle than women. And as a result, men will typically be able to lift far more than women. Now, granted, of course, women, on the other side of the spectrum, women can actually run faster than men. It's kind of a weird thing, really, But that's sort of the area in it, and sometimes there are just areas where men and women just can't compete side by side because men will win every single time. We just have to come up
Yeah.
to that reality and stop calling that sexist and start calling the stuff that isn't really needed, that's really just simply social, as sexist. That's the part I disagree, but the problem is with feminists, they want to call everything sexist, and nothing is female privilege, nothing at all, which is something I find irritating.
Yeah, but it gets legs, and it gets legs because historically the women have been unfairly treated. There is inequity in wage for the same sort of function, and the other problem that you get historically is that the empire has been the large, decision maker, if you like, historically. And in an empire's mindset, they place the man in a privileged position. I can remember working for a woman, and she was younger than me, and she was a nurse first, and then she sort of rose through the ranks to become the CEO of an aged care facility. It was a fairly decent sized operation, and she was one of the best bosses I've ever worked for, mainly because she brought equity to the whole work thing, and she demanded effort and didn't really worry about all of the other periphery. It was just about the role and the function. And one of the best places I've ever worked, best person I've ever worked for. And I think women too. Women are good naturally at multitasking. It's part of their characteristic that's different from men. And when you're in a management role, multitasking is a desirable capacity, I think. Anyway, just some different thoughts for you. I think what you've got to do is you've got to look at the job function, and then you pick the best person to the function, and that's the end of the story. One of the problems I've got with the way that our modern direction goes, when they lifted the workforce and there's more female participation, I think it sort of starved the market a little, and it meant that we would get a higher unemployment rate at the end of it. I'm kind of the view that, in a family, one up to a certain level, one breadwinner is enough, and then you cater for the rest of the workforce, and then if you have capacity beyond that, then the family can, gain some ground by putting the other breadwinner into the workforce. But your objective should be to, spread the employment, not on any bias other than, who's best for the job, but also trying to, get everyone into work so that everyone can, get a decent lifestyle. That's another thing I find, you have these couples that are both working and they're making a really good living, but then you get a lot of poverty as well, and I think that's not right. That's unjust. There you go, something else to think about. I've done it again, I've silenced the room. Double parents working to earn a wage. So what are you saying, Total Twist? Double parents working to earn a wage has been very prevalent among the poor throughout centuries. It's just women were paid less, so were children. Yeah.
Yeah, the proletariat always gets screwed.
What's the
Women didn't necessarily work less, Benny. They just worked for less. In fact, if they were, like, especially among the women or Middle Ages, if you were to think about it, in working in loom mills, you'd have children working with the mothers. They'd be working double time because after they finished in the working with looms or something like that, they'd actually end up coming back home to clean up the house and do all of the womanly duties.
Yeah.
It's just and they
Woman's
were paid
job
less.
never ends, like the old saying goes.
I know, but that's always been like that. I mean, this whole concept of women just finally getting a career, Women have had that throughout centuries. I mean,
Well,
one
here's a good question.
especially among the poor, is
I forgot who brought this up, but do you think that housewives should get paid to earn a living through Social Security or some form of pay?
I think that if you are going to have a child, you should be responsible for that child.
Right, but that's a career in and of itself, though. But they don't get paid. Mothers don't get paid for it, though.
Yeah,
No,
but what you're doing now is you're bringing government into the mix, and that's the problem. If you can, you would really ideally like the economic activity to be the provider rather than the government. The government should be the last resort.
Well, I definitely think the government plays a role. It should play a role because having children is a good thing. And
the thing is that here in Britain, parents get money for their children. Forever, women technically get a small stipend for each child that they have.
Same here.
Well, that's definitely good. We should reward people for.
See, I think that should be done away with because I think there's too many people on the planet. I don't think
that's
pay that
malarkey.
child.
Oh, that's
I don't. I think that that should be done away with because it encourages people to populate without actually maybe even taking care of. And there's a big problem with people being on benefits here and they have a load of children.
Well, I mean, that's I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
No, that's a good idea, and I think it really fits in with our our reality of the world that we live in and population. But I did want to make a point, though, Total Twist, that when in my father's generation, women largely stayed home to look after the family, or at least that's my recollection of it.
But that's only between the middle class and the rich. The poor still had to actually, both parents had to actually work, but the women were paid less, and in some cases the children had to work, and they were paid less. So this idea that, the women stayed home and the husbands brought in the money for bread, whatever, yada, 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 that was only in between the middle class and the rich. I mean, and it's only been throughout, the years that women in the middle class, and I guess amongst the rich, if they really wanted to, could go on to have a career as well.
Yeah, all right. Well, I haven't sort of researched that, so granted, and I would class myself as middle class, or at least my family. I'm probably down on the poorer end myself now, but yeah. So,
I'm in the Forbes top 100 rich list.
Hey, what'd you say, mate?
I said I'm in the Forbes top 100 rich list.
Yeah, well, I would expect that from you, mate.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah, haven't you seen my picture?
Well, can you send me some money? Can you send a ne'er-do-well like myself some money?
You want a direct deposit, or you want to do some funny business?
John,
I will take cash in an envelope.
John, no, bring him over for a month first. Don't give him any money until you're sure that he's a good investment.
No, he's a good investment.
Bring him over to stay with you for that month.
Yeah. I got into a big fight last night.
You've also got that mission you've got to take care
of. What's a Yoki bar?
It's a Yorkie. It's a Yorkie bar. It's a bar of chocolate that I used to buy all the time.
Is it made out of animals?
Okay.
Here, I put a link, and you could see what the wrapper looks like. It just reminds me of what Benny actually has as his icon.
Oh, okay. This is like I guess we don't have this in the States.
Even though it's made by Nestle.
Yeah.
Have you met Benny Total Twist?
Oh, we bet a couple times.
Well, that Benny was the husband, wasn't he, for a while?
Boyfriend, apparently.
Oh, boyfriend, yeah.
Yeah, we had to break up because I was having an affair with my boyfriend.
Right.
Oh, I like you. Yeah.
Well, looks like you've got another boyfriend, Total.
Great. I'm up for that.
There you go, Johnny. Off to England.
Well, I'm pretty busy at the moment, but I don't know. I suppose it could fit you somewhere along the line.
Oh, hey, real quick for a moment. Total Twist. Are you the same Total Twist that was in Stickam?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. How's everything going with you and your boyfriend, by the way? I believe you two are still living together, right?
6?
Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
Yes. But he's in the U.S. right now. I'm currently in Britain still.
Okay. Did you move to Britain recently, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, I moved up to Britain like 2 years ago.
Okay, I would have thought that you would have stayed in Norway given the art was it the art funding program that they have there?
I wanted to, but I wanted to be with my parents.
Oh, you gave up Norway for Britain. Oof.
I know, it was disgustingly bad
Oh,
choice, but you know what? The support system of the family was in Britain, so.
So your parents are what, moving into the elder years, are they?
Hmm?
Your parents are moving into the elder years. Is that why you want to get back home, or?
No, I had a divorce.
Oh, okay.
oh yeah, we all know about those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, John's had a divorce, haven't you, John?
Two.
Yeah,
Two.
he had a couple, yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
My
I
my
love it.
first partner and I, we just had irreconcilable differences, and we just had to, call it quits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
One
love it.
wanted children, the other didn't. That's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah. So you wanted children? Yep.
Yes, I did.
And why wouldn't he want children, if you don't mind me asking?
He claims depression and didn't want to pass it on to his and I questioned whether or not he would be willing to adopt, and he said with his depression he didn't think he could handle raising children, so.
Hmm.
Sounds like a scumbag. Good daddy got rid of him. Dump him.
Well, I am better off without him, believe me. But
You would have ended up with an extra child by the sound of it.
yes, but
He
One
wasn't
real one.
depressed. He wasn't depressed for you, though.
no,
I'm sure
apparently
about that.
he was depressed like since the age of 14 apparently, and slightly, I don't want to talk bad about him because it's not cool. He's not here to defend himself.
Oh,
I
that's
just,
okay. Yeah, I'm
I
sure his
just-
feelings aren't hurt.
Yeah.
Go get him. We'll educate him.
No, he's off doing his thing. I wish him well, but I'm off doing my own thing, and I'm doing well for myself.
Oh, good for you. Yeah. Human beings, own worst enemies.
Hmm. Hello, Prescott. I haven't seen you in a while.
Hey, Twist. How are things going?
Just fine. I can't believe I'm up at 3:30 in the morning, so I thought I'd come in and see what was going on in this room. I came into vaginas.
Hold on. 30?
Who was talking about vaginas?
Where
No,
are
that's
you?
serious. I'm in Britain. But the first thing I came in to the room, the first words that came out of someone's mouth, I believe it was Devon, was vagina. I was like, what? Oh, great.
Is that you, Devin? What are you talking about? I must have missed that.
That's exciting for him.
Oh, no, I was literally talking about like knew what I was talking about. I was literally talking about how which feminists tend to refuse to portray
I'm
certain
a feminist. You know that, right?
forms of certain forms of women-based privilege as privilege simply because it's a vagina, not a dick.
Oh, okay.
You're speaking to a feminist. You could just ask me if I do or don't.
Oh no, I was talking about the ones that I tend to interact with more or less. I didn't know you were a feminist per se. Although otherwise, I would have stipulated the conversation to say that feminists other than you I've interacted with.
I've got a question. Did you lose your V card yet?
B
What's
card?
Virgin card.
that? Thanks, John.
Oh,
I
yeah.
lost that. I don't know. I lost that years ago. Where did you get a new one at?
Dr. Tran is just.
Yeah, see, when I lost my virginity, it really hurt. It was just so painful. I felt so dirty afterwards.
Poor shame. Poor shame.
It was quite disgusting. I don't know how those women can do that sort of thing.
Oh dear. John.
I know.
You poor
You know
man.
how I feel, don't you?
It was so long ago, mate, I've forgotten.
Oh no, the memory's still lingering on with me.
Well, that's probably why you're divorced.
Yeah, I know. I just can't handle it.
Just couldn't let it go, mate. And you're still probably playing with it.
Yeah, I know.
You got to let these things go, buddy, you know?
I'm so depressed.
It's those women's fault. It's not yours.
Yeah, I know. I want to write a book about it.
Oh, dear.
I have to ring up the men's helpline. I need help.
There's probably a few blokes that need help, I tell you.
The pills just aren't working.
Hey, I've got an idea. This will be good therapy for you. You start that men's helpline up. I reckon that'd be really good therapy for you, buddy.
Oh, thanks, Rob. Oh,
No worries.
So Benny, who's that a picture of? Looks like it has a ding dong between the legs.
Well, basically, it's a no trap symbol. It's basically no traps allowed.
No what?
No traps. It's a trap.
What's trap?
When you've got a girl who's not really a girl.
Transsexual.
It's a trap because they still got the bits in the between.
It's a man trap.
It is a man trap.
That is quite a surprise when you put your hand up and you're holding a tree trunk. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, what's going on?
Hey,
It's a lady boy.
Are you speaking from
John, have you had that
personal?
experience?
Yeah, I was about to say, is that from personal experience?
Lady boys.
Some of those. I would, some of those lady boys, they are very, very convincing. If
Yeah,
obviously when they
they're
come
very
off,
sexy.
they're very convincing. There was a what was it? A traveling band of dancers and lip syncers that came from I think Thailand over here to Belfast to, do a show, and they advertised that they were lady boys. And I actually remember going and watching them do their cabaret thing, and they were very convincing girls.
Yeah.
He ran away. Hey!
Who's that, mate?
Is that the boy?
Well, he's
Yes.
got a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Is
I've got
that your pride and joy?
I've got a daily double. Keep me out of trouble. Do you want to put the picture on it to me?
So, twist. Why were they convincing? How? So I'm assuming by listening to the way you said that they must have been very familiar with the woman physique in such a way that it impressed you.
They, facially, the hands, the size, they all look like women.
Oh, okay.
Like if they were born women.
Yeah, they're very sexy.
They were very beautiful women.
Yeah.
John, would you go for one?
Yes.
Are you what?
Yes.
Are you being facetious, or would you actually want one?
I went to Thailand, and they're very
you did go to Thailand. That's nice.
Yeah, I went to the Ladyboy show. And I they're all sexy.
How can you talk like that around the boy for? Come on, man. You're gonna pollute his mind.
He's eventually going to go to Thailand himself. He'll figure it out.
That's right.
And I can't stop him. Me? And he's the one who taught me all these things anyway. They learn this stuff in school. You better believe it.
I don't have a problem with like lady boys at all. I mean, there are just some men who are born wanting to be women. That's it. That's really the end of the story there.
Well, no, no. Hang on. What do you think the plan in nature is to deliver that outcome? If that's not too crudely put.
It's God's plan.
Yeah,
Restate
that's what I'm wondering. What's God up to?
He's a transsexual transvestite.
Restate that question because I'm not entirely certain I understood it.
All right. Why do you think that those young men have the female form as part of their physical makeup?
Genetics.
Is there a design strategy, an evolutionary strategy at play here, or not?
No, I just think it's genetics.
Kinda
Inherently, all
copying error.
people, like inherently, we're all originally female until we get certain hormones and influenced at a right stage of development that make you a male. So there is obviously a moment where you can have hormones that trigger something to develop as a male, but if that area of the brain or genetics is coded for female, there's no way around it.
Okay. So the whole male-female paradigm is not a black and white issue.
No,
Yeah.
I just don't. I
In
don't
the
have a
development
problem.
process, in the development process, can actually end up in the midstream.
Yeah, I don't have. I mean, gender identity is not in between your legs. Gender identity is obviously what's in your head. Do you feel female? Do you feel male? Where are you in that respect? It doesn't, what's in between is inconsequential. I mean, I identify with my vagina. It fits me and suits me fine. You obviously identify with your penis. It suits you fine. But there are some people who are born unable to identify with the genitalia in between their legs. They do not feel correct.
Yeah. Do we see that in the animal kingdom? Anyone know?
Well, we don't. I'm not entirely certain we can go up to ask an animal, hey, do you feel like
No. Sorry, I'm speaking. Hang on, mate. Hang on. Settle down, John.
Well, I think men
All right,
does-
the question I'm asking is this: do we have evidence within the animal kingdom of the physiology being feminine, with sort of middle ground? So you've got an ape that's got a penis, but he has female form in other parts of his body, because that's the description.
You can get that. You can get that anyway within the human race. That's called gynecomastia. You can get guys that actually have micropenises and yet breasts at the same time.
That's you, John.
No, I think that's the amazing atheist.
Who's that dude?
Banana, an atheist's worst nightmare.
He's a grower, not a shower, Rob.
But what is he? He's an atheist's worst nightmare, or a theist's worst nightmare?
Theists.
The amazing atheist is this guy who put out a porn video of himself shoving a banana in his ass.
I don't think he put out a porn video.
Yeah, send me the link.
He gave the porn video to a female friend of his, and she kind of leaked it everywhere.
Felita the Queef, I call her.
Yeah, I think she disseminated something that shouldn't have been disseminated, should have been private, but he stood up for it. He said, yeah, it was me.
And it wasn't it was a banana and hot coffee or hot chocolate.
I thought it was chocolate syrup.
Yeah, wasn't it? I think it was chocolate syrup. Yeah, he thought he was a banana split.
Or the banana splitty. Yeah. Interesting, folks. But I'm still curious about the in the animal world. Do we see the same phenomenon that you saw in those ladyboys?
Well, yeah, we do. There are animals that are born with both genitalias. You get your hermaphrodites, and then you've got males that actually want to act female. For instance, among the black swans, the majority of black swans are predominantly gay, and they will actually mate with female swans, and they will, after the clutch has been laid, the two males will actually chase off the female to raise the clutch.
Ah, right. That's cool because what that means that gives you a valid case for the homosexual premise, nature.
Yeah.
So
And
piss off
actually,
the
it's
religion.
predominantly among black swans, believe it or not. Predominantly among black swans, you will find
Yeah,
homosexualities and
well,
homosexual couplings, and they actually
I,
do mate off with white swan females and will chase her off after she's laid a clutch.
yeah. So I actually concluded with my little book that Domitian was the the basic individual, the emperor. He was the basic individual that brought the homophobia to Christianity. So it's not a God thingy at all. So that's good. That fits. So I'll use that if I ever get a chance. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me just actually find that that study for you, and then you can read it.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Benny, what are you gonna draw now today? You gonna draw me again?
Hey, I see, John, that you had that up on your Facebook image. So, Benny, it's been well
Yeah.
received.
Oh, really? It is? Oh, wow. Yeah, everyone likes Benny, yeah?
Well, they don't know the artist, do they? Yeah.
Oh, I gave him credit for it.
If
Oh,
you
did
go,
you?
if you go
Benny,
to
you're
this
famous.
Wikipedia,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Thank you very much.
if you go to the Wikipedia page, you can actually go to the citation. The citation is actually the study. So if you
Yeah.
click on, where
That's
is it?
cool.
We got 43 and 44.
Yeah. What I'll
Go
do
ahead
is
and actually find it.
I'll link that to my donation theory when that question ever arises. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, do you like living? I notice you're grumbling a little bit about England, but is it really that bad living there?
I don't live in England. I live in Northern Ireland.
Oh, sorry. On the British Isles, then, is it a good place to live?
Yeah, overall.
Oh,
It's
you live in Northern Ireland and you refer
yeah.
to that as Britain? Oh, that's sad.
Well, it is.
Oh.
People can fight over. They can fight whether or not they want it to be part of the Republic of Ireland, but as it stands, the the currency, the governing body is British. Like if I were to go to a government office, it's going to be a British government office. There are
Well,
no
that
Republic of Irish offices here, and if I
well,
wanted
that's
to get
because it's
citizenship,
an
it's British.
illegal occupation. That's why. Of course.
Whether it's illegal or not illegal, it is the recognized governing body. It is, as it is, British.
Yeah, that mob have got to be cancelled out. Yeah, the King and Queen, they're no good. They're
Yeah.
bad.
Here, Rob. Here.
Well, they are. It's true. Historically, it's valid, because they're just bloody empire. Anything to do with empire is bad news for humanity. Oh, simple. Excuse me. That thing.
I've had this conversation, Eddie, and she is an ambassador, and I wouldn't mind if some of my taxes paid for an ambassador's wage, but what she's getting paid technically is definitely not worth it. No, it's not.
I agree with what Reuven said. I think it was last night's hangout. What was it that you said, Reuven? That she should be drowned in her own shit? What was it?
Dear. No, no, no.
What was that? Someone else. I get them mixed. I get people. I get assholes mixed up all the time. The faces blend.
That was Henry Kissinger, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was too, mate. But we could put them both in the same bucket. They're both cuts from the same cloth.
Same bucket of shit.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. Hey, everybody. We've got Sean Connery in the room.
That's nice.
Sean Connery's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I like him. I like his stuff.
yeah. Likewise.
Untouchables. Good movie.
So what did the Americans do for their big day? Anything exciting?
Fireworks up the asshole.
Yeah, fireworks, a good barbecue.
You throw a
Hanging out
shrimp
with
on the
They let off
barbecue.
good bombs, you know.
remembering the day that we kicked the British in the balls, you know, that's what we do.
Well, I'm just currently just petting my cat right now, kind of waiting for the time when the fireworks come out and he starts freaking out again like last year and goes and hides in my room.
Is petting the cat a euphemism for the V card?
No,
Meanwhile,
no.
playing World of Warcraft.
Did you let off any rocket launchers?
Diablo 3, completely different.
Oh yes, that's true. You're definitely getting laid now.
Well, you know what they say, if you don't use it, you lose it, so.
What is the great saying? No one dies a virgin, life fucks us all.
Yeah, I like that saying, that's a good one.
Can you guys see my cat?
He's holding a pussy.
What's his or her's name?
His name is Anubis.
Alright, okay.
I give all my cats Egyptian names after gods.
You know, you should have named the cat after the cat god Bastet. Just saying.
Why? There's
You
no
could
fun
have
in that.
I had a dog called Lucky.
Why did you call him that?
I got run over by a car.
That's hateful.
I mean, why did you name the cat after a god that actually has a dog head?
Because I wanted to. No other reason than that.
It just seems cruel. You're calling the cat a dog face.
Well, it's not like the cat's going to introduce him, say, "Hello, I'm the Egyptian god of the jackal."
I just want consistency, that's all.
Besides, the answer is to Kitty anyways for some weird-ass reason. I don't call him that around the house. Kind of weird. I don't know, maybe he's cheating on me with another owner or something.
Whatever happened to naming your pets like normal names? Did that go out of style?
Fuck normal.
Yeah.
Your
Fuck
cat
normal,
is a
yeah.
dog. I mean, why would you name your pet, who's not human, a quote-unquote normal human name?
I don't know. I guess that would be just a normal thing to do.
But that's technically just
That's like the
anthropomorphism.
opposite of normal, though.
Yeah,
Isn't
I mean, it's not. They're not human, so it wouldn't be normal for them.
Yeah, but we've run out of dog names, so we've got to use someone's name.
Well, what was the last dog name, mate?
I don't know, but that's why they said, well, we've run out of names, so we've got to call them something.
Yeah, but if you run out, there must have been a last one. What was it?
Oh, Google it and find out.
Well, that's what we'll call it. We'll call the dog, fuck it. We don't have any more names. That could be his name.
You see, I guess I would slightly be on maybe Devin's side here, because if I had a dog, I'd name it Cat, and if I had a cat, I'd name it Dog, and have both, and just go, hey dog, hey cat, get over here, and I'm sure they'll be confused. What's going on?
Actually, I think you're onto something. Yeah, that's a
Just
good
confuse the
idea.
just confuse the living shit out of it.
So if you have a German Shepherd, you go, come here, Chihuahua, come here.
No, they're both dogs, aren't they?
Just call
You
him
just
Benji.
confuse the shit out of everybody. Man, good idea.
Here's my dog Chihuahua.
Chewie.
Like I have pet chinchillas, and I have two of them that are twins, twin mosaics, and I named them Peanut Butter and Jelly. I think it's adorable.
I reckon Chewbacca. That's a good name.
Chewbacca. Yeah, yes, Benny. I have pets. Yeah.
I don't know. I think like calling a bear Chewbacca would probably be a lot more interesting rather than calling a dog Chewbacca. But then again, of course, one would have to actually own a bear as a pet to begin with. Damn, I hate those things.
Here you go. Here you go, Benny. If you want to take a look at, I have a channel devoted to them.
The last animal I actually had was called Kima.
I can barely hear you. Sounds like you're in like a back of
Here.
a truck or something.
I would explain a lot.
Well, between Prescott blasting his mic and Devin over there making Worldcraft noises.
Not fucking Warcraft, it's fucking Diablo.
I think Prescott might be trolling us.
Are you lost?
No, I'm just watching Jeffrey Rush and Shine.
Is it? Do we all have to watch it, or can it just be you?
I think if you listen to him, you'll hear a familiar voice.
All I heard was limeys.
Yeah.
They all sound alike to me.
There you go. You
Like
can
John-
yeah.
John,
Yeah, Yankee.
You can
John-
go ahead have a look at what I wrote in chat in regards to animal names.
It was a mix between my brother's name and my name. Okay, that sounds cool. Chinchillas can't go outside, Benny. They're no longer wild. They're domesticated. Although I think there are some chinchillas that are still in the wild, but they're pretty much extinct in the wild. Well, they have to stay in the cage, Benny. That's what they're a caged animal.
Well, that's so cruel.
That's not cruel. That's how they live. That's how they're supposed to live.
What, in cages?
Technically, they're supposed to live in the wild.
Well, we domesticated them, so.
That doesn't mean that they don't supposed to be in the wild.
The domesticated kind does, yeah.
Well, they have to
Well.
live in a cage.
That's like saying a cow belongs in the wild. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does belong in the wild.
No,
They
but
wouldn't
wild,
last very long.
ancient bovines that we didn't tame belong in the wild, but bovines that we domesticated for food lives on farms now.
Dude, I think given a couple generations, there will be wild cows, wild mad cows, given time.
Well, I don't think we should do that. That sounds evil.
Well, I'm just saying, we don't give them the chance or the opportunity, but I'm sure it will happen if we were just to disappear.
Do you have any jackals over there?
I don't know.
When
We
you
might.
find out, I wouldn't mind having a jackal.
They don't really look that cute, so I wouldn't really want them to have it as a pet. But
Well,
to each his own.
they're a little bit
Can't
doggy-like.
Can't you pick it up when you go overseas? You know, when you're over in Arabia.
Well, Benny, we kind of all do live in a cage, don't we?
Mine's gilded.
Well, have you
Yeah.
got any coyotes? You got any coyotes over there?
Not where I'm from. I'm from Long Island, so if you go out to Arizona, you could probably find a few.
You wouldn't mind having a coyote for a pet.
I don't think I would.
You don't
They're
like
not too
coyotes?
nice.
Weirdly
Yeah,
enough,
the
cows
domesticated.
over in Norway are actually, they roam wild. They
Oh, you
actually,
have coyotes in Norway?
no.
No, I'm
In
picking up your
Norway,
accent. I'm saying
cows.
Norway.
No.
Oh, cows. Okay. Cows.
That was one of the things that I noticed was that cows just generally wander around in the forest. And then the farmers have to come and round them up every now and again to feed them, but the cows already know where to go to get food.
Why don't they just round them up and just give them a home or something?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they got food and whatnot. They know where home is. They eventually come back.
Yeah,
How do you
better
call them? You go, come here, boy. How do you round them up?
Well,
What's the,
they have
what's the,
bells. They have bells
how do
around
you
them.
do it?
Well, that's the thing. You just go out into the forest, and they have bells around them, and you'll eventually hear them.
You
Yeah,
say,
okay.
come here, pussy.
No,
Come here, pussy.
you,
Come
we
here.
know they've got bells and whistles and all that, but that's so we can find them. But how do they find us to come to us? What's the
Well,
trick?
they just know that where food is. They just know where they can go to sleep dry.
like the cows
What's
at
they got to
military.
do with the bells? The bells and
mate.
whistles.
Yeah, that's if they need to find a cow for some reason to milk it or whatnot, they look or try to listen for the bells. That's really it.
Well, when you got all these fucking bells going off, how do you know which one to go
Like the
for?
cows at milking time.
Sounds like a bit of a church.
Well, I think it's better for the cow generally because it means that they don't have foot and mouth. They're not shitting and pissing generally on the same planes of field. It's healthier for the cow.
Well, to have a bell round its head so there's all this ringing in its ears all the time.
It's a
Try a
trade-off.
bell round my neck, I'll go crazy.
It's a trade-off. They either have the bells in their ears and they can roam around wherever they want, or
It's
they're
all
stuck in a little 4x4.
It's
4x4 cell.
that's a bad trade-off, that is. I don't like that trade-off. Poor cows. Fucking ding-dong all day long in your fucking ear.
It's nothing that a gangster wouldn't know about with all that bling around it.
Oh, well, tell me about... Okay, you got the bells happening. Tell me about the whistles. What's the deal with the whistles?
There are no whistles.
So it's just bells only.
It's just a bell around its neck.
So you got about like say 1,000
Rings on my fingers and bells on my toes.
All day long, 1,000 bells going off. Fucking be a racket out there.
That's the thing. They're out in the forest. They're not all together in one area.
Well, they should hang around together. Stop nicking off all the time.
That's kind of their choice, isn't it?
I don't know if they've got any choice.
Really anthropomorphizing like animals who literally have no capacity for choice.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that generally they either do roam in herds or they don't roam in herds, and cows apparently don't roam in herds if they're given the option.
Yeah, there are some cows that are Democrats, and then there's some that are anarchists that say, fuck off, I'm going to be my own person.
Buffaloes hang around in herds. They hang around together.
Yeah, it didn't really work out too well for the buffalo, did it?
No, they're still roaming around. I've seen them on TV.
Oh, they are?
Oh, yeah, but they don't have any bells around their neck.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to head to bed because the people around me are sleeping and they're complaining, so I'm going to go now.
Oh, I'm a little too loud. Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, is that why you're a light talker?
Very much.
I'm a
I saw
Yankee, so I'm
someone
loud.
on Jerry Seinfeld.
Tell the other people I apologize. I'm an asshole. John, you should have been a little more quiet. You're too loud.
Don't they have headphones where she lives?
Reuven, you gonna invite some more people in here?
There's only one spot left.
I would suspect we're not gonna get many Yankees in the room since it's 4th of July.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm from California. Of course I'm a Yankee.
Well, okay. Me and you. Well, what's your excuse, Devin?
Excuse for what?
Why you're in a hangout instead of out having fun on the 4th of July?
Maybe because 4th of July to me is simply just another day, like my birthday or like Christmas. The only difference is that there's a show and spectacle in the sky.
I think you're just using that as an excuse.
For what?
I don't know. Going to the bar, the pub, having a drink. I don't know. Get some hot woman to play plunger with her pussy on your face. That's what you should be doing. Not in here.
I'll spend my time how I want, and you spend your time with the she-males you want.
I don't. that's not ghost shit for me, man. No. Hey, welcome to the room, Steve. How come you're not celebrating 4th of July, Steve? What's your excuse?
I did earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
We don't celebrate it over here.
Well, I would suspect that.
You know, too many people got blown up. So we banned it.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's what I said. Fucking great.
Well, you're not. What I thought you weren't. I thought you were for blowing people. I mean, you go into the Middle East to install common law in Arabia.
Absolutely, and I was just thinking about that this morning, and I was thinking, okay, you know, like that big bum-up vest, right? Now you got.
Yeah.
I was thinking, well, are we going to get the 12 pockets in the front and 12 pockets in the back? You know, just sort of like. And I was wondering, is there a return policy on the jackets? You know, what's the warranty like? You know, do I get to claim the warranty, or what's the deal?
I don't think you have to worry about any of that.
Are you sure? You know,
Yeah.
I just want to know about the return policy. That's all.
Well, the return policy is that you're going to return back to Allah when you use the vest. That's the return policy.
Okay, yeah, that's all I needed to know. Because I'm a big fan of return policies and warranties.
I mean, that's basically jihad, right? A return policy.
But I just got to work out what, you know, am I going to get the ones with, like, say, 6 pockets up the top and 6 pockets down below, or just strap 12 all the way around in a big circle? You know?
Oof, Rob has to do homework. I saw his wife come in the room. His homework must have been must be a euphemism for something.
Did you notice if she had a baseball hat, baseball club in her hand or anything when she came in the room?
Yeah, she might have had a vest.
Yeah, I think that's why he's been raptured. He's going to get in big trouble. I can see it now. He's in big trouble.
Benny, that's a nice flag you got there. That's the Stars and Stripes, Benny. Can you do the stars and bars for me?
Well, is that like drinking bars?
Stars and bars is what you call the Confederate flag.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like you go to a bar, you get pretty pissed, and after you see stars.
Yeah.
You know, after you've had a big, you know, fisticuff.
That's only at an Irish pub. I don't know. I guess I don't really like 4th of July myself either, Devin. It's just another day to me too.
Don't you like letting off a few firecrackers here and there? You know, getting your guns out and shooting them in the streets?
All the good ones, all the good ones are banned here in California, so there's really no point.
Yeah, this fireworks is illegal in my state of New York.
Oh,
You
right.
can actually go to prison for having fireworks.
Same here in Australia. They're really crap now.
Yeah.
You can't do fuck all over.
Liberals they shit their pants when they hear something go boom. So
Yeah, they do.
you gotta ban it.
With California, it's more about the fact that every single time we have a 4th of July, like a couple of houses end up catching on fire somewhere here in California and shit, mainly because of the dry leaves and the summer and whatnot and all that stuff. You know, I remember as a kid growing up where usually the 4th of July would also start a bunch of fires as well.
What's wrong with a couple of fires?
Well, it's the fact that certain people's houses would get burned down, and that might end up causing like a bunch of other houses to also get burned down by proxy or whatever. So I mean, to be honest, I think it's so stupid, but there's a lot better of a reason than liberals don't like things that go boom.
I was just hyperbolic about it, but that's pretty much what it is when you get down to it.
Not with California.
It hurts their feelings, Although, to be honest, some things hurt my feelings too, so I'm just as bad. I'm a bad boy. That's not too bad, Benny. That's not too bad. But that's not the stars and bars, though. That what you drew is the Confederate. That's the Confederate battle flag. The stars and bars are stars on the top left, and then one red stripe, a blue stripe, a red stripe, and a blue stripe with stars. But that's cool. You did a good job there.
That just looks like a big game of tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, I hear you. The fucking chat window's going crazy again. I hate using Firefox. I'm gonna go switch to Google.
Cool. Why? Hang on. He's switching out.
There you go, Benny. That's a start.
When you said the chat window goes funny, is that like it sort of flickers on and off?
Yeah, it does that in Firefox.
Yeah, and it jumps up and down like crazy. You can't half read it.
It doesn't happen in Google Chrome. Only Firefox.
Yeah, but it only does that for me when it gets like really full of messages.
No, it does. Well, I think it happens because I don't know. It's a glitch in the programming or something.
Yeah, that's usually when it does it on me. Is when it's been up. A lot of people have been chatting in it.
Fucking chatters. Damn Reuven. Reuven, what's your favorite flag design? Past or present? The Israeli flag? Oh, not the fucking... Ugh. Yeah, I guess that flag doesn't really bother me too much, but I don't like that What's that star with the lines on them? What people is that for?
Yeah, the Israeli flag. Go figure. How the fuck did I know that he was gonna start that one?
Oh, the Dune. Oh, the Drunes or whatever they're called. Yeah. Okay. Do they? Well, they're there. Oh, the Noahides. Okay. Then they're good people. Yeah. See, I don't. You see, I don't know. I guess we'll just keep. I don't know, Reuven. I don't know what I don't really particularly like the crescent moon star. All that shit on it. What's Reuven sending me? Religious leader commits to the Noahide 7 laws. Okay. I like the leaves on the side. What does that symbolize, Reuven? Peace? Okay. There you go, Benny. There's the stars and bars. Olive branches. Okay. I should have known that. Well, let's not all talk at once, guys. Jeez. How you doing, Prescott? What? How are you, man?
I'm doing okay. I'm just long day, so
Right.
I'm getting ready to crash here.
Yeah, I hear you.
I was listening to a few clips on YouTube with Jeffrey Rush from when he was in Shine. Reminds me of John May.
Who has the mic open? It sounds like a rainfall happening in the background. Sounds like I'm taking a bath or something.
Is it gone?
Or is that me? Am I hearing things?
Yeah. Is it gone now?
Yeah, it must be you, Prescott. Where are you, Prescott? Are you out in the wilderness or something? Back in that cabin?
No, I think it's picking up the fan on my computer.
Oh, okay.
So.
I'll see.
Yeah, I was listening to your Hangout on fetuses.
Oh God, you watched that dog and pony show? That was a nut house, wasn't it?
It was the funny farm.
Yeah, it was the funny farm indeed. Yeah.
Anyway, y'all couldn't have missed so many points if you tried. But anyway, it was.
Well, I would like to hear your perspective on abortion and fetuses.
Yeah, this probably.
Unless you don't want to share, because I understand political correctness. If you say something wrong, people are going to dog you for it, you know.
Well, no, it's not. It's not so much that. Just a different, probably a little different form than what you guys were experiencing the other.
Well, do you? I look at it as, you know, abortion is it is a human, it's a person, it's alive, and we shouldn't terminate that, you know.
Yeah, I think in general I'm opposed to abortion. I'm not quite willing to equate abortion to murder.
Okay.
Because if it was, then wouldn't be called abortion. And I say that even in because I even think I don't think it's ever spoken of as murder from a Torah perspective either. That it's if a woman is injured and loses the child, it's not considered. It's not considered on the level of a human outside of the womb. There are still damages that are required to be paid, but but it, but the child in the womb is not on the same level as someone that is out of the womb.
Prescott, you're my best mate.
I don't necessarily disagree with you.
No.
I mean, I definitely think that a fetus is on a different level than a baby on the outside. Sure.
Yeah. Now where probably John and I might John May and I might disagree, and then I won't be his best mate anymore. is that the idea of the right of the woman to make a decision about terminating the child in Judaism, a woman is permitted to not marry. A man is not. A man is required to marry because he's commanded to be fruitful and multiply. Thus, it requires him to marry and have children. But because pregnancy involves is considered a life-threatening situation in Judaism, a woman is therefore allowed to not marry in order to avoid putting her life in danger. And so that's kind of covered by that, I think. So anyway, yeah, and probably
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't quite understand what your point was. Okay, Adam is not commanded. Adam is commanded to marry because he has to multiply. Women can't marry because it might put their life in danger.
Well,
does that have to do with abortion?
Well, in the sense that I think that there is more allowance for. I think I read an article where it talked about ensoulment taking place at about 40 days. I think Reuven could probably tell me how many days it is, but anyway, I think it's about 40 days that ensoulment takes place. So if an abortion takes place before then, I don't believe it's considered a problem. It's after the 40-day period that it is a problem. And one of the things that has kind of bothered me about the equating abortion to murder is the question of, when does life begin? I know that we like to use the language of, it's kind of like when the egg and sperm come together and have a party, then life begins. But even there is some traditions and some ideas that carry the idea that the life is actually in the sperm of the man, which means that it's sacred even before he might impregnate a woman, which is why Judaism and Catholicism especially frown on masturbation or wasting seed. So it gets a little more complicated when we start talking about protecting the unborn, because it could be argued that protecting the unborn also involves, from at least a Torah perspective, it means protecting the seed beforehand, which would include things like masturbation would be a prohibition, I believe. So it doesn't begin at the stage of the sperm and the egg coming together.
Yeah, like I said in that hangout, that's just my personal, opinion on it. Like I wouldn't outlaw, something that would, flesh out the, fertilized egg, so to, the zygote. But I definitely have a problem with it. It's implanted, it's already in the process. You can, look at it. Looks like a baby. It has a brain. It has nervous system. Then it's like it gets into the, well, I don't know. You know what I mean? I guess that's, I don't know.
Well, just reading Grant Montgomery said it's only complicated when religion is brought in. I assume that the conversation about abortion, but the thing is that religion is a part of that conversation and always has been, because it's always been about how people perceive or understand life, and 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 how it should be protected. And so, of course, when women were given the what women, if I understand the issue correctly, what feminism largely has, and gee, didn't we have a woman in here just a few minutes ago, and we could have had that conversation with a woman, because I know you guys were complaining about never having any women in the hangout to discuss this, but women are, what feminism is looking for is they're looking for access to abortion without any strings attached, without any explanation required, without any justification or anything like that. And in a lot of places, even today, you have to have a doctor who, it may not be so much in the U.S. now, I don't know. It may be state to state. I really don't know what the rules are down there, but a lot of places a woman actually has to get approved for the abortion by her doctor, that the doctor has to see that the abortion is endangering her health, her mental health, or her physical health. And which is, the bar is pretty low now. All you have to do is say, I'm stressed out by this, and most doctors would approve it. But
That's another side of the abortion debate I wish I got into in my hangout, is that how could a mother make a logical, rational decision in that time? I mean we have a system set up, in, like, for example, like if a judge is ruling over the case, he can't rule over a case with his family, because that would put him in a what would that be considered, a well, I don't know what the term they use, but I mean, that makes sense that you would have to. I don't know. I think that's a good thing that a doctor or a third party has to be involved, because he can make an informed consent, a logical, rational decision, basically.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think there's some merit to that. Anyway, I think that there's probably, I tend to be probably a little more flexible than the argument that I heard you making in the hangout, which is not a problem. It's we just might disagree on a few things that way, and that's fine. But I think that some of the
You have to also apologize. I have to apologize. I wasn't on my medication in that hangout. I was a little more wild than usual. But what happened? What did I say in that hangout that you?
You spun a bearing.
I did.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that means. You said I lost does that mean I lost a nut or two?
No, it means like you blew a head gasket.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
Well,
listen, it's been nice talking to you. I've got to go because my son wants to play on the computer.
Yeah, that's right.
Shh.
That's funny.
All right, I'll catch you guys later, all right?
Take
All
care.
right, take care, John. That's funny.
Yeah. Well, I think
Boy, that's right.
probably in the heated exchanges that were going on, often between between you, Wolf, and John May, and who else was in there?
My good friend Adam Lore,
What was there?
who's a secularist. Who's not a religious God believer. He's an
No.
atheist.
That sometimes in the heated exchanges, things are probably said without a lot of thought given to them, which I think that probably if you thought a little longer, you would. John.
Nah, Prescott. Some of my best talking is without thinking, man. How can I stop doing that? You know.
I know, but it can also get you in trouble. Because John did paint you in a corner a couple of times, and he was right on the money on a couple of points, I thought, but that was so few and far between that they kind of missed the bigger issue. I think probably how I would have started the whole thing was just simply say to John, when do you think life begins, and when are you no longer permitted to carry out an abortion, and then ask you the same question, and ask if either side has any intention of changing their opinion, which neither one would, and then just say, debate over.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's where it all seemed to go back and forth was on that point alone, because John kept bringing back, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
I think pretty much. I don't want to speak for John, but I pretty much took it as his position was as soon as it's out of the womb, it's not longer. You're not able to touch it anymore.
Yeah, and I think that was his position. But it's still even a problem. We have no problem distinguishing other ages of human development, and in each one of those ages, a human being is legitimate, and whether they're a senior, middle age, teenager, adolescent, whatever you want to call them, child, toddler, baby, that they are protected under the law. But when we attach the term fetus, suddenly there's no protection. That seems to be an inconsistency that they haven't addressed, because nobody would argue that a dog, and I think that you pointed this out, nobody would argue that a dog that had puppies, that those puppies were anything other than unborn dogs. Like, I don't think anybody would argue that they were anything else. And I don't think that anyone would argue that a human is anything other than a human, even though it's unborn.
Depends how far back you go.
I'll go back all the way, man. I'm an OG.
From the moment of conception?
I don't know what you were talking about. I was just trying to be funny. But what was it? What do you mean? As far back as you want to go?
Hey guys, hold on for a second. I don't mean to derail the conversation, but don't you find it strange that I have a cat here that doesn't want to eat tuna, but it'll eat dry food?
Well, it has particular likes and dislikes. Probably doesn't like tuna.
But cats love tuna. That's the fucking strangest thing about it. I've never had a cat that wouldn't eat tuna.
Well, I guess that is kind of peculiar, I suppose, yeah.
Don't mind me, I'm just fucking around.
To answer Grant, I think there is a difference between what is alive and what is a person. I would say a person would be an identity. Like me, John is not. I'm not talking about. I'm not referring to me as like skin and bones. I'm referring to my identity, my person. You know. And I would definitely say that a fetus has a personality, as a person, an
For your
identity.
brain development.
I'm sorry. Brain development. What?
Would you say a fetus has a personality before the brain stem's fully developed, or only after the brain's fully developed? Which occurs about what, weeks, roughly?
8 weeks. I don't. I would probably say. Yeah. I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe I would say a fully developed personality probably when the brain is fully developed, and then semi-person beforehand. If that makes sense. It's like a process. Well, I mean, which is what a pregnancy is, right? I mean,
Yeah, but even once the child is born, it's still. I mean, we are continually undergoing processes in
that's true.
in our brains and in our bodies, right up to the point we die. Um, the period before birth is just part of that process. So, and by that, I'm not saying that that I believe that life begins at conception, because there that is something that I can't get any religionist to show me anywhere in the Bible where that comes from, but that's where the argument usually comes from that camp, saying that life begins at conception.
Well, I mean, when I argue for the against abortion, I try not to use religion and God and the Bible. I mean, I could, but I choose not to I understand out of respect, because most atheists aren't gonna accept of course the Bible as a authority, right?
Well, the problem is the Bible's pretty vague on it to begin with, so it's hard to argue it even if you wanted to.
Well, I think the Bible's pretty clear that murder is wrong, and there's a
Right.
prohibition against murder.
But defining personhood at what age is not really clear.
I think it should be clear. I think there should be.
Should and is different things. That's the problem.
Hold on, but I would say that even if we could pinpoint a time when certain developments might take place, that's not necessarily to say that that's the time that that person is now subject to protection. That's really the problem with the conversation, is that even if you pinpointed a time when there were certain brain activity, does that mean that 5 minutes before it was any less a human?
No. That would, me personally, my personal convictions would say no to that, because we should protect a living being, even if it was mentally retarded or disabled, or any sort of mental faculty was under par or anything like that.
Now to throw a monkey wrench in this, which I sometimes will do, causes me those problems, is that we have no problem in other areas of making distinctions of age in terms of what we believe a person can or cannot do. Like, if somebody is, somebody has to be, in some places, somebody has to be 21 before they can drink. And if they drink the day before, they could be punished under the law. If they drive an automobile without a driver's license, or they aren't able to get their driver's license until they're a certain age and things like that. So we do make all kinds of distinctions about things that we allow or don't allow, and we just sort of arbitrarily choose those times. Like, it's not like there's anything magic about 16 that you should be allowed to drive, or anything magic about 21 that you should be allowed to drink. It's just It's just an age that is chosen. That's kind of what happens when we get into the discussion of abortion, is that often the discussion about first trimester, second trimester, or third trimester, these are just arbitrary time periods that people are choosing that really don't have anything to do with anything other than the fact of they're just trying to figure out, at what point in this process are we going to say, under law, that this unborn child is now protected, versus when the mother is able to choose to have an abortion if she wishes. So
a lot depends on fetal viability according to case law. The accepted age of when a fetus would be able to survive outside the mother's womb on its own. Granted, with medical technology, that is an ever-shifting variable.
Yeah, exactly.
But, that's kind of the crux of the issue there. At some point, technology will become sufficiently advanced where they'll be able to do from artificial insemination all the way in an artificial uterine environment to essentially what would have been the age of birth outside of the womb, which kind of eliminates the whole fetal viability arguments.
Yeah.
So if we were ever to get to that point in technology, would it be fair to, at that point, acknowledge that maybe abortion should be something that is viewed as archaic and maybe rethink our positions on it?
Absolutely, but if we get to that point, abortion becomes not even relevant because you could just simply have the baby taken out or a fetus taken out and put it into the artificial uterine environment.
I would love for that to be the case. I would love to. That's like my position. I mean, there's always got to be.
I just love to cuddle that test tube.
I mean, granted, the secondary argument people usually kick in at that point is overpopulation issues, but that's irrelevant to the crux of this particular core issue, though. But, obviously that has to be addressed down the road as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's so many alternatives to having an abortion. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, I guess. I guess most people would disagree. I don't know. I don't see why it's so wrong. I mean, for a woman to just hold out for 9 months. I mean, even if you don't want the kid or you don't think you can handle it, I don't know.
Well, I know that when you guys were in the middle of that conversation, so much of it kept going back to this, rape issue, which is such a red herring.
Yeah.
Because
well, I think it's a good discussion to talk about, though. I think that a lot of people are afraid to touch that topic because of the R word,
Sure. Because I think that one of the things that that often doesn't come into the conversation, like we sometimes want to talk about man's rights. I mean, the man's responsible for getting the girl pregnant, and does he have rights to see the child and stuff like that. But usually that's not really the problem when it comes to pregnancies where abortion is being considered as an option. A lot of it actually has to do with the fact that most guys, when they get girls pregnant, they would actually prefer the abortion option now. I think years ago that wasn't the case, but I think that's becoming more and more the case now. And that kind of throws it in, which is why it's odd to me now to hear men sounding like they're enlightened when they start arguing for abortion, when I think it's really more about avoiding the responsibility that really comes with getting a girl pregnant. That as far as I'm concerned, the law should and the girl should have every right to get financial help in raising that child from the father. And that doesn't happen in a lot of cases and that's what forces many girls to actually consider the abortion question because they know that they're going to be raising that child alone.
That's a valid point, but also consider the inverse. What if the father wants to keep the kid, but the mother doesn't? Whose rights come out on top in that scenario?
Yeah.
Well, I would say it's 2 for 1. I would say the baby and the dad. It's 2 versus.
It doesn't work that way.
I think it should work that way. I mean, I think in all cases the baby wants to live. I mean, if we had the technology to ask it, and you want to keep on going, I bet I say yes.
Well, the way to ask the question is you ask the question of the mother. Would you have wanted your mother to abort you? I don't like. It's just one of those weird things that. A lot of times, empathy is not something that is encouraged in these situations. That there's all this kind of weird family pressure or threat or coercion that gets involved, but there's no interest in actually helping the person understand, some of the more important, or some, at least from my perspective, some of the more important considerations, which is, down the line, are you, you have to realize that many women deal with a lot of guilt when they have abortions, and of course this is not really discussed a lot, and they really don't want to encourage this discussion because it's uncomfortable to talk about what feelings often come down the road that you can't even consider at the time.
Yeah, it goes back to like what I said before. It's very hard to make a logical, rational decision in that state of mind. You're not impartial. I think that's what the word I was looking for earlier. Impartial. You want someone to be impartial. Yeah.
It's
welcome to the room, James. I guess we're having a cordial conversation about abortion.
Yeah, unlike the conversation that took place the other day in Jacob's Hangout.
Yeah, I apologize again. I was off my medication. What can I do?
Well, it was entertaining for a while.
I don't know. I guess I get passionate because when I just hear people, the excuses people use for why abortion is okay, it just doesn't seem kosher to me. I don't know if that makes sense. It just doesn't. I mean, all the reasons that people give for abortion it could be applied to me. So I don't know. I guess that's why I take it personal.
Yeah.
It could be applied to any of us, I would venture, but.
Is there a supporter of abortion in the room?
Yeah, let's kill him.
I'm definitely not a supporter of abortion.
Is there one though in the room?
James,
you wanna rip him apart? Yeah. You wanna hunt him?
Where is he?
Get him spot.
I'm just asking.
I'm on the fence. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I could play devil's advocate both directions, I suppose.
Oh God, that gets me aggravated. No, please. I hate that. I hate when people argue for a position they don't actually believe in. What happened, James?
Joe showed up right when I said that. That was perfect timing.
The way I've always looked at it is that from the time of conception, a human is developing, and until your death, whatever age you die at, whether it's at 2 months, whether it's at 2 months of pregnancy, or whether it's 2 years old after being born, or whether it's 100 years old after being born, a human is continually developing. So I see any ending of the development of a human, whether it's after they're out of the womb, before they've left the womb, I see it as a killing or a murdering if it's unjustified. So I think from that perspective, it doesn't really matter when life begins, whatever somebody's saying. I think it's the development of a human, no matter.
I absolutely 100% agree with what you just said, James, but we have one problem. It sounds like you're chewing on the microphone. Is it possible you can back up a bit?
Oh, so sorry.
It's all right. It just sounds like wind turbines are going off.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But when you can, James, you should
Yep.
get your, a better mic. You got a lot of good stuff to say. Just sometimes gets muffled.
Yeah. Yeah. You have a great voice. It's just hard to hear sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was holding the mic awkwardly, but thank you for letting me know.
Nope, no problem.
Yeah, much better. You sound much better now. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
The actual Turtle Beach for like Xbox or PlayStation USB-based systems are pretty good wireless mics for under $100.
Hold on.
Oof, that's expensive. Oof.
Say that again.
Turtle Beach.
Yeah.
The ones that are typically like for sale with Xbox or PlayStations.
And will they? So they'll. Oh, they're USB based, so they would work on a PC or Mac.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about Mac. That might be up to the brand. You have to check the packaging for that.
I assume on Mac. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, Prescott, are you a Mac guy?
Yes.
I would probably. I think you get a Snowball microphone for $40.
No,
but that's big and clunky.
No, I've got other I've got plenty of mics kicking around here.
Oh, okay. Then you don't need it then.
No, what I'm looking for is I'm looking to be able to stick that thing on my head and actually do stuff instead of staring at my computer.
Oh yeah, I remember I had a Logitech wireless mic and I loved that. It had the mute button on the side of the ear cup, and I can like walk around my house and talk to people and mute just whenever I muted. Love that. Now I have to sit with this stupid Logitech webcam thing now.
Shout at your computer.
Yeah, screaming like a wild animal at a zoo, yeah. Foaming at a mouth like a wild boar, rubbing my tusks against the tree. That's basically the way I am now. Oh, well.
Now James, you said something that caught my ear. You said that...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just fascinating. Who's Benny drawing? Okay, continue, Prescott. Sorry. I apologize.
Liam Neeson.
Oh, I like Liam Neeson. Awesome. Oh, you're drawing me. Okay.
He's drawing a drawing of the drawing of you.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to remember the phrase. I probably can't pull it up, but it was something about justified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's the crux of it. What justifies killing?
Yeah.
Right.
At what point would the termination of the pregnancy be considered justified or murder? Like, where's the line?
So it doesn't have anything to do with pregnancy. It's the same case after after a person's born. So if you're presenting a threat to someone, let's say you break into somebody's house and you have a knife in your hand, if that person kills you, it's justified. Or other situations where the state chooses to kill a criminal that has committed a lot of crimes, it's a justified killing. So in the same way, if a baby inside of a mother is maybe going to cause that woman to die because of the pregnancy, ending that baby's life is justified to save that woman's life. But if that woman decides to let her life go to let the baby live, then that's her decision.
That's her decision. Would you say then that the mother's life is more important than the baby's?
No, what I'm saying is, if the mother decides to end that life to save her own, then she can do that.
So
It's
the
justified.
more babies.
It's not about being more important. It's that she has the ability to do that.
She has the right to do that.
Or the right to do that.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. And when I say ability, I mean the baby can't do anything. so the mother can do something.
Right.
But also the right, correct.
Now, in cases like, because what had come up in the Hangouts was unusual circumstances like rape or maybe incest.
Hmm.
Would that be a justifiable reason?
I wouldn't find that to be alone to be justified. No, I would see something as a threat of life. I would say that at that point it's justified. It's like self-defense. But if it's
Okay.
not, then
So a 13-year-old girl is raped by her stepdad,
hmm
and she gets pregnant,
hmm
and so you would see that as something that she should have to go through, despite how problematic it might be, because it's not doesn't fall under your exemption, or it does.
At 13-year-old, the size of the child, that 13-year-old might not be able to carry a baby safely. But if she is able to carry it, for me, it doesn't fall. Yeah, you're right. I don't find it to be just because it's her father's baby. So if that girl got pregnant because her 15-year-old boyfriend had sex with her when she was 13, are you saying that she should then carry it out at 13 years old?
No, what I'm trying. I guess I'm just asking to know to distinguish what is justifiable and what isn't, and if something like rape or incest would be included in that, and if it mattered about the age of the child. So what you're saying is that at the age of 13, it's possible that she physically could not carry the child to term, although I think a lot of 13-year-olds probably could.
Right.
Would you consider emotional duress a justifiable reason?
No. So if it's for 9 months and she never wants to see this baby again after she has it, then okay, carry it for 9 months and then give it up for adoption or whatever. But I think I don't know. I think the trauma's already happened.
Uh, have you ever been pregnant?
I've never been pregnant.
It's quite possible that the trauma might not be over yet. I haven't been pregnant either. Just, I better qualify that. Just.
Well, no, it's So you're saying that psychologically, her knowing that the child inside of her is her father's, carrying it for any period of time could be problematic for her.
Well, I think that medical professionals do consider emotional duress in considering whether or not they would encourage abortion.
Wouldn't you say though, Prescott, that mental faculties, you can be fixed, but terminating someone's life is a permanent fix. You can never fix that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. I know. And I certainly don't say this easily, because I know a few friends of mine. One who recently got pregnant, and the dad took off, and now is kind of left her in the situation of, what is she going to do, because he hung around for a while, and now she's kind of advanced in her pregnancy, and so it's not like even choices that she might have had early on, she no longer had. Now she made no problem, or like she would never have aborted the child, but if situations can get every situation or every circumstance is unique, and it's not a simple. I just have a problem with oversimplifying the solution to a simple matter of no matter what, they have to go through this very difficult situation with or without the help of other people. Wouldn't it be nice if there was help there? But if not, it doesn't matter if she has to have the child because I, it's just too.
So do you have limits on how late in the pregnancy, in your mind, that abortion should be allowed?
I as Reuven stated, and I would be, and I think that I'm kind of in line with his thinking that it's really something that the girl and her family and her doctor has to decide if she's a minor. If she's not a minor, then it's between her and her doctor.
But I'm saying for you, would you have any problem with late term abortion, like 8.5 months pregnant? Would you be opposed to ending a pregnancy at that point?
Well, no more or less than I would at 2 months.
Okay.
I think that if
Reska, that's I mean that's pretty extreme. 8 months, you have no problem with that. I mean that's practically fully.
I didn't have a problem with it. I said I didn't have any more or less of a problem than I would at 2 months.
And you don't have a problem with it at 2 months?
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, we're trying to understand if you have a.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, I'm not trying to be intentionally vague. If one of my nieces came to me and told me that she was pregnant by rape and that she was considering having an abortion for that reason, I would not try to impress on her to not do that if she thought that that was what she had to do because of what she was dealing with in terms of the rape and the event and the baby. But I realize that there are some women for whom that would not be the case. And if one of those women came to me, or if my niece came to me and she was of the mind that she's going to look after this kid or at least take it to term and give it up for adoption, I would support her choice to do that as well. But that's not for me to impose on her. Like if she asked me what my opinion was, I would tell her that I didn't have an opinion. At least because nobody can tell me when life begins, because if we start down the course of having a conversation around religion and the Bible makes very clear, at least in the Christian New Testament, Paul says that the life is in the seed, that Abraham, when he offered the tithe to Melchizedek, had Levi inside of him at that time. That seems to invoke a special protection on the seed of the man, and we also see that story with Judah in Genesis. Judah's son, his second son Onan, would not get Tamar pregnant and would withdraw and spill his seed on the ground.
That was more prohibition on not continuing the pregnancy of his brother's wife after his brother passed away, more so than a spilling of the seed for the sake of, masturbation or a wasted potentiality, though. I mean, that's more of a condemnation of not following the tradition of marrying your brother's widow.
Levirate marriage. But I think that the tradition in both the Jewish tradition and in the Catholic tradition that well, certainly in the Jewish tradition, the concern often is with action, and the fact that that particular action is mentioned just prior to God killing him because of what he did. They take that to mean that the act of spilling his seed was what displeased God, because that was the act that kept her from becoming pregnant.
But that's not murder. They're not. But that wouldn't be murder, right? You're not saying that. Spilling your seed on the floor wouldn't be murder of a million sperm or something, or a million children or something.
Every sperm is sacred, don't you know?
Well, yeah.
So you don't believe the text?
Monty Python meaning of life.
But the text wasn't viewing that as murder. It was disobedience or something, or preventing God's will somehow, but it wasn't murder.
Well, to use the words that I've heard others use, it eliminates the potential for life.
Right, but that's not murder, because you need life.
Abstinence by that standard.
You need life to have murder.
What was that, Steve?
I said so does abstinence by that standard.
Well,
you know?
well,
so
well,
God hates abstinence.
No, but
Win.
that is well that well that but I guess that's really that is the at least the theological reason behind it, behind its teaching, is because masturbation is considered a sin for that reason.
That would be prevention as opposed to ending of a life. But if I were to ask you this, Prescott,
yeah,
if one of your nieces, she's pregnant, she's the day away from giving birth, and she says, "I want to end this pregnancy," you say, "I have no opinion on the matter." You don't tell her yes or no either way. She decides to have the abortion a day before the baby's born. Okay, cool. But now let's say same situation, and she has the baby, and the day after she has the baby, she says, I was a victim of rape for this, of this baby. I've been flipping and flopping in my mind of whether I should have had the abortion, and now I've just had this baby, and I want to end its life. How I want to abort after having the baby. How would you feel about that?
Well, after she has the baby, she can't. Now she could if she chose to murder. No, she can't have an abortion after she's had the baby.
Now she can end that baby's life, right? So what's the difference between that baby from the day before when it was inside of her and now that it's outside of her? For you.
Well, in one case it's feeding off her blood supply, in the other case it's not.
Right. And would that be the determination for you, Prescott, as to whether it's okay to end that life of that unborn or born baby?
After the baby is born, there are legal implications to that. I mean, and if there were legal implications to doing it a day before, that would come into play as well.
So forgetting I didn't know if that's what your concern was the entire time, was the legal concerns, or if it was just simply moral, ethical concerns. Forgetting legal, like if people weren't around, if it was just her and maybe one doctor, and there's no laws, are you okay with her killing the baby a day after it's born, or killing the baby the day before it's born?
No, I would see it as different.
And why?
Because when the baby begins breathing on its own and is no longer dependent on its mother, in the same way that if it was a preemie, it'd be the same thing. Once that baby is functioning is able to live outside of the womb, then it is, as far as I'm concerned, it deserves the same protection as anybody else who is living and breathing.
So this baby could have done that 2 months before being born, right? Like you said, a preemie.
Yep.
So this baby could have been 7 months, and then had been born early, 2 months early, and you would have said you can't kill this baby. But I feel like within the next 2 months, if she decides, even though that baby's outside of her, that she wants to kill it, you should be okay with that, because you would be okay with it at 9 months, like, the day before it's due. So I think that's kind of interesting that it's just simply that it's outside the mother that it's now different.
Well, okay. Let me. In case I wasn't clear, I'm not for abortion. Okay, so I'm not arguing for abortion. I'm saying that it largely falls on. It's the responsibility of the mother of the child, and in the case of a minor child, the family. In the case of a child of majority age, or a person of majority age, it's between her and her doctor, and at the end of the day, that's where the decision lies. Now, whatever personal feelings I may have about it really only come to play if I'm involved in the scenario. Like if I got a girl pregnant, then I would probably have a whole different approach to it, because we're now talking about my child. But if we're not talking about my child, then it's a decision that someone else makes, in the same way that I wouldn't want somebody else coming in and telling me, or the person that I got married, what it is that we must do because of what they say.
Okay. Well, here's my last question for you then. If it is your child, your unborn baby, is there any reason that you would be would you be opposed to abortion for any reason if it was your child? Is there any reason that could come up that you would be opposed to abortion, or for abortion, or let's just say opposed to abortion?
Okay, I just trying to work through the. Maybe. Are there any reasons that I could think of that I would be willing to have an abortion?
Right.
Would probably be a better question, I think.
Or no, that you would not allow the abortion to take place. Is there any reason that you would not allow the abortion to take place in the case of your own child?
Yes, there are reasons that I would allow. Oh, jeez.
No, would not allow. So, for example, you brought up rape, and you said that, how do I feel about that? Is that a case where I would allow for abortion? So I'm asking, is there a case for you where the reason is so asinine, the reason is so arbitrary, that you would not allow your wife to end the pregnancy? Like if your wife said, the baby's going to have blue eyes, I want to terminate it because I want a baby with brown eyes, would you be okay with, or would you be opposed to abortion at that point?
I would have her committed if she was that crazy.
But I'm saying, right. So I'm saying, would you be opposed?
Labor may be too painful. I don't feel like doing it.
Are there any reasons that are silly to you for a person to get an abortion?
That are silly?
Or is the decision is solely that of the mother's, and whatever reason she comes up with in her mind that she wants to end that life is justified?
At the end of the day, by law, the decision is hers.
But if it's your kid, okay, I understand the laws. But if it's going to be your kid,
if it's my kid, I would want the kid to live. But the situation as I understand it from in terms of how can I say this? In terms of how I understand the Torah, is that if there is emotional or physical duress to the mother, that my understanding is that in most cases, that an abortion would be considered permissible. And that is where I think I would stand on the issue.
Okay.
Is that if she felt that it was anything apart from her feeling that the pregnancy endangered her physically or emotionally, anything beyond that, I would hope that she wouldn't do it. I mean, I certainly would express my opinion, but that's does that answer the question?
It does. It does. I didn't know. No, it does. I didn't think you would go there and do that, but that's good. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. But I feel like some people say no matter what, it's the woman's decision. I know what you're. Okay, I understand the law, but I think that there should be some reasons where it's like, if you consented to sex and you knew what was happening and you're now pregnant and it's just because I don't know, whatever the reason is, you're like, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't think that that's a good enough reason to kill that person inside you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's again when you get involved with the situation that some people find themselves in, oftentimes the black and white that you start out with becomes gray very quickly.
Maybe.
No, it does.
I don't know. I don't look at it that way. I don't look at it that way. If you go into it knowing that you're making a baby, I don't know, man. Like you said, it has to be like your life has to be in danger or something else. Like you can't just be like, well, I don't feel like it anymore. That's just me. It's not justified.
I think that it's good to think through a lot of these issues to know where you kind of stand on these things. The problem is that when you actually get involved with people who are going through this, that once you begin to understand what they are actually dealing with, when women get pregnant, especially when you get abandoned by the father of the baby, and oftentimes families are not that happy about the whole situation either. There's a lot of isolation and a lot of fear, and somebody having a black and white approach to that in terms of either counseling them or even trying to show support, it ends up looking not real. It doesn't come off as being sincere because they know that you have a black and white position, and that often causes more alienation for them than what they're already dealing with. We just often really suck at empathy for people going through difficult positions or situations.
Maybe, I suppose. I don't know. I hear what you're saying.
I'm 50 years old, trust me.
I'm half your age. But no, I had an example I was going to bring up. But yeah, I think either way, it's, you start drawing lines at 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. I think the day after it's born, man, I feel like that person who was willing to end that child's life the day before should be okay with ending the life the day after. And it's like, what are you really concerned about? Yeah.
But to me that's actually the point of the conversation is it's kind of like when should somebody get their driver's license? Why at 16 and not 15? Or why in some states you can drive your tractor on the farm for when you're 12 or something like that. These are very arbitrary designations quite often and don't really have anything to do with any kind of stage of development or anything like that of the individual, although they must have some kind of consideration. You don't want a 10-year-old driving a vehicle. But it also seems reasonable to not expect somebody to wait until they're 25 to drive. So you pick an arbitrary number in between. With a baby that is unborn, there are clear dependencies that exist between the child and the mother at that time. That's just a reality. When those dependencies disappear, there is a pretty significant change at that time, at least for the unborn child. And under law, that child is protected in the same way that you would be protected from somebody trying to murder you. That child would now be protected from someone trying to murder it.
Well, for you as a human outside of your mother's womb, you depend on the oxygen that's provided to you by the air, by the earth. Nobody is no longer dependent once they're born. You still need to get that oxygen into you, and your blood has to circulate through you, whether it's you or a machine that's attached to you. It has to circulate for you to survive. And so for that baby, you're absolutely right. At that stage of development, it's getting its oxygen through its mother, and a lot of its bodily functions require its mother to be there for it to survive. And that's why when you have a premature baby, it has to be hooked up to all type of stuff. But I don't think that you would say that premature baby who's been born, even though it's hooked up to all this stuff to keep it alive, that you would still be okay with abortion for that preemie who's was born at 6 months or 7 months or something. Like, would you be okay with aborting that born preemie at that point?
No, because as I said, once the child has come off the dependency of the mother in that sense, there's a significant change.
But there's not really, because it's now it's hooked up to all these machines now. So the mother, it was inside the mother, but now it's hooked up to all these machines. So it's still not sustaining.
But while the child is still in the mother, it is a threat to the mother's health. And once the child leaves, that mother is no longer in the position of being threatened by carrying the child.
But sometimes preemies are taken out by cesarean because they are not. It's not that they're a threat to the mother, but there's sometimes the mother is a threat to the baby, or the way the baby is inside the womb, it's a threat to itself, so it has to be taken out. And so at that point, when it's on life support and hooked up to all this stuff, at being born at 6 or 7 months or something, would you be okay with terminating that baby's life, ending that baby's life?
Well, no. Once the baby leaves the mother's womb, whether the baby's going to be hooked up to machines or the baby is going to be given to other parents, adopted out, or whether the baby is just going to be raised by the mother herself, once the baby leaves the mother's body, the child is protected by the law.
But no, forgetting the law. You're okay. You're not talking about law. Is that the reason you're okay with abortion? Is because the law allows it? If the law didn't allow abortion, would you be against abortion? No, right? You'd still be like, if there was a way to terminate that pregnancy, a person should have the right to do it, even though the law says not to. And so, okay, we get the law. We know it's in place. But I'm saying it seems strange that if the baby's fully dependent on the mother when it's inside the womb, and then it's now fully dependent on machines and stuff when it's outside the womb as a preemie, that you should still be okay with terminating the pregnancy if it's all about dependency.
Why?
You know what I mean? Well, because it seems like you're saying once it's born, and now it's taking its first breath, and it's living on its own. The umbilical cord is no longer needed. That it's now started something on its own. It started its life by
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's no longer a threat to the mother.
Right, but I'm not even saying threat to the mother. Preemies are not necessarily threats to their mothers. That's not always the reason that they have to be born premature.
No. But as long as she's pregnant, as long as she's carrying the child, it increases the possibility of problems arising from her carrying the child are greater, and that is recognized even by religious authorities as a lot of the religious authorities as a justified reason for abortion. And so, if there's somebody who's got their speakers turned up.
Right, but you brought up rape, so forget a threat to the mother's life. So we're talking about a preemie who was a child of rape. Okay, so this preemie is no longer being sustained by its mother. This preemie is now hooked up to machinery, and the mother decides, okay, this thing was born at 6 or 7 months, and it's now hooked up to all this machinery. I don't want this baby to live. The same way that she didn't want it to live when it was hooked up to her machinery inside of herself. Are you okay with her ending that baby's life, that child of rape? Are you okay with her ending that child's life by unhooking all the cords?
You'll be all right with it once it's out of the mother's womb. That's an odd question, I think.
I didn't hear what you said, but Prescott, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, thank you for muting Devin there.
I think that's a great point. I mean, it is just the same. I mean, it's literally the same thing, right? One machine keeping the person going.
Right.
I'm going to ask you to restate it because I don't know if you heard it on your end, but on my end,
I think what he was asking, James, is what's the difference between terminating the pregnancy of terminating the fetus when it's inside of a mother, because basically a mother is like a machine keeping it going, and terminating a fetus if it was hooked up to machines outside the woman.
As a child of rape. So,
as a child of rape.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if someone would support it inside the mother, and say, well, I would suspect there would be no difference, right? Outside.
Once the child is outside of the mother's womb, mm-hmm. the child is no longer a threat to her health.
But wait, we weren't talking about threat to health. That's not the reason the mother wanted to have the abortion in the first place. She was considering abortion because it was a child of rape, right? You brought this up to me. You said, what if these situations where a woman is either having her life threatened by this pregnancy, or let's say rape, a victim of rape. So we're talking about this rape situation. This mother is considering abortion because this baby is will be the child of a rape if it's born. And so the baby's born a preemie, 6 months, 7 months, and she's still considering ending the life of the baby because it's still a child of a rape. Since you would allow for terminating the pregnancy while the baby was inside of her, because it's a child of a rape, and the emotional, mental problems that would cause the mother, why wouldn't you be okay with it if the preemie still hooked up to all these machines and all this stuff that's sustaining its life outside the womb, still being that it's still going to be a child of rape? So if the mother wants to end that baby's life, why would you be opposed to that?
It could be because I'm really tired. I can't give you a different answer than I've already given you, because whether the child was a product of rape or not, when the child is inside the womb, this then if the mother decides with her doctor that that she is going to go through with an abortion, and then somehow the child gets miraculously delivered before she can abort the child,
Mm-hmm.
and is now a preemie in natal care in the hospital, hooked up to a machine, can she then go in and kill the baby? Of course not. It's not in her womb anymore.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. That's so strange that it's okay to kill it when it's in her womb, but it's not okay to kill it when it's not in her womb. That's strange too.
No, it's not strange because when when a child is in the womb,
Mm-hmm.
it's not a case of where it's not a human. I'm not saying that it's not a human.
Right.
I'm saying that the that it is different than when the child is no longer dependent on the mother. No, and like the Bible never equates abortion with murder, ever. And abortion
Never
applies.
talks about abortion. The Bible never talks about abortion. Period.
It talks about it as a event that happened in a couple of the stories, but it doesn't make any commentary or condemnation of it either way.
You would think a baby inside of a mother's womb would be more important to protect than if it was hooked up to the machine. Wouldn't you say, Prescott?
Why? Where the Torah does talk about it is in the case of where a woman is accidentally injured while pregnant and the child dies. And about the only thing that happens afterwards is there is to be monetary compensation to the father for the death of the child.
That's not abortion in the way we're talking about voluntarily.
But it speaks to the value that the Torah views the life while the mother is carrying the child.
But I'm trying to understand how the Torah wouldn't value the life while it's outside the mother. So I don't know if you're using that to say that abortion is wrong or that it's not wrong. Is what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that abortion is different than murder. And if we're going to bring religion into this, then we need to use terms that religion itself uses. Does the Bible say anywhere that any type of abortion of an unborn child is in any way equated to murder? Or is that something that we've just created around all the political wrangling of the abortion issue?
I'm trying to think. I could take that as a point. What was it? Striking the pregnant woman and paying. You said paying her father.
Paying the father of the baby. I don't even think the mother gets the money.
Okay. Interesting.
So if the child died, if the Torah considered that child a like any other Israelite, then the man would be up on manslaughter charges. He wouldn't be under murder charges because the story is that it was by accident that it happened, but the child died. All that takes place is monetary compensation.
All right, so let me read the verse because I don't want to have us take these things out of context. All right, So this is Exodus 21. Is that's what you're referring to?
It could be.
And I want us to see what this says, because this might help this. Okay, so verse 21 through 23, it says, if a man strikes his male or female slave with a rod and he dies at his hand, he shall be punished. If he survives, they shall be taken as property. But then in verse 22 it says, if men struggle with each other and strike a woman with child so that she gives birth prematurely, yet there is no injury, he shall surely be fined as the woman's husband may demand of him, and he shall pay as the judges decide. But if there is any further injury, then you shall appoint as a penalty life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. So it says if she gives birth prematurely, then you shall fine them. But if there is any further injury, that's verse 23, it'll be you shall appoint as a penalty life for life.
So if she miscarries and then the child dies after leaving her body.
Right. It says if she gives birth prematurely, yet there is no injury, he shall surely be fined as the woman's husband may demand of him.
So once the child leaves the body, it is essentially treated like a human being.
Yeah, and if there is no injury.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if in the premature delivery the child ends up dying,
it would be pointed life for life. But this verse could be referring to the woman herself. So it could be saying, if you strike a woman with child and there's no injury to her, you shall fine that person who hit her. But if there was any further injury to her, like if she dies from being hit, then you shall appoint life for life. So, but I don't know why it's choosing to talk about a woman with child. So I would assume that it could be talking about the death of the baby.
Look up Leviticus 27:6. I don't have a computer to do it while I'm on my phone, but if you could read that out, that provides some interesting variation on this.
Okay, 27:6. Give me 2 seconds. All right, we got it pulled up. But if
wait for your song, Rojo.
Okay, so I'm just going to read the verse itself, and then if we have to go into other context, I'll go to that. Verse 6 says, but if they are from a month even up to 5 years old, then your valuation shall be 5 shekels of silver for the male, and for the female your valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. So for context, verse 2 says, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when a man makes a difficult vow, he shall be valued according to your valuation of persons belonging to the Lord.
So the implication that some people like to make from that is that there is a $0 value on anything below 1 month, even after birth. I mean, obviously that could be argued, but that's one I hear cited quite a bit.
Yeah, the verse doesn't say that. It simply says three shekels of silver for a female, 5 shekels of silver for a male.
Of 1 month old up to 5 years old. So it doesn't place any value on anything under 1 month, is what the implication is implied.
That argument would be stronger if the valuation was 1 shekel of silver for the female at 3 months up to 5, a month up to 5 years old, but it says 3 shekels. So maybe an unborn child is worth 1 shekel. Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't say any value. Doesn't say not a value, to your point.
Right.
So that's where you got to kind of do some inference. There is, if there is a value, why would they not explicitly state it?
Well, they don't. Yeah, they don't mention unborn babies. I don't think it's.
They're not born babies up to 1 month old. That's the other crux of the issue.
So what you're suggesting is that the value placed on a child less than a month is 0, so that it.
That's how some people interpret that verse. Yes, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it. I'm just saying I hear it quite frequently.
Yeah, it's conjecture. It's like you don't know what God would have said. It doesn't say anything.
Well, yeah, but are suggesting that there is a value when the text is clearly avoiding saying there's a value would be imposing something on the text more than suggesting that there is no value.
Right.
Okay, so what is that verse talking about for you, Prescott? What is the context of that verse?
Well, I have no idea. I don't have it in front of me.
Right. So to even know that there's a reason or not to leave unborn babies out, you have to go look at the context and say, would it make sense to even bring that up?
Well, I'll look at it another time. I've been going since about like 4 o'clock this morning. And it's like 20 to 2. So.
20 to 2? Where are you in America?
Yeah, I'm in East Coast Canada, so I'm 1 hour earlier or later, depending how you think of it, than New York.
Now, Numbers 3, verse 15 also talks about the males of the household that are over 1 month are considered to be counted as part of the household. If you want to read that one out, that may kind of give some light into the context of the last verse.
And is that for the census? Is that the census that they're taking?
Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, I don't have a computer in front of me, so I can't look it up real quick. But Numbers 3:15 through 16 or 17, I think. I don't remember offhand.
Yep. But yeah, I don't know. I think God values life. And the Bible says, I knew you before you were born, and blah 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 blah, things like that. God talks about those things. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily discount the verse that says, I knew you before you were born, but people use that as an excuse to justify from conception forward, even though it doesn't explicitly say, I knew you from conception forward. It says, I knew you before you were born. That could be 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 month, 6 weeks, it could be 6 months. Could be the moment of conception, but since it doesn't specifically say, I think a lot of Christians make it stretch when they cite that verse as justification from conception forward abortion arguments.
Do you believe you, as a full-grown male right now, that you are done developing?
Oh, of course not.
Do you believe you've been developing since the time you were conceived?
Absolutely.
So, even though you were born at one point, that doesn't. You've been developing either way. So to end the development of a human, I think is murder, if it's unjustified. That's me.
Neuroscience would say the male brain isn't fully developed with the frontal lobe and decision-making processes until about 25, which is roughly when the insurance rates drop anyway, independently of that research. But
do you believe 80-year-olds are done? Do you believe 80-year-olds are done developing?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you count neurogenesis, neuroplasticity, if you count just changes in brain wirings from increasing synaptic connections, an 80-year-old can learn how to knit or whatever else. They could take up a sport or, as long as you're doing something or learning something, you're never done developing.
Right. So I don't think that it's about life beginning at some point. Either way, whenever you end that pregnancy or kill that baby, you're ending human development. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, and I think that's why some of the argument now that I'm starting to hear is slanted more towards we don't care when, they'll take the stance that you can argue life begins at doesn't care because it's more of a body autonomy issue. And they'll say, almost like they'll describe it as a parasitic issue, that we have the right to terminate anything that depends on our body for survival, whether it be a full-grown adult, make up hypothetical scenario X. If somebody's using your kidney for dialysis, can you disconnect them at any point? And the argument would be, yes, it's my body. If I want to disconnect them, I can. Even if that results in their death, it's irrelevant. It's a bodily autonomy issue. And that's kind of the next generation pro-abortion argument that I hear.
Well, the reason I say that the way I say it is to avoid the word life in any way. Like, I'm not, I'm trying to remove the idea of when does life start. All I'm saying is at conception, human development begins. And I don't think that can be denied. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, they would argue it's a potentiality that early on, but yeah, I don't think anybody would argue that it's beginning.
Yeah, human development has begun.
Right.
Welcome to the room, Frank. How are you tonight, man?
Good. Good. How's everything with you, man?
Not bad. Hanging in there.
All right.
Seems like we're talking about the favorite subject on the internet, abortion. Yet again.
Yeah, I'm against it. That's it.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
That's it. Yeah, I'm against it. That's all I really have to say about it.
Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty much there too, there, Frank.
Yeah, especially late-term abortion should just be illegal. That's ending a human life. To say that a human life begins when you're out of the uterus is ridiculous, I think.
I think that's what most of case law defines it as, when the embryo or fetus can survive on its own outside the mother's womb. I mean, I think late-term abortion is pretty much a red herring for the average person that supports abortion rights.
Like, I think, if you want to, like, for instance, a woman gets raped, or she had sex, and the day after or that day she takes a pill and it just flushes it out. That's just, eggs. That's just a fertilized egg at that point. But once you get beyond the zygote, that's it. That's it for me. That's a person.
My understanding was after 4 months, because the brain starts developing around that time. I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I've been kind of conflicted with it.
Well, someone I think early in the chat, didn't someone already put in the description when the brain develops? I thought someone said 18 weeks. Wasn't that Reuven? Or was that Steve?
It's obviously a sliding scale as well. I mean, from fully developed to partially developed with emotion capabilities to pain sensors to, I mean, it's a range. I mean, I would say 16 to 28 weeks, depending on what you consider a fully developed brain. Usually, first trimesters, pretty much nobody really argues that. It's the second trimester that may be a little contentious.
Yeah, I've been struggling with the issue after 4 months, but even before, it has to have some type of circumstances where, if the mom's life is in danger, then, we could definitely explore that, but
no,
it's just...
must go to term.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just...
Here's what the mother has to go through. It's a baby, damn it. Save the children.
No, you're right, Prescott. I've been trying to find some type of middle ground, but it's very hard for me to find it.
I think that's what often gets missing from the conversation, is that most people, it's not difficult at all. It's just black and white. And I just don't see it as a black and white issue the way like when I was a Christian, I probably had an opinion similar to James, but when I started studying the Torah, and I read an article written by a rabbi, an Orthodox rabbi, about abortion, and that because I think it's up to 40 days. At 40 days is when they believe ensoulment takes place, when that fetus acquires its soul. That from that point on, you would need special circumstance for an abortion to take place, but up to that point in time, no consideration was required. If the woman wanted to have an abortion, she could.
Where do they get the 40-day value from?
I actually think it has to do with Noah's Ark or something. But it's I could be wrong about that. I shouldn't have said that. I try to avoid anything that could lead people to believe things that are not true. So I shouldn't do. I apologize. But before we go on with this, John, Brother John, it's his birthday. I just catch glimpses of it in the chat.
Get the hell out of here. Happy birthday, John.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yep, 5th of July.
and he wants who do you want to sing happy birthday?
Well, first I want you and J Dubs, but now Frank's here, so I want all three of you to sing me happy birthday.
Guys, we gotta be crisp, no joking around. Let's do this seriously, all right?
That's right.
All right, who's gonna start? Reuven, you start.
I'm afraid that I'll start too high or too low. You guys start. I got a pretty good range, so I can probably find it.
No, I suck. I'm gonna go towards the end.
J Dubs.
Oh boy, putting me on the spot, huh?
Come on, man, do it for your brother. Come on, show me the love. Come on,
do
guys.
it for your brother from another mother.
Show me the love.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Brother John.
Oh my
Norris, you're the freaking man, bro. That took a lot of balls.
Happy birthday before?
Yeah, J Dubs, when was the last time you were at a birthday party?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Oh dear.
Why did they change it?
Yeah. No, they didn't. We just it's Alzheimer's, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Mine.
That song is actually copyrighted.
Up on you, brother. Up on you, Scott.
I want a do-over, man. I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on, John. I'm gonna see if I can find a female to sing it for you because
I sent Brother John the video of Marilyn Manson. Not Marilyn Manson, Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, big difference.
You know, hey, fuck you, John. Go ahead, watch the video.
I'm a New Yorker, man. I don't sing, man.
Come on.
I understand.
Maybe if I was over your house and I had a couple of beers.
I'm myself. Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday, Brother John. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Hey, you sound pretty good, Prescott.
It was a little low. It was a little low. I'm lying down. I couldn't do it from my chest. It just was awful.
Thanks for the love, guys.
Well, happy birthday.
Oh, Reuven says the song is copyrighted. I want to know the fucking schmuck that has that copyrighted.
Send money.
You know, he's making tons of money.
Yeah.
That's why restaurants can't sing it anymore.
Is that true, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
That's why they write their own songs.
We had a group come through and sue us when I worked at a restaurant back in the 90s.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, that shouldn't be right. That's not right. That shouldn't be copyrighted.
There's a local coffee shop here that's got a piano, and if somebody sings a copyrighted song on the piano, they'll come through and they'll serve them.
Yeah.
It's really fucked up.
Oh, it looks like everything's gonna be copyrighted soon. Even when you sneeze.
Yeah, that's like someone copyrighting like the Holy Bible or something, you know? I mean, that's just weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I never knew Happy Birthday was copyrighted. Wow.
Yep.
This is news to me.
That's why the restaurants all have these like happy birthday variations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Avoid that copy.
Yeah. I just thought they were just making their own little spin. You know. I didn't know because of copyright issue.
Well, if they want to fucking sue me, they can sue me. I don't have fucking anything for them.
Yeah, I feel no sympathy for them.
But doesn't copyright end after a certain amount of years? I mean, I'm looking through the article.
The problem is they keep extending it and stuff like that, you know? In fact, there's some effort to pull things out of the public domain and recopyright it, which is bullshit. But you can blame Disney for a lot of it.
I definitely think there should be a lot more. I mean, I had this discussion a while back with Adam Moore, but I definitely think there should be a lot more things that go into the public domain. I think, like, after a certain amount of years, like, for instance, movies should be going into the public domain. Like let's take, for example, the movie Pinocchio's. Like, there should be, like, I mean, that's been out since, what, the 30s. I mean, there should be a time where that movie is no longer owned by Disney, but for the public. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
It is. Yeah. It's called torrent.
Well, I'm saying that you should. I mean, even though Walt Disney created it, I mean, obviously he's dead. I mean, that should go up for everyone now. It shouldn't be copyrighted anymore.
Yeah, but they pushed to extend it because they want to keep making money off it.
Well, yeah. I mean, how much money are we supposed to pay in the show business? I mean, people. I mean, oh, you go buy this DVD, you go buy this on VA session, then you're an asshole, and you have to buy the fucking Blu-ray and the HD DVD and the fucking this version and that version, the extended version. I mean, how much money do they fucking want?
You don't have
and
to
stuff
buy.
Like that. They charge the TV shows or networks to be able to air the show. So
yeah, there definitely should be a limit. Like, okay, you make money off of it. You produce a good movie. I think everyone's okay with that. But there should just be. I mean, how many billions of dollars do you have to fucking make off of something? You know.
It's never enough, man. It just keeps going. Yeah. I don't have my kids watching Disney shit.
Why? Is there something you find wrong with it?
There's a whole bunch of stuff wrong with it. You know, the freaking Little Mermaid. She's freaking practically half naked. This woman.
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah.
So I didn't mute you there. It was a touch screen button on this Google Talk client. It's a piece of shit. Sorry about that.
That's all right. And Goofy's like he's on drugs or something.
Not only that, they feminize men. You know, they make
that's like everything
men
though nowadays. I mean, that's like everywhere now. Green Soul. I mean, every TV show I watch these days, either the son's a homosexual or the daughter's a hua. You know, it's like every show I watch, or every show I watch, the husband gets beat up by the wife. You know, it's the wife who's the man of the house. You get what I'm saying, Soul?
Yeah, I see that all the time, and it's sickening, bro. It's like I gotta watch stuff from the '50s just to be normal, you know.
Can I ask you guys something though?
Please act away.
All right, when it comes to things like this and certain things, watching things on TV.
I could just turn off the channel and not watch it.
No, I understand, but even if you read in your own holy text, there's some gruesome stories in there. There's some crazy stuff going on.
But they're not showing that on television.
No, I understand that. Wait a minute, but they didn't have TV then. They didn't have a media. The media was books. It was story writing. You know what I'm saying? And these are telling gruesome stories.
Telling
So
stories around the fire.
I'm
Well,
sorry?
that's why. As far as I know, though, Brother John, that's the reason why a lot of Jews teach their kids midrash, right? Is that they don't hear the nasty stuff until they become of age.
But
Or
okay,
am I mistaken? Reuven can correct me if I'm wrong.
Is it okay then? Like, say, if I go see the movie Noah, is a flood wiping out the entire earth?
I don't think
mean,
that's appropriate for children. No.
no, but I mean to watch in general. Like you said, you wouldn't even watch. And I mean, for an adult, as an adult, you know, comparing to the other things that you detest, the other kind of movies. But there's no problem seeing like Noah, or say the flood wiping out the population, whatever, or the wars going on and all in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? When we depict this thing on the big screen, why is there a desensitized, you know, there's like a desensitizing there.
I have to be honest. I do feel filthy. It makes me cringe. I as a human being, yeah. I mean, the passage that atheists always like to bring up, you know, smash the little ones on the rocks. That's hurt. I mean, that hurts me.
Psalms 137.
What's that one say?
Psalms 137, happy will ye be as you smash the little one's head upon the rocks.
Yeah, that's the way.
It's the Song of Lamentation.
It's
Do you have the Bible
definitely.
memorized, Steve?
Yeah, Steve is actually pretty good. Well, Steve, weren't you like a Baptist preacher once?
Yeah.
I considered going into theology, but never did.
Benny, that's awesome picture, Benny. The chinchilla smoking. You gotta send me that. That's fucking awesome, dude.
He doesn't let the owl to eat him.
Is that filtered too? Is that filtered? Is it a filtered cigarette?
That's for an
Prescott, chinchillas are rodents, man, not kosher.
Oh.
Can't eat them.
Ben, you drew that, Ben?
Yeah, Benny's a fucking brilliant artist.
That's good, man. That's real good.
No, I basically just read to my kids. You know, just got like lots of books. So I rather
Books
do
are
that
much
than-
healthier too. Your children are learning to read and develop, and the brain. You know, it's much better.
get them reading because I'm more of a reader than a watcher.
I don't mind either one. I'll read or watch. Just depends what mood I'm in.
It's just that I got to be very careful when I'm watching in front of my kids.
Yeah.
Well, here's another.
You sound like a good guy, Green. I like you.
I do my best, man.
You're anti-filth.
Yeah, just by
Reuven-
myself, but with the kids, nah.
Reuven says rodents, particular guinea pigs and hamsters, are the most common pets in Orthodox Jewish homes. That's interesting. Ironic. Dogs are problematic because they scratch you on the Sabbath, drawing blood, which is not allowed. Oh, that's true. That makes you unclean, quote unquote.
Why are dogs unclean though?
No, the drawing of the blood.
Oh, okay.
It's like basically putting a fence around the commandments. So they don't have a dog because, from Reuven's perspective, it might cause you to sin. So it's better not to have the dog than to have one and take the chance.
Yeah, those are in the hadiths about the dogs, but I take that with a grain of salt because it's not in the Quran.
Oh, so you don't. Oh, that's interesting. So you don't go by the hadiths.
A lot of hadiths are just pure bullshit, I think. They don't make any sense.
But what's like a good example of a hadith that doesn't make sense? Because
Stoning.
a lot of people I run into actually like to use that.
No, that whole thing of stoning adulterers, I definitely, that's nowhere in the Quran.
Okay.
That's somewhere in the Hadith. I don't. There's a lot of weird things like sleeping on your right side, and yeah, they were written after, and a lot of things are in question.
Well, isn't
Some
that?
people
I
might,
mean, there's a lot of things in question, right?
basically.
I mean,
But
is it Muhammad's brother or his cousin?
no, it was from Al-Bukhari. Al-Bukhari is the one that wrote it. That
No, I
collected.
mean, who? I mean, isn't that the major division in Islam is whether or not the successor is the cousin, the best friend, or whatever?
Well, the Shiites believed they had to be within the family. They call it the house bayat. It has to be within the family, and the Sunnis believed is that it should be elected with the most righteous. Yeah.
I like that. That sounds like a Republican value. Elections.
Yeah.
Is that what you go by?
Yeah. I go. My wife is actually a Shiite, but it's no.
So what
no
does
beef.
that mean?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing really.
Okay, it's not like prohibited. You can't marry the other kind.
No. The mother loves me. She's like, she tries to convince me to be Shiite. It's like, you know what? I was like, we are Shiites in a way, but I like my part. I don't believe in monarchies or anything like that. I'm not into that. So
That's good. That's great. It's good. He's one of the good ones, Reuven. No monarchies.
yeah, those days of monarchs are done. We don't have divine kings anymore.
Yeah.
No one's divine.
That's all. I mean, that just seems like bullshit. Your blood is special, so therefore you're elected by God and chosen and stuff like that. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You're not special.
Well, England has a good system because England, even though it has a queen, it's really a constitutional monarchy where, it's just for show.
Right.
But the real power lies between the prime minister. But actually, the royal family actually brings in a lot of money because so many people want to go there and see them.
Don't start saying nice things about the Queen, or they'll be sending you to Canada.
Yeah.
I heard that by next year, Canada is going to become independent from the Queen. I don't know how true that is, but they're not going to be a commonwealth anymore.
Reuven says once the Queen drops dead, all the commonwealths are going to be free.
Well, it's not like they're not free now.
Well, you're not going to be a I don't know what the fuck. I can't keep up. But you're independent, but you're also within the crown. It's like you're a crown dependency, but it's like I can't. The system.
No, it's just rubber stamping. We got a governor general, and he represents or she represents the Queen's interests, and there's lieutenant or lieutenant general. Anyway, there's on the provincial level. There's also a Queen's representative, and it's all rubber stamping.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prescott, you're Canadian?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. I love your country, by the way.
Well,
so clean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
We're
especially Quebec.
Yeah. Yeah. Jerks.
I support statehood for Quebec. I think they should leave and become an independent country.
It is a joke what is going on there, because the rest of the country would be happy to see Quebec go. It's Quebec that really does not want to go.
You're basically saying it's double speak?
Yeah, it's just posturing. It's their way of negotiating with Ottawa for more special treatment because they're the French province.
Benny, why does he? You gave him curls. You gave him payout.
It looks so cute. I want one.
So funny.
How you doing, Cerberus?
It's a penny on the.
Oh, not bad.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. The saying used to be who invented copper, and of course the joke, if it's
Who
told,
went to copper wiring?
yeah, who invented copper wire, and it's
Yeah.
two Jews who saw pennies on the ground at the same time, or two Scotsmen that saw a penny on the ground at the same time.
Yeah.
I always went with the Scotsman.
Well, that's a no true Scotsman fallacy. No true Scotsman would ever pick up a penny. I don't know.
Yeah, shut up, you Irish bastard.
Yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about the Irish, but my wife is behind me, so I have to wait till she's gone.
Oh, Benny, what are you putting on him, though? What is that?
Problem with Scotland, it's full of Scots.
Yeah.
You're gonna ruin it. Don't put the Auschwitz star on there, man. Come on, that's hateful. It was funny before you put that on. Now it just got hateful. Oh, you did post the original. Where is it?
What country you're from, Benny?
He's Romanian.
Ah.
Transylvania. Arr.
Benny doesn't like gypsies, or it seems like Jews.
You don't like gypsies? How could you not
Oh,
like
I'm sorry.
gypsies?
They don't like to be called gypsies anymore. What are they called now? Romani or something?
Roma.
Roma. But again, Roma, doesn't that just mean Rome? Isn't that Rome? Why are they called Rome?
Yes. I don't know. Roaming?
They're roaming.
I think Roma are from India, aren't they?
Yes, originally from India.
Yeah, we had a discussion on that the other day, and there's apparently a debate going on whether that's true, whether they're from India or not.
At first, I thought they were Egyptians, but then I found out they were from India, and it makes sense. They're from India.
And they are darker. I mean, you know, they do stand.
I don't know. They look like they're, look like they're from Eastern Europe. You know. I would have never known they're from India.
Well, they've lived in Romania for a long time, and I think that a number of them still travel quite a bit.
Oh, okay, that makes sense, Reuven. He says people call them people from the Balkans called them gypsies because they thought they were from Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay.
People from the Balkans are stupid.
Yeah. Goddamn Macedonians and Serbs.
Right.
Albanians.
Albanians.
They're
I think Albanians, aren't they Muslim?
Yeah, they're the Puerto Ricans of Europe. That's what I call them.
Okay.
I know a lot of Albanians. Yeah.
The Polish are like the Mexicans of Europe. Yeah.
Wow.
I know we're getting really racist, man. We gotta stop.
It's hateful.
I know.
It always starts with the gypsies and it always moves on to the other ones. Always happens.
Well, in Spain, gypsies, they have a very rich culture in Spain. Flamenco and the dance and everything. So it's much influence in Spain. If you look at like a flamenco dancer and an Indian dancer, they have very similar moves, the way they move their hands, and you got to really see it. It's amazing.
Did Benny just correct Reuven? I think he did.
What did he say? Reuven, Romani is not the correct term.
Romani.
Romani.
We gotta fight. We gotta fight.
I don't know. Why don't, I mean, they can just. I mean, I don't know. Let them decide what they want to be called, and that's the end of it. But if Romani, what is it called again, Prescott? Romani.
Romani, I think, is how.
Romani, like Romani sheets or something.
No, not Romani.
Isn't Romani like a fancy type of? I don't know. I can't think. I can't. It's late at night. I can't think.
You were gonna say pasta, weren't you?
No, for some reason I'm thinking of like luxurious clothing or something.
The flying spaghetti monsters, please.
It's not. No, not Romani. It's Romy. Romy?
So Romy and Romanian is the same thing then, or is it not? See, that's confusing. The words are so similar. It can get confusing.
Yeah, they're really similar.
Okay, I see. That makes sense, Benny. Roma is English for Romy. Okay, so when I think of Roma, it's not actually Rome. Okay, good. I get it now. That makes sense.
It's funny to watch a fight in text because it's like watching a slow-mo fist fight.
Yeah. You're right over there, Cerberus. Your mic sounds like you're on Mars.
And you know what's coming next?
Oh, you're making Reuven so furious he's mistyping. That's not good. Skynet
So
never
what it is. Wow.
I think Reuven might have lost. You made Skynet like mess up. You broke it.
This almost makes me want to go log on my computer to see the text chat.
Oh, that's right. Steve can't see the text.
Wait a second. I thought Anonymous already broke Skynet.
You want to know how I got these scars? Why so unfair, yeah?
No.
This is gonna open up a can of worms, but I think Heath Ledger plays the definitive Joker. I know most people say that he did it good, and everyone's like, oh, it's because he died, and we have to feel bad for him. No, I think he played the definitive Joker.
Amen, brother.
What happened?
Said amen, brother.
Well, you said that's like gospel. That's like spreading the gospel, the good news. No, a lot of people I run into, they say Jack Nicholson is the definitive Joker. Don't they, Reuven?
Yeah, a lot of people. I would have to say that is true. Like a lot of people do say that. But if I were to say that like Joker, like if you were going to put Joker in a Batman movie that was more gritty and realistic, Heath Ledger's Joker would be the true definition of Joker. Now, if you're going for a Joker, more of a comic book style Joker, the other one would have to do. You know, it all depends on what you're aiming for.
This is probably gonna make other people's assholes pucker, but Tommy Lee Jones Two-Face should have he plays a great Joker.
What?
Come on, let's be honest. That was like fucking. I mean, that's like Joker. He wasn't playing Two-Face. He was playing Joker. Come on.
Well, yeah, true, I guess.
I mean, come on. That wasn't Two-Face.
Yeah. I mean, the way in which he would act, the theater and all that stuff, and how he would just try to make every single attempt on film in and of itself crazy and wacky and zany. That's the Joker. That's not Two-Face. You're right about that part.
Yeah.
No,
I think out of the, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Green.
no, you're just making me look at that thing from a whole different light now. Like I'm trying to remember how Two-Face was acting, and yes, he was acting like the Joker.
I think that's the only movie I like from that era of Batman is the Jim Carrey, Tommy Lee Jones movie than the other three. The other three to me were really boring. Well, the last one was extremely gay. I mean, I thought Robin and Batman were going to be married at the end of that movie, and then the other two was so boring. I mean, people say the first Batman, the 1989 Batman, was so good. I rewatched it a couple of months ago, and I'm like, oh, I'm bored to tears. I'm like, Michael Keaton, just fuck her already. Come on already, get it over with.
Val Kilmer did better than Michael Keaton.
Oh, you like Val Kilmer? Okay. Yeah.
Better than.
Yeah. Well, that's my version of Bat. Yeah, that's the third movie. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, Val Kilmer.
Well, if it wasn't for Jack Nicholson in that first one, I wouldn't just like stop watching it.
That's true. You watch it.
Oh man. So I'm looking at some 4th of July memes here, and there's one that says Ukraine has gas fields. Sounds like they need some freedom.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me look at Reuven's pick real fast. Well, you have it really low quality, Reuven. Can you up it a little bit? Oh, this is the Christian Bale, Muslim Bale, Hindu Bale, atheist Bale. You gotta higher the res a little bit, Reuven. The little antenna thing on top of your browser. You gotta make it higher. Ooh, jeez.
I think the Hindu Belle looks really hot.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, the Jewish Bale gets cut off. That's too bad. That's funny though. What's the other internet meme? Christian Bale's visits a boy in the hospital 1, atheist Bale 0. Bale. I don't know why I called him Bill. My bad. I like Christian Bale. He's a good actor.
I just gotta say the Muslim Bale just doesn't look right. Maybe it's the fact that there's a bomb strapped to his chest or something.
Oh Jesus!
Ow.
I'm sorry. Somebody had to make the joke because nobody else was.
The bombs are strapped to the car.
There you go.
There you go.
They got to show the card behind him, and they have to do something with the beard. They don't have to make it white.
Yeah, they made him into like an Amish guy in that. Like an Amish Bale.
Yeah, Amish Bale. That doesn't look right.
Yeah, that he I guess he wouldn't be. I guess he wouldn't be an owner of a corporation then, you know.
And the Buddhist Bale, his hands are too small.
Where's the hay bale?
I just got that. That's a good one. Yeah.
You know what they should do? You know what they should do? They should make a Catholic Bale and replace the bat suit with the Virgin Mary.
Oh, that's hateful. Come on. Oh, that's hateful.
How about the atheist Bale?
Yeah, it's just nothing. You know? It's just nothingness. Have anyone seen American Hustle yet? The newest Bale movie?
I actually want to watch it.
It's pretty good.
It's excellent.
Nah, I didn't watch the new Bale movie. What's going on with that?
It's a decent 2.5 hours. It's really good.
What's it called?
American Hustle.
American Hustle. Sounds like a name I've heard about, but you know, I don't tend to watch movies based on the actors. I just tend to watch movies whether or not like I like the premise, for example.
I have a problem with that actually. Like if I see an actor in a movie or a TV show, and I just for some reason I really have a strong connection with the actor, I'll go watch his whole back category or her. I for some reason I do that. I go, okay, who's this? Christian Bale. Let me go see all his movies. For some reason I have that problem.
Did you ever see The Machinist?
Oh God, yeah, that's a great movie.
That was hardcore, man.
Never seen it.
That's when I knew Christian Bale was a good actor, when I saw The Machinist.
Yeah, he's a method actor. He actually lost all that weight for that movie. He was actually skin and bones to play that part. I mean, I heard a report that he actually was hospitalized towards the end of the movie once because of he just got so into the role.
That guy was probably weighing like 130, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about like my right thigh.
Yeah. Christian Bale with a suit, Catholic Bale. Yeah. I like that. I haven't yet seen American Psycho yet. That's like one of the movies I'm gonna have to get.
I never see that whole movie. I always see like parts of it, unfortunately. It's like one of those movies I catch, but I can never watch the whole thing for some reason.
My mom said she liked it. Like he plays like some rich fucker who murders people. But yeah, I want to definitely see it. Oh, Reuven says see it. Okay. If Dexter lost his mind and killed innocents, J-Dub. Okay, that makes me want to see it now. And if Dexter was a multimillionaire too, right? Yeah.
So let me get this straight. Is Christian Bale playing some libertarian or some shit?
Probably. And I guess if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, because he's rich, he gets away with murdering people. Yep, that's libertarianism, all right for you.
Well, it's ironic because a lot of rich people aren't really libertarian, but yeah, in a way, in an ideal libertarian society, you're right.
In an ideal libertarian society, it would be claimed that libertarians wouldn't murder people for money. But
Yeah.
of course, the problem with that is predicated upon this idea that there is such a thing as government in a libertarian mold to be able to stop rich people from taking hits out on one another.
Well, we already do have that, rich people taking hits out of each other. It's called the Defense Department. You know?
Yeah. I meant quite literally, as in.
No, I got you, Devin. I was just being a little facetious.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh man, what is that? The Romanian flag, Benny? The blue, yellow, red. What does the blue, yellow, red stand for in the flag? The blue is the sea. Okay. Yellow the field. Okay. Red the blood. Okay. I like it. I like it. The blood stands for the red stands for the Jew blood. Oh, that's wrong, Benny. That's hateful. Oh, it's a joke. Okay. But the jokes usually have to be funny though, Benny, not just, cringe-worthy,
Depends on the joke.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Gypsy blood, that's funny.
That's fun. Yeah, that would have been funnier if you said that first.
No, there's no gypsies in here to offend?
No gypsies.
I'm not easily offended, so. So, Benny, you got my chinchilla smoking. You got my chinchilla converted to Judaism. You got him in Sobibor with a Romanian flag to his back. And a penny on the ground. Yep.
Looks
The
more
penny
like a
picture.
Ninja Star than the Star of David on them.
Yeah, that Star of David is pretty bad. It looks more like a Chinese star.
Hey, real quick, do you guys have any fireworks in the background on mic here?
All we hear is beeping and blooping going on, like you're doing like some.
Oh, that's just me deleting some messages off my phone. I just wasn't too sure if my phone is loud. If the fireworks were louder than my phone.
No. He's not J-Dubs. What do you mean?
John wants him to put glasses on him.
Oh, you know what? He would probably. Well, can you fit the glasses on him? That would be actually kind of cute. Glasses. Well, not glasses, but like like what is that called when you have one round thing on the?
A monocle?
Is that what it's called?
I think so.
Benny says he's not anti-Semitic. That's good to know. Reuven, you got a picture of Shay on you. Someone might confuse you for a Marxist.
It's hard enough to be Romanian, isn't it, Benny? Without being anti-Semitic.
I really don't pay no heed to it. You know, it's like being anti-Semitic is like pretty much normal for most people, isn't it?
Oh, and for the record, Norris, just to let you know, I mean J-Dubs. I keep calling you Norris when I need to call you J-Dubs.
You can Norse, John, J-Dubs, asshole, anything you want, man.
Okay. I'm just letting you know right now. I somewhat admire Che to a degree. Che Rivera to a degree.
Oh, I do
I'm not
too.
a Marxist. So yeah, I'm just letting you know. Like being like admiring Che isn't a requirement of being a Marxist.
Oh, I love Shay. I actually had Shay on my icon for most of the time on these hangouts, and every time I log in, people go, "Oh, what are you, a Marxist?" They,
Yeah, you didn't want people to make an assumption about you anymore. You got tired of it. I get it.
I got tired of explaining why I got Shay on my picture, so I
I
had
don't think I
Penny
ever
draw me
actually
some.
got that explanation.
What?
I don't think I ever actually got that explanation. You just liked him, right?
Well, Shay, I think, okay, you know, he was born, he could have had everything, right? He was going to be a doctor, he was wealthy, rich person, went to university. You know, he could have just he kept on going and had a normal life, and then, you know, one day he went through backpacking with his buddy throughout South America, and he saw the pain of the people. And he didn't just, you know, like most people today, protest, you know, yeah, Pussy Riot. What do they do to protest the government? They flash their tits at Putin, you know? You know, if Shay didn't go to Times Square and, like, do penis helicopters in the middle of the street to protest. No, he picked up a fucking gun, and he did something about it. He actually protests the government.
Hey, are you talking about the Motorcycle Diaries?
Yeah, the Motorcycle Diaries, yeah.
That was an excellent movie, man.
Oh, that was a good. That was a good movie. You know, I just, how many people actually want to, you know, that old Gandhi quote, you know, be the change you want to see in the world. How many people actually do that? Not that many. You know?
Very few, I would say.
Very few.
Yeah, Che had a big influence in my life, actually. I used to read a lot of his quotes, and I'm still into him. Like, I actually had a picture that I cut it out, like from a French magazine, him smoking a cigar.
Yeah.
But it came like in stages, and you see how depressed he was before the cigar, and after the cigar, he'll get this happy face, you know? So I had that like collaged in my frame because I used to work at this framing store. I used to collect a lot of pictures of him.
Yeah. I mean, Shay wasn't perfect, you know, I'll admit it, you know.
No, he wasn't. There was some things that are questionable, like what he did during, you know, the Cuban Revolution. But at the same time, he had a vision. He has a vision for everyone. He was a doctor. He cared about people, and
yeah.
he was passionate what he believed in.
The one thing I definitely love about Che, though, I gotta admit more or less, is that when the corporations attempted in a coup against him and whatnot, and you know, he ended up battling that out. He didn't cut any, he didn't like crucify or engage in any kind of engage in any kind of bullshit. He just told them to get straight up out of his fucking country. And when some of them didn't leave, he had some of them actually executed. So I gotta give credit what credit's due in terms of in terms of badassery. I mean, the guy doesn't fuck around.
Shay had said himself, he had the soul of an Irish rebel. Yeah. Yeah, Devin, those beeps are getting kind of annoying. Yeah.
I'm done anyways.
Okay. I appreciate you had the common courtesy of muting before you did that. I'll thank you for that. See?
Sound like somebody was on life support.
Yeah. Nadia's in the room. Tom Howard, huh, Reuven? What's his name? Tim Howard? I don't know. Tom, Bob. Good old Bob. Yeah, it does kind of look like George Zimmerman a little bit, Reuven. I kind of thought you Zimmerman for president or something. Although that's that'd be kind of I wouldn't be surprised if he actually ran for like Congress or governor or something. He could be fucking elected. So what's on the agenda for you today, Clayton?
Not much, just hanging.
Okay. How was your 4th of July?
It was nice.
Okay. Good.
Didn't really do much, just took a class.
Benny wants to know how many trees do you hug?
I didn't hug any today.
Mm. That's a good thing, Benny, hugging trees. I mean, I don't think you should lose your mind like that woman from Lois and Lane TV show. God, I can't forget the fucking cunt's name, but the one that lost her mind and then fucking lived in a tree for like 4 years. Come on. I mean, let's not get that crazy, but yeah. God, what's her name, Reuven? I forgot. The one that played Lois Lane in the TV show. Yeah, no idea. That's probably for the best. She's probably in a mental institution. Oh, I'm sorry, Brother John. I forgot. Your virgin ears. I forgot. No, it was real, Benny. Lois Lane actually. she like lived in a tree for 4 years.
Ah, shit.
What happened?
I'm being attacked by an ancient dragon.
No!
It's going to kill me.
Question for everyone.
And I'm dead.
Are you playing like Skyrim or something?
Yep.
I figured.
Yeah, Skyrim.
Trying to get to this one place, and it's really, really frustrating. Because I can't, like... You know how the mountains kind of glitch out and you can't climb them sometimes?
Are you...
do the hop backwards trick.
Are you playing on a PC or what?
No, I'm playing a PS3.
Okay.
Oh, that's glitchy as fuck, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're playing on the PC, to simply do Control Command God no, then that's it. The game is yours.
That's cheating. Devin, come on. You're the Battleborn. You're the chosen one. You're the son of the dragons. You don't do God mode. You're already a god.
But what's the point in dying if you're the Battleborn exactly?
That is true. Yeah.
And the
What
way
would I do?
Using God mode and console command shit, it's like how the game was meant to be played. It wouldn't be in there unless you weren't meant to access it.
Cerberus wants to know
That's
what would
really
people do if people weren't judging you.
I don't
I'm
know.
sorry, Clayton. What were you going to say?
I was just saying that's a dumb reason.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree.
As far as his question, it's pretty much how I act anyway. So how do I get to this thing?
What would I do differently if no one could judge me? I don't know. That's a weird question.
Your mom's a weird question.
What? Say that again?
I said your mom's a weird question.
Yeah, she is. Bit queer. Little bit. Benny says, if you're not an Arab, you can't be a Muslim.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, Benny's Romanian. You gotta give him a break. So, Benny, what are you gonna say about those Albanians living next door to you?
Albanians, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Albania. Whatever they're called. What did I call them?
Albanians.
Oh, I don't know. I'm tired.
It's all right. Hey, Clayton, I love your tree.
Well, thank you.
It's awesome.
Nice tree, yeah. I like that.
What kind of art is that? Is that Celtic?
Yeah, it's Celtic knots.
Celtic knots?
It is the tree of life.
What's the story behind the Celtic art?
I mean, where do you want me to start?
I don't know. I'm just really interested in the art. How did it develop, or what's the reasoning behind it, I guess?
Oh, real quick, for the record, the tree's name is Yggdrasil.
That's the, I think
is
that's
that
the
right?
version of it.
Yeah, that's the Norse version, yeah.
Hold on a minute. Fuck! Trying to find a pathway.
Hey, so how was the 4th of July for everyone?
It's still going on for me. Like, there's still fireworks going on and stuff like that, so yeah. I guess it's alright. I don't have anything bad about it since it's just like any other day for me. I guess the only thing I could say is, like, I'm kind of bummed out, really, that there's this girl I'm really into over in Nevada. She's having problems with income or whatever, and I can't help her or anything like that. So, yeah, that's about it.
Or if you still help her just by being around her, you know, making her laugh.
Well, I meant financially, per se. I meant, you know, she needs real financial help, and I can't give her that for the moment.
I wonder where John May is, because that car's back outside my house. I'm scared. Prescott, I don't know if you remember what we're talking about the other day. Inside joke.
I'm actually kind of waiting for tomorrow to come so that way I can get my new TV. I'm going to be getting the 65-inch TV.
Thanks for rubbing it in everyone's faces. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Hey, you could sell that TV and give money to her, since she's having financial problems, right?
Well, I could necessarily. But the thing is that my TV is currently having problems right now, and I need it replaced at the moment. And besides, this TV is going to be going in my dad's room. That one's going to be going in his. And, it's back and forth. But besides, it's not money that I'm actually spending per se, quote unquote. It's just money I got back on a rebate from a warranty. Which by the way, shameless little plug for the company that I got it from. If you buy like a TV or electronic that's like extremely expensive, get a square trade. Try and get a square trade warranty for it. It's great. They're actually come out to your house, replace the part in there, and if they can't replace the part, they'll go ahead and fund you the money back, which is great.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you guys the website here real quick.
That should be standard on every warranty. I'm sick of fucking buying electronic equipment and the shit breaks on you in 2 years, you know? Well, 2 years, that's outside the warranty, sorry. Buy another one.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you go to the company or whatever, and basically you buy the warranty, you can register the product with their warranty site, and you can buy whatever warranty, which actually helps you, which is anywhere between 2 years to 4 years. I think there's a 5-year warranty option on here, although it doesn't cover for TVs.
Okay. Pretty sweet. Prescott, that's hateful. You're saying the rooster should be the national bird for Quebec? Oh boy.
Wait a minute, isn't that the rooster is actually the national bird of France?
Probably. Yeah.
Because in their soccer jerseys, they have a rooster there. They have a.
It's the Gaelic rooster. I looked it up on the net.
They are dicks, aren't they, Prescott?
Oh, real quick, the Wikipedia says it's the unofficial national symbol of France. So it's not really official per se. It's unofficial.
Well, Ben Franklin wanted the national animal to be the turkey for the United States.
Gobble gobble.
Yeah, because he felt that the eagle was very vicious and it had a bad, it had bad characteristics.
I mean, every country pretty much has the eagle as their emblem, don't they?
Well, Ukraine has the falcon.
Okay, falcon, yeah. Well, you know what, Reuven's going to agree with me. Actually, Reuven might, shit his pants for me saying this, but I say, down with the eagle and up with the cross. That's what I say, Reuven. Only Reuven's going to know what I mean by that.
And what do you mean by that?
It's the Confederate, it's a Confederate saying, down with the eagle, up with the cross.
And what does that mean?
Well, think about it for a second.
Well, with Jamaica and with the Confederate one, isn't that the St. James Cross?
St. James Cross. Is that Reuven? Halftime.
No, because Jamaica has the same type of symbol. They have that X for a cross. And I heard
like the one for like Scotland has, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, they call that the St. James Cross. I believe. I may be wrong.
Yeah.
So the Confederate one is like the St. James Cross.
Reuven will know that definitively.
Reuven, could you Wikipedia that for us?
Sounds right. I think Scotland has the St. James Cross. Reuven should have known that offhand. He shouldn't have had to Google that. No, it doesn't seem like it's St. James. St. James Cross looks completely different.
Then there's St. Croix. I'm not sure. Maybe St. Croix, St. James. Don't know. Saint something.
Let's see.
Hey.
How the fuck do you find that? I went to Scotland and I didn't even fucking get the answer. What a bastard.
Hey, J-Dubs, I gotta ask, since you're on
What's
Steam,
up?
since you're on Steam, I'm kind of curious. Are you really into like survival horror games by any chance?
It's
like,
St. Andrew's Cross. Go ahead, Devin.
It's quite alright. Like, are you into survival horror games like Outlast and Alone in the Dark and all that stuff?
I like the original Alone in the Dark for the Dreamcast. I like that game a lot. I like Resident Evil, like the originals on the PlayStation. But I personally think survival horror has kind of sucked over the past few years.
Yeah, mainly because there's not much of a market for it for some weird ass reason now. You know, I mean, I love survival horrors. You know, the recent one that's coming out is called Alien Isolation, which should be pretty good.
Oh God, I hope it's not like the other Alien games.
Yeah, same here. Although I don't think that that's really going to be the case because it's a completely different studio working on it with completely different goals in mind. I mean, there might be alternate.
To be honest, it doesn't really matter what studio works on it. They just have to care about the product they're making. It's just like I was reading the stories about that, Gearbox developing the old game, and they gave it to someone else to do, and then they gave it to someone like they didn't even give a fuck. So of course the game's gonna suck. You know?
Why do you love the Alien franchise, and why do you love the Alien universe itself? I really do have to say I'm not really one of those people that the moment I hear an Alien game's coming out, I've got to buy it. I was never like that. I was more along the lines of well, does it look promising in terms of the premise of the game itself? No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Okay, if it does, I'm going to buy it. If it doesn't, I'm not going to buy it. That's the way I think about it. In fact, I think about that way with a lot of games.
Yeah, I don't really like the Alien games, but I did like the first Alien with Sigourney Weaver. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I hate to say it, I like Prometheus. I know most people don't like that movie. I thought that was pretty good.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I personally don't get why it is that so many people hate Prometheus. I mean, with my dad, it's understandable, really, because it's just so esoteric and there's so much symbolism involved, per se, that you really have to know what all these things mean and all these references and whatnot, and in order to really get into it. That I understand, but everyone else, it's like they're all acting like betrayal, like this doesn't fit the Alien universe. It's so contradictory. It's like half the contradictions that they point out aren't really even contradictions. They're just misunderstanding of their own.
Prescott, I don't even have a grade 1 education, so. Did we lose Prescott, or is? Oh no, that's Oh, we lost Clayton. He went bye-bye. He must have been one of the elect. He got raptured. Lucky him.
And on 4th of July too, as well. You know the conservatives are going to go apeshit over this.
Yeah. Brother John, what happened to the American Eagle? Did he become metrosexual or something? You bedazzled him.
Oh, that's good.
Oh. I guess it's keeping up with the trend, right, Green?
Yeah, Disney, you know?
Yeah. No, ironically enough, Clayton, who was a druid, ironically enough, got, he's one of the elect, raptured.
Hey, John, that eagle is flaming.
Flaming F. Yeah, if John May is watching on the live stream, I don't know if his kid's still on the computer, but that black car is back outside my house. Think it might be the NSA.
Pretty sure the NSA has a lot better things to do rather than watch you.
Well, me and John May said we were gonna join the jihad and move to the Middle East and fight and declare whatever caliphate. And John was saying that I'm gonna get a car outside my house the next day, and there it is. There's the car.
Wait, what kind of car is it?
I don't know. Too fancy for me. I can never afford something like that.
It's the atheist coming to get you.
Yeah, it's the atheist, yeah.
Wait a minute, that looks like a Japanese-made car.
Can't be the NSA then.
No, it's not.
They only drive European models.
Either American, usually American models. And if it's a Japanese model, it'll be a piece of shit. Like one of those.
I don't know. I think Japanese cars are. I mean, from my perspective, I think they're pretty well made.
No, but I'm saying the NSA will usually drive American cars. And if it's gonna be, if it's gonna be like a car from another country, it's gonna be an old piece of shit.
It just seems like our government is not very patriotic. Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, but they're always gonna drive American.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I know, who knows?
Okay, wait. Are you still in Ramadan?
Yes. And I'm eating.
What's with the rules of Ramadan and art?
In art?
Yeah.
There's no art. We can't. It's not feasible to draw pictures of faces. That's what I know.
Huh.
Anything that will encourage idol worship.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, yesterday, it wasn't yesterday. It was a couple days ago. You couldn't look at something.
Well, you can't look at porn.
Do you consider art pornographic?
No.
Okay.
No.
But doesn't Islam say like seeing a woman's like hair and bodies considered like not good, like prohibition against it?
No, she's showing too much skin.
Okay.
Like cleavage or upper thigh, like I guess you get the picture. But hair is a cultural concept.
Well, then who was it, Reuven, that you were saying? Was that Jewish women then, Reuven? Because I think Reuven was telling me something about covering the hair. I can never keep up so much.
Well, Catholics actually cover their heads in church, like,
right.
And I know Jewish women they cover their heads too, and of course Muslim women they cover in the mosque. But as far as outside, that's up to discretion. I don't know.
What about drawings? Is it okay? Drawings?
Drawings? I wouldn't recommend it during Ramadan, like drawing like human figures. It's just the whole idol worship thing. I don't give two shits about it, but
what I'm trying to say is, if I'm sitting over here drawing, is it in any way going to affect you? Like,
no.
Would you have to leave? Okay, good.
No. If you're drawing like a naked woman or something like that, yeah, then I have to leave.
Okay, I see what Serber was saying. Okay, I think what Serber was saying, the act of creation, like creating something. Is that what you were trying to get at?
No. That's what I was wondering.
Okay, yeah, it finally clicked in my head what you were trying to say. Yeah.
I was sitting over here drawing, and I realized I got to the point where I didn't actually know what he had to do.
The verse in the Quran is telling women to put on their chastity belt, i.e., don't be promiscuous. It doesn't refer to a head covering.
Yeah, Reuven is right on that. That head covering is cultural.
Their chastity belt. Okay.
It's symbolic, I think.
Well, obviously a Chelsea. I mean, that would have to be, right? Chastity belt.
Yeah.
That's not literal.
Yeah, when I think of chastity belt, I think of like that movie Robin Hood, Men in Tights.
Oh yeah, a scary movie.
Yeah, I got this chastity belt.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, you aren't an American unless you've actually seen like the real classics. And Robin Hood Men in Tights is one of those classic American-made films that's just so awesome.
I'm not mistaken, that's Mel Brooks, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Mel Brooks, that's where it's at.
Yeah, his shit is really funny.
Blazing Saddles.
That was good.
Oh, hey, by the way, J-Dubs, if you're interested in like review sites for games or whatever, or review channels for games on YouTube, check out this guy. You'll probably find a lot of laughs with him.
Reuven put me onto him. Yeah, this guy is amazing, dude.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, really. He's going to be doing Watch Dogs next, apparently, as his review. I'm kind of curious about what he thinks about it, more or less.
Watch Dogs? Okay.
I have the game myself. I kind of stopped playing it because I'm just waiting for all the bugs to get ironed out per se. Although they haven't really released a patch for it yet, for some fucking weird ass reason. But I think it's an alright game so far. You know, I haven't experienced the rest of the story. A lot of people say that the story is pretty mediocre and not worth reviewing, and all that bunch of stuff. And to be perfectly honest, yeah, I can see that, more or less. But yeah, I think it's an alright game. I just don't think that it's really deserving of the 2.1 score that I got on the Metacritic user page, simply because a lot of fanboys simply refused to review the game without mentioning the fact that maybe the game itself is extremely buggy. But hey, this is Ubisoft we're fucking talking about. When have they ever released a game on the PC that wasn't buggy?
Yeah, I like the stuff Ubisoft puts out. Well, maybe besides Prince of Persia, that's garbage, but.
Which Prince of Persia are you talking about? Because the first three.
Any of them.
Well, the three Prince of Persia games that Ubisoft did come out, I think, are monolithic classics, if you would. You know.
You mean the 2D side scrollers ones?
Oh no, not the side scroller. I mean the one with, like, Sands of Time, War Within, the Two Thrones.
Oh, you like those?
Oh yeah. Those are my favorite entries in the Prince of Persia series. Really, it's sort of a reboot, if you would. But if you approach it from that vein, it's definitely awesome.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I give them a chance. I don't know. I tried them out. It just didn't rub me the right way, I guess.
I've literally clocked so many hours in in all of those games. Like, I literally beat War Within like 15 times, and I'm still hankering for more.
They have an HD remake on a set on the PS3. You know, all 3 HD. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting mine for the PC. Although I think I might get it for the PS3 as well.
Well, yeah, I would probably want to play that on the PS3 over the computer. Although I kind of, Reuven can tell you, I kind of switched over to the PC Master Race within the last year.
Hey, just on a side note, is that true? I saw something. Pillbox is getting married today.
Yeah, he got married a few hours ago.
Holy crap! Congratulations, man. Well, he's not here to hear
I'm sorry, people.
If we can get him married 4th of July, it's motivating, man. Motivating.
Yeah, young and in love. I remember those days. I hope it works out for him.
No, I really do. Really do. Marriage is a beautiful thing, man.
Oh God, it's painful.
It is.
Cerberus,
It
you
is
don't like
painful.
marriage?
It's a
You
terrible, terrible idea for any man.
So stay away from it like the plague, huh?
Yes.
It's an ideal thing, you know, but
I
at the same time,
think Cerberus deep down inside I think you like marriage. I think it's there. I just think you're just
No, I'm not against like the ceremony and doing everything. There's just it's not a good reason. There's no good reason to do it legally.
well, I mean, like Beyonce says in the song, you know, if you love it so much, put a ring on it. Put a ring on my
I'll
finger.
put a ring on it. There just won't be any license.
I don't know about that. I think a man's obligation is to a woman to provide for her.
Yeah, but in this day and age, a woman can leave whenever she wants. So if she doesn't want me to take care of her, that's fine. She can leave.
No, I don't know about that.
no, I have to agree with Cerberus. I don't think the state should get involved in marriages at all.
And
I don't
Well,
know.
I
when
agree
she
with that. I
decides to
agree with
leave-
that, but the only thing I would add to that is that though the contract should be enforced by the state. They don't produce the license, but they enforce it. That would be what I would say.
Like I am for women being able to leave whenever they want. I am just not for them taking everything with them.
Well, I mean, you want to use every hole in their body. Why can't you just, you know?
But they're using
reciprocate
you
a
too, though.
response?
It
Huh?
takes two, though. It takes two.
Right, and then the man has the obligation to provide for her, right?
Well, I'm more egalitarian.
What does that mean?
I mean,
It takes two, and then no man is head of the household or woman head of the household. We have our different functions, and that's basically it. You know.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You gotta keep. The woman is the machine that keeps the family going, and you gotta put the gasoline in it to keep it running.
I don't really care. I'll live either way, traditional or non-traditional. Just
So Cerberus,
want-
you'll stay home and take care of the kids while she works.
Oh, you kidding me? That would be amazing.
Oh,
I would do that.
I could just quit and just do whatever I want. Okay.
That's a hard job, man. You know, the saying goes, a woman's job is never ending. You know, it's
Yeah,
a
well,
lot
I
to
already
do.
do half the stuff anyway.
So you're gonna wash the dishes, sweep the floors, take care of the kids, drive them to school, clean up the vomit on the fucking clothing, wash the clothing.
Well, not
That's for you?
everything split in half, but yes, I do more than my. Should say do more. I do my fair share.
So you already have kids and a wife, then, Cerberus?
Well, no, not kids, and technically not the other.
Fiance?
Beyonce?
You're engaged? You're engaged, or you have a fiance?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. I don't mean to get too personal. Sorry.
No, it's not that. Just that's
what does she
basically
think?
where I stop. So
what does your fiance say about the whole, want it on paper?
she said it was okay before. I mean, I have a sense that it's not going to be okay in the future.
Yeah, you think?
That's her problem, not mine. I already said what I was going to do.
But, okay, but if you really true love her, though, but wouldn't you compromise and agree to her terms? What if she does change her mind?
What if I change my mind?
Okay, fair enough.
What would change
Brother
your
John,
mind?
how are you, man? You've been awful quiet tonight.
I'm just listening.
Okay. You're just letting me yap my mouth over here tonight. Okay.
Hey, Cerberus, what is about this jail thing that I'm hearing about?
Oh, that's still going on? That conversation's still going on?
No, that was a while back, but it was in the back of my mind, so I'm just bringing it.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing my ass off reading this Tumblr post by Razorfist, and he showed this comic book which this woman says, I might know something about it, General, and then he says, no, this is far too complicated for any woman's brain. For any woman's brain, that is, any woman except Wonder Woman. Oh man, that's just fucking awesome.
The Queen of the Amazon.
Yeah, I just find it hilarious. I just find it hilarious that Wonder Woman is portrayed as some kind of feminist model in the beginning of her years, when in fact she was explicitly anti-feminist to begin with.
Oh, the jail thing was a clarification. I essentially asked, what would anyone do if they knew whatever they did wouldn't make people think less of them for it?
What it have to? I'm sorry. What it has to do with jail?
And I said no jail time.
Oh, I gotcha. Got it. I thought Sybris. I thought you was in trouble.
Oh no, you
I don't
kidding
think
me?
I could do anything. Even if nobody would judge me or not go to jail, I don't think I couldn't do anything illegal. My conscience would kill me. But I wouldn't mind saying go fuck yourselves to a few people without being judged.
Because I remember Sybris, you was talking about what you did to the cops.
Oh,
That
with
story.
the making them do all the bitch work.
Yeah.
I like thinking about it.
Oh, tell the
I
story
really
again.
don't like cops.
What was the story?
Oh, it wasn't really a story so much. I mean, this is some stuff I do whenever I'm at like a fire scene or something.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Yeah.
I remember, yeah. I do like informing people that they don't have to consent to a search.
Yes.
Hey, you should videotape that one day if you're gonna do that. I would love
What
to
I
see
miss.
I want to have like I should put bumper stickers in my car like of the Fourth and Fifth Amendment, you know. So when a cop pulls me over.
No, Sybris actually tells people that, you know, it's illegal to search them in front of, during a pre-search.
Oh, that's actually ruled constitutional. The police tried to fight that and say that motorists can't do that, but now, yeah, you can warn people now. That's good.
Well, right now the way it works is it's implied consent because it would be operating with following a lawful or a reasonable request from an officer that there's consent until you say no. So if no one says no. If no one says no, then they can just go ahead and do it. That's why I tell people they can just say no.
Yeah, and when you get out of your car, always lock your door. Sometimes sometimes a cop will try to open it. And you can lock it so he can't do that. Because if he can open it and get in, he can legally search. Yeah. Lock your doors, dude.
And
Or if a cop comes to your house, leave. When you answer the door, always step out. Don't ever talk to them through your door. Step out and lock the door and talk to them outside. Because then they can never get in. Because if you're inside and something happens, then they can say they can come in.
And the magical question: am I being detained?
Am I free to leave? Yeah. Am I free? You always ask them, am I free to leave?
Well, unless they state an intent of I forget the wording, but it's basically an action. If they don't intend to do anything right away, and they don't say they're going to do anything right away, they can only hold you for 5 minutes. Like if they pull you over.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and when they pull you over, don't buy the bait. When they say do you know how fast you're going? That's it. They're trying to trap you. Don't ever answer that. Stay silent, because you can fight that in court. Don't ever Don't ever answer their question. Don't answer their questions. Don't even talk to them. You know, because most people think, okay, I'm gonna talk to the cop and reason with him. Don't even fucking do that. Just stay silent. Let him yabber on. Let him give you the ticket and move along. You can fight it. As soon as you acknowledge it, you're fucked. That's basically the way it goes.
Now, see, I've done this before because this is how it works in Illinois. I know it doesn't work in every state like this. You guys should look it up. When you get a ticket, well, it's technically not a summons, but don't try to fight with that. When you get a ticket, it gives a date, like when to show up to court, and all the cops, like every single cop, has a day that's set aside for them to go to court to deal with all their tickets, just in case people show up to fight them. And that date that's on the ticket isn't a day you have to show up. You have to show up on that date or before.
Oh,
So
okay. So you can show up before.
Yeah, depending on the state you in, you need to look it up. You can come in, tell them you're there for the ticket, give them the ticket or tell them the number, and you can essentially force your way in to get a trial without there being any witnesses on the accusatory side.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay.
You wouldn't have to say it on the ticket, you know, like here on this date or before those words.
Well, I would suspect that the government would try to hide that, right? They don't want people knowing that. So I would suggest, Brother John, looking that up and finding out yourself. Don't just rely on the ticket. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've only ever gotten one, but I want to try something next time I get one. I think I've mentioned this before to maybe a couple of you guys, but it's technically illegal for the state to request payment in anything other than gold and silver.
Oh yeah, isn't that in the Constitution?
It's in the Constitution, and there's a stipulation because of how the fiat money currency system works right now, that you can postpone all payments until the currency is gold or silver.
Ah, yeah.
So yeah, if you ever get a ticket, use it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I think according to Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, that might be it, I might be wrong. It says gold and silver is only what the government can give payment in as transactions.
Well, it's specifically the state governments cannot request payment in anything other than gold and silver. I can't quote the number, but I know it's under state powers. But yeah, whenever you guys get a ticket, use it as an opportunity to try things, because it's low stakes. There's no reason not to ever not fight it.
So if I get a ticket, let's say a parking ticket or a speeding ticket, I could go up in front of a judge and say, what?
Well, no, the judge will still either find you guilty or innocent, but it's when you go into the clerk's office to pay the fine.
So when I go to the clerk's office, what do I say to them? Say I need to be paid. I need to pay you in gold and silver, or like how's that work?
In Illinois, there's a form for delayment of payment.
Okay.
Based specifically off that law, you'd have to see if they have anything like that.
So it depends on each city.
Well, it's not just each city. This would apply to all states individually. But some states have a system set up to deal with it. You know, like they have the form so you can delay payment, and other states don't.
So I'm just trying to understand this. So I could delay the payment. How would I delay that payment by gold and silver?
Until the government finally starts operating in gold and silver again, which would be probably never. So Cerberus is saying they could go, you don't have to have a worry to pay because there's not going to be a gold standard anytime soon. Is that what you're trying to say, Cerberus?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a little trick I want to try that's technically legal. I mean, I might not get away with it, but I don't know if it's worth actually taking to any federal court afterwards. Because I doubt any higher court would side with me anyway.
Yeah, that's probably the trick there. Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to have to go to the government website to really see if that law is in place.
It's not a law, it's in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the Constitution. Okay. This is a federal thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the part that stipulates what powers states have.
Yeah, it says something to the effect that gold and silver. I don't remember the right wording, but yeah, gold and silver is legal tender, basically.
It was essentially, if I remember correctly, it was written that way to keep states from seizing property in payment, even though they kind of do that anyway.
Yeah, they do that anyway. Yeah.
So
They kind of they kind of say that the income taxes now are they kind of use that to abuse the powers now, don't they, Cerberus?
Yeah, well, they modified it. They made an amendment to the Constitution, and I would have to look up to see which one it is that says Congress can levy a tax in basically any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Brother John shared something with me about that, didn't you? About how the way the way that an amendment should be interpreted should be capital gains income, like income that's not earned. So, like, if you work and you earn a living, you shouldn't have been taxed at all, right? Isn't that what you showed me that article? Or was that someone else?
I think it was someone else.
Okay.
I don't think actually. As far as I'm aware, originally the only taxes that could be levied on wages was from government officials.
well, I know the income tax is illegal.
Well,
I don't even think
no,
that's
it used to
legal.
be illegal. It used to be illegal. They amended the Constitution to allow Congress
it's
to
legalized now. Yeah.
tax.
I personally think they abused it. I mean, I don't understand why we even need it. I mean, if in George Washington days, I mean, they were collecting taxes from tariffs and merchants. I mean, why do they need to fuck with us? Why do we have to pay tax? The average citizen, Lotteries, dirty dubs. Yeah, they get enough money from that. Yeah.
What I'm hearing about these taxes, what they are doing is just paying off the debt from a prior debt.
That's what it's become. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
because
paying
it's
up the
not.
debt from the Federal Reserve.
Because the Federal Reserve is a private company.
Technically, it's a private bank.
It's a pseudo private company.
And what do you mean by
it's a private company that in its charter says the president or Congress gets to appoint the CEO essentially.
Well, isn't the way that works is that the U.S. Mint is what technically prints our money, but it's the Federal Reserve, if I'm not mistaken, that authorizes the printing of the money, right? Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah, the U.S. dollar itself is technically private property, and they have to give permission to print the money.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense the way it works. Yeah, and it's supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be, Cerberus, that the Congress is supposed to decide when money is printed and how much of it is circulation? Isn't that in the Constitution somewhere?
Yeah, but they also have the power to create a system in which to deal with that. They actually signed the Federal Reserve into existence.
Wait. What Congress can do what?
Congress actually, Congress and the president signed the Federal Reserve into existence.
Okay, you're talking about like 1913 with Wilson, right?
Yeah, Wilson.
Yeah. So, but they still, would let's say if Obama and Congress today decided to relinquish the authority of the Federal Reserve, would they be allowed to do that, or would they get a bullet in the head?
No. I mean, who knows if they get a bullet in the head or not? But that
they
is
have the
within their
authority
power to stop.
So they can relinquish the authority, right? Okay.
It's not relinquished. They can reclaim.
Reclaim, yeah, whatever, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I would suspect that anyone who would actually go through with that would probably wind up dead the next day. That'd be like trying to That'd be almost as silly as trying to like say, try to disband the CIA or something, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Although, to be honest, they did stop the first and second bank, so I don't know. I guess it might be possible. So what's your feeling about the Federal Reserve then, Cerberus? Do you believe that they serve a purpose or that it's evil?
Well, they serve a purpose, but there's no good reason to let people make money off printing money.
Okay,
Like,
so you think
yeah.
So what about what do you think states should be able to have the authority to print their own currency?
I mean, the only good reason a state shouldn't be allowed to make their own currency is because it would become confusing.
Okay, yeah. Okay. All right.
But
I think my issue
overall,
is that, I'm sorry, Cerberus.
go ahead.
No, it's just my issue is that what is the dollar backed up with? Is it backed up with
debt?
Promise, debt. So does that make any sense?
Trust in the United States government.
Oh, I mean, it depends on who you ask. As economists would say yes, but the American dollar is backed up by the government's promise to pay the dollar back with interest.
Yeah. This is the way you should look at it. You're 9 feet down in a hole, and the guy says next to you, "You know how we can get out of this hole? Let's dig another 9 feet."
Yeah, it's almost like me. Hey, Norse.
That's Keynesian economics 101 right there for you guys.
Yeah. Hey, Norse, give me $30. I promise you, I'll pay you back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pay you back your $30. The way I'll do that is you give me another $30.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Norse.
Yeah.
Like, it would work better if it was just part of the government completely, so we didn't end up paying interest on the money we used.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
But a lot of people are against inflation, and while you don't want to inflate the money too much, inflation is better than deflation.
Yeah. So where did you stand, Cerberus, on the citizenry, average citizen paying other people with other different currencies, like Liberty coins or whatever they're called? Like, because as far as I know, it's illegal to pay to do transactions. If I'm not correct, I could be wrong, but if let's say I made my own gold coin, right, and I printed my face on it, and I went to like another person, I said, okay, I'll give you this for like a cow. Like, that's technically illegal to do, right?
Well, it's not illegal to trade gold or silver or diamonds or land or anything. It's when you mint it as a coin and then use the coin as payment that's illegal.
Okay. Yeah. I never understand. Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I think people should be allowed to do that.
The central bank essentially has a monopoly on circulatable money.
I would love
You're
to
a cool dude, Cerberus. I
like to get paid in gold and silver. That would be great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually get paid something worth something, huh, Brother Joe?
Try to educate people on it, that
a 10 cents a dime, 10 cents dime printed in like the 1940 was made out of 99.9 silver, and if you had one today, it'd be like worth what, John? $4, $5?
Yeah, around there, like $4. Yeah.
That's silly. That's crazy. That we don't even do that now. What is it made out of? Tin now?
Yeah, the penny was actually worth a lot more than the penny because it was made of copper. Now it's not made out of copper anymore.
Nope.
That's silly.
Yeah.
I like you, sir. I like your economic beliefs, Cerberus.
Yeah, and there's one thing people got to think about. While inflation is better for the economy than deflation, if you let it get out of hand, essentially every dollar you save today is progressively worth less.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to this belief though, Cerberus? Like, it just seemed like back in the day, people had this faith that if you save a penny saved was a penny earned, that you save your money and then you spend it wisely. Whatever happened to that? Nowadays, it's like I hear every economist, I hear Paul Krugman, and he's this idiot that he always ranted about. No, spend money, spend money, spend money, spend money. That like what happened? What happened?
Well, the new system happened. It is actually better for you in the long run to spend your money on property now than saving it.
So it just...
Yeah, generally rich people don't have that much liquid assets because they spend their money on land and housing and businesses to make them more money.
Okay.
I mean, I only have... I think I only have... It's a little shy of $4,000. But I own like 7 efficiency apartments.
Oh boy, geez, okay. You're a real estate mogul, huh? Like Donald Trump?
No, that is true. If you own land, it's much better.
Yeah.
It's more concrete.
That's why I was looking in. I mentioned it before to someone in here, a few people that might have been in here, about building the houses out of the shipping containers. You know, fixing them up.
I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that was
I want to
cool,
do it. I want to do it as a business, so on the side I can also do it for a charity. And I'm thinking about starting a Indiegogo. If you guys want to give money to that.
Well, shit, you're Donald Trump in the making, man. You fund it yourself.
No, I'm not. I only make about $110 a month off those apartments.
Okay.
Off each one, not all together.
Oh, okay.
Wolf. Ooh. He's gone.
He's in. He's out. He's elect. He's one of the elect. He's one of the elect.
I'm gonna get a beer. I'll be right back.
You do that.
Yeah, beer. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I like Masons, man. They know the shit, man. They know
that's
where
why I
it's
hang
at.
out with him.
Yeah. They seem like good people. Hey, you know, if 2/3 of the founding fathers were Masons, I mean, they did something right. They know they have some sort of secret knowledge that they're doing it right.
Oh, my uncle was actually a Mason, and this very nice guy, man. Really spiritual and.
You know, it's sick, Green, because the media portrays like Masonry as like this, you know, the evil. They're the evil usury people. You know, they're the people you gotta watch out from. But they're the ones against the nastiness. You know, they're the ones that they know. You know.
No, I definitely understand it.
You get what I'm saying?
I read books on Masonry, and you know, a lot of it is like building yourself, you know, into a higher human being. So I don't see nothing wrong with that. And I knew a couple of Masons, and they were like the nicest people, man.
That must be it, you know.
Yeah.
They don't want to. The evil people are propagating. You know, they're sending out the propaganda because they're afraid of getting knocked down. That's what it is.
I come back
people
to
are
us talking about the Masons.
Yeah.
No, what I was saying is that Masons are good people. I never ran into a Mason that was like an asshole or something.
Well, thank you.
Either. Yeah.
I am an asshole sometimes, but
you're an asshole in a good way, though.
What I was saying is, it's like our media, our everyday media, propagates that Masons are bad people, or they're the ones behind the the usury and the financial collapse and the mortgages and the banks. But in reality, it's not like that. You know, you're the guys trying to fix the garbage that's going on. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's actually our. We used to be a lot more proactive, but it's essentially our mission statement now to save as much as we can as everything falls.
Yeah. I recommend that, yeah. Gold, guns, and what's the other one? What's the saying? What, what, brother John?
Groceries.
Groceries, yeah. Yeah.
Growing your own food, man. Guns, grow your own food. I think that's basically it. Have your land.
Have you heard about the government's cracking down on people who are catching rainwater? That seems to be a trend now. Go to prison if you want to collect water. You know?
I actually heard too, like, growing your own food is. Yeah, I think it's conspiracy. I don't really believe it, but I heard people have been stopped by growing their own food.
Yeah, I heard one story where some woman planted some tomatoes in her front lawn, and the government was like, well, a front lawn isn't a garden. You don't grow tomatoes in your front lawn. I mean, like, who gives a fuck where you grow it? Who cares? I mean, okay, sure, okay, colloquially, sure, front lawn isn't a garden. Yeah, okay. But I mean, whatever.
The reason why they can do that is because of homeowners associations.
Yeah, well, I can understand that, but
homeowners association agreements.
Well, that's a different story, though. I mean, if you live in if you live in a public neighborhood and there's some stupid Sydney ordinance that says a front lawn isn't a garden, that's a stupid ordinance.
It's usually not city ordinance. It's usually the homeowners association.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
I mean, that's usually the case. I don't know about. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that there are cities that exist that have an ordinance on that, but I haven't heard of it.
About the water thing, it's happened around here a little bit. In every case that I've looked into, it's the storing of rainwater in open containers. Because open to the air containers allow for like mosquitoes and stuff.
So storing rainwater in an open container is pretty stupid, because it allows it to get corrupted by all kinds of little critters too.
Well, I mean, don't people have a right to do silly stuff and drink water that might have a mosquito in it? I mean, and that's like people who are complaining about raw milk. Well, raw milk might kill you. I mean, does it really matter if a bunch of hippies on a farm drinking raw milk? Does that really bother you?
I agree with you about raw milk, just because that's usually in a closed container. But with open containers of rainwater, unless you're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, there are ways for the bacteria that jumps into standing water to get into other shit. So if you're living in like a neighborhood or an apartment building and you're doing that, that's a danger to everybody else. Raw milk, though, I don't see a point of being against.
Yeah, I just don't get that. Like a bunch of hippies on a farm growing organic apples, right? And they're selling the organic apples to other people. They don't have a license. They didn't use pesticides. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? It's just an apple. So what? The government get a penny cut in the tax. Who cares? I don't get all these things. So what if the Amish are giving raw milk to their neighbors? Why does the government have to crack down on them? It's just, I don't know. Just never got it. Never understood it. So how's your quest to save Tamriel, Clayton?
Fuck Tamriel.
Okay, good. You're a true Nord rebel.
I joined the Legion, though, because I think that Ulrich is so dumb shit.
Well, he killed the High King with his voice. That's
Yeah, he's not a true Nord.
Oh, he's not? Okay. The no true Nord fallacy.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, I don't know if it's my mic, but I'm hearing a lot of static.
That does sound like it's from you.
Is me?
Testing. I'm not hearing any static.
No.
Yeah, not now.
Yeah, when Clayton is talking and when Sibris is talking, I'm hearing a lot of static.
Huh. Well, I mean, Clayton's over there killing dragons, so I don't know.
I could understand that.
I could see the dragon screwing with my signal.
Yeah. No, it's Sibris. It's him.
Well, Cerberus sounds like kind of like a demon too. He's got like some voice changer on his.
No, I'm hearing like some crazy static when he was talking.
What are you doing over there, Cerberus? You hacking the Pentagon?
I'm actually drawing.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's him. Okay.
Are you getting a lot of
Something's
static?
up. Yeah, something's up with your mic.
You have an AC in the back?
No, but I can put my old mic in. This thing's giving me problems like the last 2 days.
Yeah, it cuts off a little bit, and I'm hearing some static. Yeah. So it is from your mic. Okay.
Okay, it wasn't just your voices in your head, I guess. Green. That's good.
Well, thank God.
So, Reuven, what are you doing over there, man?
He's doing your mom.
Oh. Again?
Is that Irish humor?
I've been on a your mom joke kick for a while.
All right.
Your mom's been on a your mom joke kick for a while.
I have nothing to come back to. I have nothing. I never do mom jokes. I'm not really. I do father jokes, which pisses people off.
Your mom does father jokes.
Your father does mom jokes.
Oh, look at this guy.
There you go.
He's a genius.
That's what your father said.
So, Peter, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, Norse, why you keep looking out the window, dude?
Well, I'm just a little scared that black car is still there. I don't know. I'm a little worried.
I'm getting a nice view of Long Island.
Yeah, not bad, Long Island.
Yeah.
Nassau.
Yeah, it looks
There's
like.
that there.
What happened?
No, it looks like New Jersey.
North New Jersey, yeah.
Yeah.
You go out to Suffolk, you get a little bit too much country.
Oh, that's
If you go out-
country. That's
yeah.
the woods. Yeah.
If you go out to Queens, you get the city vibe. You know, everyone's on top of each other. But Nassau, you get a little bit of, you got the buildings, but yet you got some trees. So you don't have
Have you watched The Islanders lately?
I like the Islanders. I don't keep up with them though.
Yeah, I
haven't been out to the game in like years, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's
No,
blasted.
because I actually went to see Tool at Nassau Coliseum.
Okay.
What a freaking dump, dude.
It is. Well, they've been trying to. They want to build a new one. They want to build a new Coliseum or whatever.
Are they gonna build it in Nassau or in Brooklyn?
Well, I would hope they build it in Nassau.
Well, they got the space for it. Definitely.
And then they were talking about building a football stadium out in the city, because the Jets play in like Jersey, right?
Yeah, they shouldn't be playing in Jersey, man. Yeah, they should be playing in New York.
Yeah, a lot
I'm
of
a
people
Jets fan.
complain. See, the thing is, though, if you know anything about New York politics, is basically white liberals in the city get to just control everything. So they don't want it. So they're complaining about the tax dollars going to build a new stadium. So
Why not put up in Yonkers?
they're out there, and I don't know if you know, but Yonkers, man, they've been getting a lot of casinos.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that casinos are going up over there.
Then put it up there. It makes
Or
sense.
they're supposed to. I don't know if they built them yet or they're going to. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and it's easy to get to because you could actually go from like up in Bergen County and go to like Rockland County and go straight down to 78. You could hit Yonkers no problem. If you're living up north.
Right.
And if you want to take the bridge up to George Washington, that's fine too. You go straight up by the Bronx. I don't know, man. The Jets belong in New York, man. I don't know. It's just that it feels weird for them to share a stadium with the Giants.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Jersey doesn't want them to leave, and I'm sure they get, probably
No,
money from them.
even if, like, if they're gonna stay in Jersey, why not build a separate stadium?
Right.
It just makes sense. It's like sharing the freaking room. I don't know.
Build
It
a new
doesn't.
stadium, yeah, sure. Make it into like a hybrid, like like a lot of stadiums. Make it give them a baseball team. The New Jersey, whatever, baseball and a football team.
Well, they'll never, like Jets or Giants will never say New Jersey. You know that
Well,
because
yeah, that's
nobody
true.
will come and watch. Yeah, nobody's gonna come and watch them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
The New Jersey Guidos.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
the New Jersey Guineas. That's a better name.
See, now I'm offended.
That could be the baseball team. The Guidos would be the football team, and then Guineas would be baseball.
Oh man.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh man. I know. It's just, and by the way, those Jersey Shore, those guys are from New York.
Which ones?
The freaking the Jersey Shore guys. The freaking.
Oh, yeah.
They're from freaking New York.
They got the
Coming down
lingo.
to, yeah. They're not even from New Jersey. Only like one person
Oh
is
yeah,
from
I think
Jersey.
it doesn't. Yeah, I think Snooki was born on Long Island. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all from New York, from around that area. But the thing is that there's only one person, is that girl. I think it's JWoww, that she's actually from New Jersey.
I guess ever since The Sopranos, I guess the stereotype is New Jersey is Italian. I guess.
Well, we do have a high Italian population here. Like, it's nothing but it. Like where I live, there's nothing but Italians.
Yeah, but I used to be when I was a kid that it was like New York was like the Italian stereotype. Like New Yorkers are like Italian. Now it's like New Jersey.
But the issue is that New York and New Jersey are so interconnected that you can't even tell the difference.
Right, yeah.
If you go down to South Jersey, you could tell the difference. Like, where the Jersey girl is when you go down South Jersey, but when you're up in Bergen County, this is New York. Straight up.
So what are they like down south? What are they more like?
They're different. They're more like Philly. I don't know. You've been down to Philadelphia, but it's more like that.
Okay.
I can't even explain it, but very short. In Chile, really.
Born in Chile. Oh boy. We never
Is she
know
Italian?
that. Huh. Born in Chile. Santiago, yeah. Wow. She was adopted when she was 6 months old and was raised by Italian American parents.
Holy shit. There you go.
Learn something new every day.
Even reality shows are not reality. Yeah.
Oh God, I'm reading the Wikipedia. It says she was on WWE WrestleMania. Oof. She wasn't wrestling, was she? Let me see this.
She was in South Park.
Host. Oh, she was.
Yeah, she was in South Park. Yeah, it's Snooki.
I haven't watched South Park since like season 3. I think the first and second season is where it's at, and then I don't know. I guess it's like that with everything.
Yeah, I watch it sometimes. Sometimes it's the only thing to watch. I watch that at Family Guy. There's nothing really like, and Law and Order. I just can't stop watching that show.
Is SVU still on? I used to like that.
Yeah, it's still on.
Now they gave up on the Law and Order, the original show, didn't they? They retired.
Yeah, it's different. Like,
it's different.
Yeah, because I've been catching up on the new ones, on the newer ones, and anytime that first of all, I don't even have time to watch TV.
Right.
But when I do catch it, I'll just watch it. I was freaking fascinated by it.
You gotta give up on TV, man. Go with Netflix, man. Cut the cord. You're gonna save money, man.
It's my kids, man.
Oh,
You know,
don't they
like,
have tons of Nickelodeon and kids stuff on there, man? On
yeah.
the Netflix.
How much you pay a month? I heard it was like $10.
No. It's like $7.99.
$7.99.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm about to do that because it's just a waste, man.
Yeah. More and more people doing that. That's going to be the way it's going to be. You're going to get channel CBS.
Well, I want to cut my cable though. Not just my cable, but I just want to cut everything from Optimum though.
Oh, you got Optimum? Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
got. That's for the internet. Yeah.
But the thing is that how could you get, because I have no other services around my area, so I was wondering if I could just put internet and just get like a box. Is that possible?
I think Dish has like internet service, but
I can't get Dish.
No.
They
You
don't.
can't.
No. I can't even get Verizon.
So yeah, you basically can't get internet or phone or television any other way, man.
I heard that you could actually.
Oh
just
well,
get
actually,
internet.
you go get a the connection would probably be slow and expensive, but you can get a. Can't you get? Reuven probably knows this better than me. Like Verizon will have like a USB drive or something that plugs into your computer and it will get 3G or 4G internet. Basically like a mobile phone internet, but for your computer.
Is that true, Reuven? Oh, Reuven's
Oh, I
asleep.
think AT&T does that now.
It is. Where do you live at, Green? Like
I live
city?
I live in Mawa.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know.
I
what
don't
that is.
suppose Virgin Mobile has any towers near you.
No, man, I'm in like in the woods. Straight up.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't go with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Virgin Mobile's the only one that has unlimited bandwidth.
Virgin Mobile.
Yeah.
So if I get the phone service for Virgin Mobile, could I hook it up to my TV?
I don't know if they do phone service. It's their wireless internet.
As a wireless? Oh yeah, the internet. No, yeah, you're right. Could I get internet wireless?
And then you would have to do everything digitally. Then, if you want to do that, would have to switch over to Netflix and.
Yeah, I'll do the Netflix. It's no big deal. It's just that I want to, I just need the internet.
Yeah, because I'm paying. We get Optimum here, and it's $60 a month or something, isn't it? For internet, it's like it's high. It's like
No, I'm paying more than that for 3 services. I'm paying for like, close to
Oh,
like
that's
100.
right.
Yeah, I'm paying like 120 something for bullcrap.
And they make such a big deal. These companies, they make a big deal out of it, like Verizon and Cablevision. They go, oh, get all 3 services and bundle them. You save money. But if you do the calculations, you're not really saving anything. It's the same price.
Well, after a year, it's like $98 or something like that for a year, and then after that year, they bump up that price so high.
Yeah.
And you're like, yo, I don't even want this actually, because I don't use this phone. I don't use the phone. The only thing I really use is really the internet, and the only thing I'm worried about is the TV. But if I took off the phone, which I'm allowed to do, I'm still paying like close to $90-something.
I don't know. Every time they bump up my bill, I just call them and tell them I'm leaving it unless they change it back.
Yeah, my mom did that a few times.
Yeah, I tried that 3 times already. I think they're on to me now.
Which I don't know how many times I've done it. I've done it for like the last 5 years.
5 years? Yeah, maybe I should try it again. But still, I still don't want it though. I just want the internet and do the Netflix thing, which you're not the only one that I heard about the Netflix.
Yeah, either go with Netflix or go with Amazon Prime. The only thing I would say with Amazon Prime, you get less movies and TV shows to watch for free, but the good thing about it is you get free shipping on all your products. and free audiobooks and free other things too. So it's up in the air whether or not.
Well, I use my public library, which is awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, it's freaking. I love the library, man. See, that's when I hope my tax dollars are going to my library because they're freaking awesome.
Yeah, you would hope that things like that the taxpayers are going to. Now, Reuven, Verizon does have some sort of internet box that connects to your TV to get television. That is interesting. Huh.
Well, Xbox does it now too.
Oh yeah, I would. Yeah, do you? The only other thing I would say to you, Green, do you have like a Blu-ray player that gets internet so you can watch Netflix on your TV?
No, but I could.
Yeah. I would say invest in like a Roku box or like a Amazon box, like one of those devices that you can stream media to.
Okay.
You can get something cheap for like $50, and you can get YouTube. You can get all sorts of different apps, as they say.
If you had $200, I would recommend just getting an e-machine laptop.
Yeah, get a nice, maybe get a cheap laptop and get an HDMI cable and just plug it up to your computer, a TV.
And then what happens after that? What you get just internet?
Right, you get your videos on the laptop, and then you can watch it on the big screen, so you don't have to watch it on the laptop.
Oh, okay.
And then you have a laptop.
And you get a laptop, so you can it's portable. Plus, you can watch movies on the big screen.
Oh,
I think that's a good idea, Cerberus. Yeah.
Hey, brother John, you just pay $30 for your internet and that's it? You get it by itself?
$30, yeah.
What service?
Frontier. It's that's over the phone line. I was like DSL, but it does me fine.
Huh, Frontier. Okay.
Yeah, I
Never heard of
that shit. Yeah.
There must be PA, something special about that.
Yeah, up here, man, it's just like a freaking monopoly, man.
I got two choices: Optimum or Verizon. That's it.
I don't get cable by me, so it's either use the phone line or satellite, and do not want to use satellite.
Satellite is way too expensive for what they give you.
Yeah, satellite has bandwidth usage limits.
Yeah, and you get capped, and then if you go over, they'll charge you up arm and a leg.
So, is this guy looking scary enough yet?
That's pretty good. You're better than Benny. I think Benny's gonna have a run for his money.
Hey, check out that website if you want to look at some there's some movies on there.
Oh, I already have the NSA on my ass, and now you're gonna give me pirated websites now. That black car outside. I think someone's moving around. They're headed in.
I watched most of my I don't know who turned me on to it, but I watched most of my Game of Thrones
Reuven.
on it, but there's a lot of new movies on there.
And it's good. There's no viruses or anything like that.
No viruses. You just gotta you'll have those pop-ups that come up that say, oh, you need to update this or something. They try to trick you. It's only an ad. You just gotta click out of it. You might have to click off some things, a couple times. It's a little bit of a pain. But once you get it going, then you're just playing the movie or. I watched most of all the Game of Thrones on that site.
They have that Johnny Depp movie Transcendence. I actually wanted to see that.
Yeah.
The movie's about Johnny Depp being implanted onto a computer, and his consciousness was converted digitally into a hard drive. I really don't know how to explain it, but
that too. Yeah. Another site I found was polystreaming.com.
Okay.
Which when some episodes of Game of Thrones I wasn't getting on this site, I went there and it actually played cleaner, and but I didn't look. I
Jackie
didn't.
Chan's in a new movie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I didn't. I didn't search the other. The rest of the site. Like to see what else they got. But polystreaming.com was pretty good. You don't have to, no email or nothing like that.
Holy shit, we're still fucking live?
We're still live.
Oh man.
Holy.
Are we going for another record or something?
Hey, you guys, I fell asleep. You guys were talking last night. I fell asleep, and then I got up like in the middle of the night. It was like 7 in the morning. You guys are still going.
Oh,
No.
I actually got out at 6, so you just missed me. Yeah.
No, John, that is not going to be me tonight. No.
Yeah, I'm supposed to get up early, man. I got a party to prepare for tomorrow.
You got to wake up and party? Sounds like a plan.
It's my birthday now, right now.
So what you going to do for your birthday?
We're having a barbecue. What I do around 4th of July is around the 4th of July weekend, wherever is closest, we do a multi-celebration here every year. My birthday's the 5th, my wife's the 8th, and our anniversary is the 7th. And then we celebrate 4th of July as well,
That's a busy week. Wow.
Yeah, so we're going to have a barbecue, have some friends over tomorrow. We're going to shoot some fireworks.
You're going to go on Hangout, right?
I'm not going on Hangout tomorrow night. No, I'm sorry. Unless it's very late.
Stream it.
Maybe I'll stream live the fireworks. How about that?
Stream the barbecue.
Stream the barbecue.
Don't just mute yourself. Don't even participate in your hangout. Just stream it.
Yeah. It
That'd
should be
funny.
interesting. There'll be a lot of church folk here tomorrow too.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome.
I have a couple of my heathen friends, and then we'll have some church, and we'll have
Yeah,
my.
Oh boy.
Talk about abortion.
Now we get into good conversations. I talk with this one pastor once in a while. We get into some stuff.
Oh, that's good, man.
Yeah, it's friendly. Discussion. Tell them why I don't believe in Jesus, all that stuff,
Do you get people kind of like, look at it, you kind of like sideways when you say that, or?
Oh, I love when they all ask me they'll ask me, when you coming back to the Lord, or when you coming to church, and I'm like, what makes you guys think I even left God? I go outside. There's my church.
That's a good point. That's a good point, John. That's yeah.
It's only because I don't follow their way. I don't. So.
Yeah.
It's like everybody wants you to become like a clone, like the cyborgs or something. Like, I don't know. I don't like that either.
You're an atheist, It's.
Yeah, I saw that debate, Reuven. I don't know if Reuven's still around, but I saw Rabbi Smuley debate in Christopher Hitchens on your channel, Reuven. Excellent debate. Well, I don't know if it's a debate. I don't know if it, discussion, chat, whatever you want to call it. Fascinating. I don't know. What year was that? Christopher Hitchens didn't seem like. I don't know. I don't know. 2010. It just seemed a little bit off. You can tell that.
No, when he got older, Christopher Hitchens, he got more cynical.
He looked so brittle. He looked so skinny. Like he was wearing these baggy clothes, but every time he moved his arm, you could just see this like bones.
Well, that's because he had cancer.
Yeah. He was,
yeah.
No, but I just noticed that like throughout his life, like later on, he just became a lot more cynical.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you got that from him, but.
Smuley talked about that, how he doesn't, Jews don't want people that think the same, Brother John. No cloning shit, Be your own person. What's this link here? Oh, this is the full link, huh? This is the whole debate there. You should promote your channel, Reuven. Why are you giving off this link? Godless UK. Oh, I don't even like the name of the channel. Godless UK. Pretty much. Oh God, I'm looking at this Pompeii movie here, and it looks like what is it? A volcano going off, and it's like a fight happening or something. Oh jeez.
There better be a volcano, damn
Look at that picture I just found. It was pretty
It's
funny.
backwards.
It's backward?
Yeah.
You see it backwards? I don't see it backwards here.
I see it backwards.
Oh, okay, let's flip it.
There
Yeah,
you go, Reuven. Yeah, that's your link. All right, let me see what you look. I don't see any picture now, brother John.
Oh, I see it here. Oh, I don't know what.
Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Believe me, this shit's good. This shit is what? What does it say, brother John? Believe me, this shit is what?
Good.
Oh, this shit's good. Okay. I like it. Getting the little kitties high. I love it. Cannabis. Oh God, I can't even talk. Cannabis was used in ancient Israel, and then whatever that says after that. Bones, and I don't know. Oh boy, believe me, this shit's good, huh? Mm. Such a nice picture. It's like the kids are smiling, Jesus is happy. You know?
Goddamn brushes.
What happened?
I can't find the brush I really want.
What program you using there?
Photoshop.
What version? That looks like a nice fucking expensive version you got there.
I don't know the version number, but I bought it last year, so.
I got the free Photoshop CS2. I think that's what it's called, CS2 or something. I don't know. If people want, for the people listening to the broadcast, I can't believe if you even still you Google free Photoshop version, you can get. Adobe gives away a free version of Photoshop, and they'll give you a key. That's what I use. You get an annoying pop-up in the beginning of every time you use it. Do you want to register and update for the newer version? You know, you get that, but other than that, it's free.
Torrents.
Well, I mean, why torrent it if you get a free version, you know? It's legal. Where's that Noah movie? I don't see that. I want to see the Noah movie with the rock monsters. I'm looking through this site that you gave me, Brother John. Because I tried to torrent the Noah movie, and it was like some really hard Chinaman version. It was like the quality was so bad. It was like some guy fucking recorded it with his cell phone on a movie theater. It was so bad. Oh, is this Blu-ray rip, Reuven? Or is this bullshit? I hate when people put Oh, this is Blu-ray. Okay. Let me go ahead and see if it's on the site that I use. I don't know about Kick-Ass torrents. I don't know if Kick-Ass is really Kick-Ass. You know what I mean?
Okay. Is there a reason to use something other than Pirate Bay?
Is that still open?
Yeah, it's never went down.
Oh, it's gone down once or twice.
Well, no, I mean it's never been closed.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, correct. Yeah, closed. Yeah. I don't know if people know this, but there's actually a Pirate Bay political party in, like, what is it, Switzerland? There's an actual literally political party called Pirate Bay, and they fight for free media, non-copyright bullshit. Maybe we should have something like that in the States. The Pirate Bay Party.
No, which government was it? Was it the Swiss or was it one of the other Scandinavian? Well, I guess Swiss is really Scandinavian, but one of the Scandinavian countries that told the United States to go fuck off. We're not closing Pirate Bay.
That's Switzerland. Yeah. Switzerland does not acknowledge United States law.
I think Kick-Ass Torn is better than Pirate Bay now.
Which better?
Kick-Ass Torn is much better than Pirate Bay, I think. Better selection.
Oh, really? Yeah. I don't. I use a private torrent site. So I don't have to rely on public public people. It's like, you're downloading from a server. So that's what I like. Oh, Noah movie. Thank you, Reuven.
You found it? You found it?
Yeah. Oh, Noah movie in Blu-ray. I'm gonna love it. Rock Monsters in HD, man. I can't wait. I might even watch it with the moms. Put it on the big fucking screen. Watch fucking Russell Crowe wrestle some rock monsters, man. Can't wait. That's some good science fiction right there. I mean, it wasn't really that hard to ruin a movie like that, was it? Or did they really? I mean, did they really have to put like stupid shit in the movie? I mean, it's just a guy building an ark. I mean, what's so fucking hard to follow, you know? I don't know. Maybe the rock monsters makes it exciting. Maybe it brings. I don't know. What are you looking? What is this, Brother John, that I'm looking at? A guy spinning across? What's going on?
Trying to find your Noah movie.
The Noah movie?
Trying to find you one.
Oh, I got it off of the site I like.
Oh, you did? Wait, to download or to stream?
Oh, to download. I want a copy to download.
Oh.
That's the site I use.
For me, it would take too long to download a freaking movie.
Yeah. Reuven probably get you a link. Why? Have you seen it yet, Brother John?
Yeah, I saw it in the theaters.
Oh, you did? Okay. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. Part of me was going in with this biblical literal expecting, So I was kind of condemning the movie, but then talking to other people, and and it was like, I mean, they took creative license. Obviously, it was definitely not to the text.
Right. Yeah.
But it was interesting. Yeah.
I'm not gonna get all pissy about that.
Okay. And the end isn't, toward the end is interesting too, because.
Well, don't ruin it for me.
Okay.
But the end is good though.
Well, watch it. You'll see what I'm talking about when it comes to the sons and the wives. That's all I'll say.
Okay. You planted the seed. I like it. I like how you said that. Okay, the wives. Okay. They should make a. I don't know if it's just me or what other people think, but they should definitely make a good biblical series, like start from Adam. Do like an Adam and Eve movie. Make it biblical. Make it make sense. then go on like each movie is like a different character, and then go all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. I don't know. They're supposed to remake the Ten Commandments, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, they shouldn't do that. I like the old one.
The Charleston Heston version is
different commandments.
Yeah, is it gonna be about the second set, or is it gonna be about the first set?
Oh boy.
I always loved who was it? Mel Blanc did in the History of the World. Did Moses? Remember that?
Oh yeah. Vaguely, yeah.
I always found that funny. He comes down with the 3 tablets. These are the 50, boom, the 10 commandments. He drops. I love that.
Jesus Christ. Yes?
Yes. What? Yeah. Funny. Classic shit. That's classic.
Like I said, Mel Brooks is the best, man.
Oh boy.
Spaceballs? Come on. She doesn't look Jewish.
Balls.
Huh?
Spaceballs, that's funny.
Blazing Saddles.
I love the part where they were talking about, what was it, all their names were asshole or something like that?
Oh, what's that from?
Spaceballs.
Oh, he's an yeah, he's an asshole? Yeah, asshole. Yeah. My father was an asshole. Yes, he was. And I'm an asshole.
Gotta find that scene now.
Yeah. Yoda's a Jew. I love that. Isn't there a torrent? I'm trying to think. Isn't there like a torrent website about that's like dedicated to George Bush? Like bushtorrents.com. Let me Google that. Oh man, no. I guess I'm mistaken. Reuven, isn't there like a torrent site, Reuven, or am I delusional again? Like a torrent website called like Bush Torrents, like George Bush Torrents, and it was like supposed to be like kind of like I don't know, like they were like pretending like George Bush was hosting the. I don't know what I'm fucking delusional. I don't know.
I gotta play this. 30 seconds.
Alright, go ahead.
Careful, you idiot! I said across her nose, not up it! Sorry, sir. Doing my best. Who made that man a gunner? I did, sir. He's my cousin. Who is he? He's an asshole, sir. I know that. What's his name? That is his name, sir. Asshole. Major asshole. And his cousin? He's an asshole, too, sir. Gunners made first class Philip asshole. How many assholes we got on it anyhow? Go! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Keep firing, assholes!
Oh, that's great. I love it. Now it's called full.
You should play that when you're in a hangout sometimes, right? I'm surrounded by assholes. You're in a
Major asshole. Yeah, he's an asshole, sir. Yes, I know that. What's his name? Oh, I love it. Oh, Reuven, you're missing, dude. Oh boy, you're missing out. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go to my torrent site and get Spaceballs. Fucking love John Candy. Rest in peace.
Oh, if you guys are interested in education,
Well, I'm not really into education now.
well, I mean, educating yourself. Look up the Teaching Company, or
Is it
it's
like-
usually TTC on the torrent sites.
And what are they? What are they? What is a?
It's a company that gets professors from different universities to teach a course, and they record it.
Oh well, YouTube has Yale and Harvard channels, and they put lots of good stuff up on there, man.
I know, but these are like full courses, like you
Full.
actually went to college to take a
Oh
class.
wow. Oh, that probably is expensive. So they give it. Is it? Do some people pirate it, or do they do that for free for people?
Oh well, they pirate it, but I don't think actually it's that expensive. I think it's like $20 or $30 for most of the courses.
Reuven, when you say I have it downloaded, you're talking about the teaching or the Spaceballs? Okay, Spaceballs. I want to get some. Reuven, maybe you can help me out. Like I want to learn like a language. Well, maybe I should start by learning English first. Probably would. I should start there. What's a good place to get some good language programs? Because I've tried to use Rosetta Stone for learning Spanish, and it's just so bad. It's horrible. Anyone here use Rosetta Stone?
I'm halfway through my first lesson in German. I like it.
And you like it? Okay.
Are you doing it with the voice also?
It's been a while since I've done it. I remember there being a voice. Yeah, I remember it.
Well, I mean, not just reading it to you. There's I know the older versions didn't have, but the newer versions have it. So you actually talk.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah,
have
it works
anything.
great like that.
Okay. That must be a better Rosetta Stone version than the shit I got. Yeah. Okay. What languages am I interested in? What do you recommend, Smart? Maybe I know some. I mean, I guess I could do Spanish. I guess something I can handle. French, obviously. Oui, oui. That's all I know. Oui, oui.
If you're not already bilingual, I would suggest learning another Germanic language like English first.
I don't think I could do German. That's too much. You have like.
Well, I mean, English is a Germanic language. It has to do with how the language is structured.
Huh. I didn't know English was considered a Germanic language.
Well, I think it's considered a combination.
African, yeah. I'm going to learn African. Yeah. I already get called racist enough on these hangouts. I'm going to learn African. Whatever how it's pronounced. Although I do believe that the African people should have their own state or country. And it's you hear about this all the time about them getting butchered, Let's see what Reuven's typing in. The two easiest language for an English native to learn is How you pronounce that? Afrikaan? Afrikaan. or Norwegian. Are you pulling my fucking peg, Reuven? You're gonna tell me Norwegian is like one of the easiest language? Oy vey. Well, I guess I shouldn't. I mean, I guess I should look at it before I criticize it. But it just seems like Norwegian has too many dots and vowels, and you have words for female, you have words for male. It's like I can't.
Words.
And words, yeah.
Words.
But actually, if I remember correctly, we actually borrow a lot of words from them. Like Norwegian language is one of the reasons why we have 2 words for lots of different types of food. Like pork and ham.
Well, I thought that was because. Wait. I thought that was because it was Germanic and French in origin. Like the way I was told, like poor people spoke like German, so they would have their own set of words, and then the rich elite would speak French. Or I guess maybe, I don't know. I don't know. So no, I have to look into that. Norwegian. Okay, what's Reuven typing now? Okay, is Old Norse sick?
And sick is Old English.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Old English is sick. So what's New English? What's New English? Oh, that's something. Okay, ill is a Norse in origin. That's cool. Yeah, Adam was telling me about like there's 100 basic English words that are German in origin, or I don't know, North European in origin, and then there's practically everything else is from everywhere else. Latin and Greek and yada yada.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, I remember reading somewhere that the English language is progressively becoming more and more romantic. And by romantic, I mean like French and Spanish and Latin.
Ah, okay. That's interesting. Okay. Reuven says old refers to the earliest forms of the language in question. So Old English is the oldest form of English, followed by Middle English and Early Modern. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And Old English is so old that you would have problems actually communicating with someone that spoke Old English.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean that's why they translate, Shakespeare on like the other's page,
I mean, that's not even Old English.
Oh, that isn't even Old English? No.
Yeah, that's way newer than that. This is
okay.
Yeah, we're talking about like before the High Medieval period.
Wow, okay. English, I didn't know, okay. English goes back far. So what year around is that?
Oh, I don't know, somewhere, I'm going to be wrong, but it's somewhere 600 and then newer probably.
What's 600 through 1100 CE? I'm not good with CE yet. What year is that in AD though, Reuven? I can't do the whole new. Oh, okay. CE just means AD. Okay. Political correctness again. Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, I understand you're not a Christian, but come on, use AD. What are you gonna say? You don't use the Georgian calendar either? Right, before Christ, BC, and then after death, AD. I don't like the Georgian calendar. Now, of course you don't, Reuven. The Holocene calendar. Never heard of it. What is that? I have to look that up now. That sounds interesting.
The cycle of the 13-month calendar is way more accurate.
Okay, so how? Okay, the 13 months. I never heard of this before. What do you mean? How would that be broken down?
It's in the cycles of the moon.
Oh, okay, the cycles in the moon. Okay. Huh. Okay. When did this calendar, Reuben, first come in? When did they first come up with this? Let me look. Let me take a look here. I'm trying to find. First proposed by Caesar. I can't even pronounce his name. 1993. So literally, this guy came up with it the year that you were born, Reuben. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I can't even keep up with the metric system, you know? I mean, they want to replace the imperial system with the fucking metric system. I can't even keep up with that. Now I'm supposed to keep up with a new calendar.
Oh no, you messed that up. We use the standard system. Imperial is what like the English used to use.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, right, yeah.
It's even more complicated than you thought.
Yeah, it's even more complicated, yeah. Yeah. Standard isn't so standard, huh, Cerberus?
Yeah.
J-Dubs is only 3 out of 194 nations in the world that do not use the metric system. We're fellow brothers with Liberia and I can't even I can't even pronounce these names, but where are these countries located? Okay, I just looked up Liberia and it literally has the American flag as their
Oh,
flag.
that country is in ruin right now.
Oh, is that the country where Abraham Lincoln bought and they were going to send African American slaves there after the war?
Yeah, originally, yes. That's what Liberia was. And they did at one point, and it had a very good economic system, but I think what happened was they centralized it somehow, but with all other corruptions, and that country is just turned into shit right now.
Well, I mean, it's essentially what happens when you take a bunch of people that weren't educated and they basically just knew a life of everyone hating them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you get out of it.
But I heard at one point that it was doing well at one point. And then something happened within the system where it just turned into crap. But I think there was other factors involved. But that was the story that I got. That country doesn't even have a good like sewer system. It's like shot. Everything is shot in that country.
Yeah, didn't Vice do a documentary on Liberia with like the cannibalism and stuff?
Yeah, they eat people because they believe that, you know, it gives their life force. It's an old tradition in Africa.
Is Liberia the country that has that problem? Cannibalism problem?
Yes, is one of them, yeah.
So, fuck, I had a question now. I don't even remember. Okay, okay. I remember what I wanted to ask Reuven. What are the systems that they use then, Reuven? Standard, Imperial, or something else? Okay. So that's okay. I mean, you know, standard.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. It's 3:30. I gotta get some sleep.
Take care, bro. It was good hearing from you, though.
Yeah, happy birthday, John.
Thanks
Happy
again.
birthday, man.
And yeah, if you're on, I don't know. We'll see how. If you're on, you guys are on very late tomorrow. See what happens. See how it
Hey,
goes.
you know that pizza sound? Yeah, that pizza sounds exactly how that pizza sounds right now. The way you were talking, it was just coming out of you, man. It's really trippy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm really
You
serious.
want a piece of me?
There you go.
You want some of this? Come on and get it. Come on.
You're delicious, boss.
I'll talk to you later, all right?
Take it easy, man. So what's the reason in Reuven for African Americans to move back? Damn it, J-Dubs, did you have to block Seth block? Which Seth? The teeny bopper with the douchebag beard, or the other one?
Oh, Seth.
I don't know who that is. There's a couple of
Did you
different
bump?
Seths.
I don't know, but I was here when is the guy who has a black and white picture with the hat.
Yeah, that might be him. Yeah.
Well, you had beef with him because I remember leaving, and I think it was getting heated, but I must have been high. I don't know.
He's just loud but obnoxious.
Oh, okay.
I can't really explain it. He just doesn't. I guess maybe we have the same type of personality and we just clash. I guess maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. That might be it.
Yeah, loud and obnoxious. You're very Well, I'm medicated tonight. I'm very relaxed, Reuven. You have to be honest. I'm civilized. You know, I'm pretty good tonight. Or haven't I? I don't know.
No, you've been mellow today. You know, maybe a little paranoid, but it's all right.
Little paranoid, yeah. A little paranoid.
Yeah, you either need more drugs or less drugs.
Ah, thank you. That's a good diagnosis. Imagine going to a doctor and getting that. Yeah, I know what's wrong with you. You either need less or more drugs.
I don't know if you ever saw like black exploitation films, but the doctors used to be like, "Yo, man, you should just relax, smoke some weed." You know what I'm saying?
What do you
Like
mean by black exploitation film?
You know, like the old Shaft movies.
Oh, right. Yeah. I like those movies, actually.
Yeah, doctors used to always be like, "Smoke some weed," you know.
The original Shaft, yeah. Didn't they make a remake with Samuel L. Jackson or something?
You know, I never seen it.
No,
I know
it's
what
not
you're
that
talking
good.
about. Yeah, I never seen it, but yeah, it goes back in the '70s. I'm watching it. Hey, Steve, been pretty quiet. My religion is simple. My religion is kindness.
So, Reuven, you didn't answer my question. Why are African Americans? Okay, then never mind. You answered it as soon as I.
I heard Ghana was beautiful. So is the Ivy Coast. Like those are really nice places to go to.
Yeah, whatever happened to the Malcolm X wanted to take part of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and make the new African Republic.
I thought it was Oregon for some reason, or Washington State.
That's Cascadia.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about Thomas Jefferson and.
No, I'm talking about like the Nation of Islam. Their plans to have a separate state.
Yeah, the new African Republic. That would be Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia.
Out of all the states, why Mississippi?
Well, it has the highest population of African Americans.
Oh, okay. I get it. Sometimes I forget. No,
yeah, I don't know how it would work out. I think it would be either part north, basically all north of those states would be made into one state, or something like that. I forgot.
No, that would have been a disaster if that was ever tried. I could just see them trying to hop over the border. Gotta go to Tennessee.
Yeah. Things like that won't ever catch on. I mean, there's like some white separatist people that want to make Montana and Idaho into I forget what it's called, the Northwestern Front or something like that.
Holy crap, that shit sounds scary.
I like the website. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like it sounds. I mean, it sounds. I don't know. I guess maybe it's just my racist inside of me coming out or something. But it's like, come to Northwestern Front, proud white man, and rekindle. You know, they did some weird shit like that. It's just you know.
Could you go?
It's extreme. It comes off extremely racist if you go to. Hey, I'll post the website.
Okay.
They even use the term like Aryan white man and stuff. Basically, only way you'd be able to live in this country is you have to be Aryan pure blood.
And what is Aryan pure blood actually?
Iranian.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, right.
The ignorant motherfuckers don't even know it's Iranians.
Yeah, wasn't the first person to come with the word Aryan was like a Jewish woman, right? I was reading about that. Like the term Aryan was like coined by like a Jewish woman.
No, it's actually in the Rig Vedas.
Oh, is
Hinduism. It? Yeah.
Oh,
Aryan,
I have to look at that.
You gotta look into the history of India because it's really heavy into Aryan culture.
Yeah, they like to. They have this. That's where their swastika originates from, right? In the
Yes, good luck, yeah, or something, good fortune, or something like that. But the Aryans came, I believe, with the Caucasoids or something.
Right. Yeah.
And they went to India, and then from India, Iran. From there, they went to what they call the Latin, down in Italy and Greece, and then the Nordic. They're usually, Sanskrit.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I watched one documentary which was like they were talking about how Nazis used to do experiments on Indian people and those people that live around there and trying to find out
the origins. Yeah. Yeah, it's. I used to read a lot of Hindu scriptures and I got the same thing. Aryan is like a spiritual term for like noble, respectable, clean. It's not really like a race color. Basically it's a sign of nobility.
Right. Yeah. Noble. I just looked it up. Means noble. Yeah.
Yeah, but the reason why Iran is called Iran is because of Aryan.
Okay, so Iran is basically Aryan.
Aryan, yes.
Okay.
Like that whole religion of Zoroastrianism is very Aryan. It's an Aryan religion.
I'm looking at a map and it looks like I guess they're saying that the Germanic and Celtic people are very different than the Aryan people or something like that.
Well, they're from that part, if you want to call it that. They're from the Aryans, but they're subgroup basically.
Oh, they're a subgroup. What do you make of that, Reuven? What's your translation of that? That's an interesting. Because I would think obviously the Nazis considered the Baltic Slavs, Armenian, these people as subhuman.
Yeah, it's really strange.
So I guess that's like the way they looked at it is like they're even more farther down the evolutionary line, so to speak, I guess.
Yeah,
So,
something like that. Because the real original Aryans they're more close to India and Iran, around that area. Those are where those people came from.
I guess
And
that
they
makes
kind of
sense
spread
now.
out. Yeah, it
Because
spread out.
I have I have a friend named Adam Lore, and he believes the Caucasoid race, the Negro race, the Mongoloid race, and I never understood why white Europeans was mixed in with Middle Eastern people and Indians. So I guess there is some sort of.
Well, if you want to get technical, like the Arabs, the ones the Semitic races, they're like Northern African, some Southern European. Semitic, and this is what I learned from Egyptology, is that Semitics are the ones that are kind of mixed with African and European ancestry.
Okay. Oh, Reuven says the other way around.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I know they're just mixed. We're mixed with European and Africans. And I think it's contingent upon the language, too.
Okay, so what does that mean, Reuven? The Semitic people. God, I'm tired. They were distinct, and then they became part European and African. Second Maccabee says that the Spartan king and the Spartans were descendants of Abraham. Oh, I see. You're saying the Semitic people became Europeans and Africans. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So basically, the Bible says it makes it the other way around. Like evolutionists and atheists will say that we came out of Africa. Does the Bible saying that we went into Africa, not out of it? Does that make sense, Reuven, what I just said? I mean, that would make sense because the Bible always said that we came from like Iraq. That's where the Garden of Eden is. So there's some volition to. Is there any volition to the Bible teaching evolution? I know that's kind of like a can of worms. Oh, I see. This map makes it easier for me to understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna click on that too.
So when you mean the Semitic people became Africans, you don't mean actual. What you mean is technically is North Africans, not Sub-Saharan African Negro. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Because the Sub-Saharan African Negro you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you wouldn't get in contact with them often enough to actually breed and stuff. Okay.
So, let me ask you something, Reuven. Like the Mediterraneans, like the Spaniards, the Italians, are they considered Semitic?
Oh, that's a good question. That's interesting. 10% of Spaniards have Jewish ancestry. Is that because of the Moors?
They also have, yeah. Well, Spain was ruled 800 years with the Moors. Because I'm wondering, because
is that technically what they call? I don't know if Moors, but
well, it's not Moors.
Politically correct,
It's really, if you want to call it the North Africans or Muslims, but I'm talking about race. Yeah, it's basically the North Africans and some of the Arabs from Egypt and Barbar states. Okay.
So they're considered. I guess that's why they're classified as Caucasian, Reuven.
But this is the thing, Reuven. I just want to know, even before that, let's say religion put aside, or North Africans, are they still considered Semitic because of the area where they're from?
Caucasian is an diminishes people of the Middle East.
Okay. All right.
At Green Soul, no. Oh, they're Celtic and Latin. And that was, you're talking, that's Spaniard, right?
Yeah, because I know, because when I was studying, Aryan, because Aryan actually came down from Italy and spread out through Spain and Greece, and they're called Latin. Like the Spanish language is Latin, is a vulgar type of Latin. So is French, so is Romanian, so is Italian, Catalan. Those are the Romance languages. But in general, I think Spaniards are just mixed, even though originally, it's come from Latin, but at the same time, I think it's just mixed with Semitic and everything. It's very diverse, and I think all Southern Europe too. If you really look at it, they're really mixed.
Yeah, Italians, isn't the old saying goes, they'll fuck anything with a hole or something?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really keep up with the racism these days.
Yeah. I just think it's geographics too, man.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah. If you live closer to the equator, your skin is going to get darker.
Yeah, Italians, man, they love the black women, man. All the famous Italian actors, man, they got these hot black women, man. Robert De Niro, check him out. Look at his wife, hot woman.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Even the Spanish, there's actually a story. The name California. You know what it means?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't.
The Spanish actually called it woman Khalifa. They made the story up where there was a caliph, but instead of a male caliph, they had a female caliph, and they call it Khalifa. And it was this big, tall, black, Amazonian-looking, beautiful black woman, and it was an island full of them, and it was like paradise to the Spanish, and she was like a Muslim Khalifa.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why the name came from California. It's a fascinating story.
I love it, and I love what Reuven's saying too. That the Spaniards seem like they're closer related to the Ireland and Wales.
Well, Charlie Sheen, Martin Sheen, the Sheen brothers, they're from Spain, but they consider themselves Irish, like Celtic.
Yeah. Okay.
You haven't noticed that one of the sons is actually called Emilio Estevez?
Yeah, the younger brother. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's the original name, but they're Celtic. Yeah.
That's one of the that's what one of the Reuven, isn't that one of the theories of where the term Black Irish comes from, because the Ireland was formed by Spaniards. Yeah. Like the Spaniards, Spaniard in the sense that from with the part of Spain is now they sailed up to Ireland and settled. Yeah.
And you know what's funny?
And then you have the Norse people coming in from the top. Yeah.
There's a band called Black 47. It's an Irish band, and it kind of refers to the Armada. Very no wonder, man. I got along really good with Irish women. I dated them. They were awesome. A lot of fun.
Was the Spanish fleet of 130 ships? What the fuck happened? They all crashed on Ireland or something? What happened?
Yeah, the weather, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
it was gonna attack England and didn't go so well like 3 times.
Aw, that's even worse.
Yeah. This is when we had a whole, this is when we were like big time, but screwed us up.
Oh man, that sucks. They're going to invade England. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was a big time. It was a big pivotal moment in history.
So what could have? Okay, I mean, I'm reading. They got screwed big time. If they had seceded, would likely be Catholics and Spanish speaking. It was a pivotal history. Oh wow. So I mean, because when was this? Because if this was around the Revolutionary War, or was this
No,
before?
Elizabeth the First.
Okay, so that you're talking about 1500s.
Yeah, a little bit after. Yeah, a little bit after. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Wow. It just seems like the English. I hear about this all the time. The more I learn about history, it seems like the English seem like they get beaten a lot, Reuven, and then they always somehow rise up again. They always seem like they can swing back, like because during like the 1700s they were getting their ass kicked, but then in the 1800s they up on the upswing. Their Britannia rules the waves once more. You know, it's like okay, now they're in the 1500s. They're getting their ass beat, and now they're back up. You know.
There's a saying that said, why? Because the British Empire is the biggest in history.
Yeah.
But they said that the reason why the sun never sets in England because God doesn't trust them in the dark.
Yeah, that's a good saying, huh, Reuven? First time I heard of that. That's good.
Okay.
I apologize
I
for the
don't
live
mean to
feed.
change the subject, but
Yeah.
Oh, this is pretty cool. The University of Illinois has built a small robot as proof of concept. They used a 3D printer. Oh, here I can do the link. They used a 3D printer to make like a skeletal structure, and they implanted like actual muscles, like actual muscle tissue, mounted it in the machine. So this machine uses actual bio muscles.
Okay,
To
biology.
function.
Yeah. So it's half technology and half biology. I like it.
Transhumanism, the new religion.
Well, this is actually probably more like trans robotism.
Okay.
But no, this is cool. I remember my teachers, my professors, let's say teachers, in college talking about people trying to do this, and the reason is you can basically make a machine with as big of muscles as you want, to do heavier and harder work. But then you don't have to fix it if it breaks. You just inject it with nutrients and let it heal.
Oh, okay. I think I get what you're saying. That's kind of cool. Why would it be able just to heal on itself, though? That's the question I have.
I mean, that muscles heal themselves. That's what cells do.
Would the robot? I mean, I guess it's getting kind of weird. Does the robot poop? You would have an X.
I imagine there is some sorts of runoff somewhere.
Yeah, there has to be waste.
I'm thinking to myself, you have to feed this robot, right?
Yeah, you would have to. Well, I mean, you would have to feed it to keep the muscles alive. There's no reason why you would have to feed it always. There's no moral implication. But
okay, but that's awesome. So the muscles can go on forever. They just keep re-healing. I mean, this robot can just live with after a certain amount of time, I guess it'll be new muscles because everything heals. But this can just go on forever. You just keep refilling the stomach up. Maybe have like a little backpack of food, and it'll just go on forever. That's kind of cool. With this, if you give it a fucking brain, you can just replace humans, and humans will never work again.
Yeah, well, they say it's controlled with electrical impulses from a computer, so you can program the computer to do prearranged movements.
That's awesome.
And you basically got yourself a self-repairing machine.
That's awesome. And then soon, like you get to the movie. I don't know if you've seen the movie Transcendence, and then you'll just copy your consciousness onto a hard drive, plug that shit into a robot, and you can just got a new body now, Cerberus. How you doing, John? That looks yummy. Sounds yummy. Yum yums. McDonald's?
Oh no, we got a third John.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. My mic was unmuted all this time. Yeah. We call it Maccas.
You have a bit of an accent, John. Where are you from?
Australia.
Another Aussie. Oh, man. Filled to the brim with Johns and Aussies, huh, Reuven?
Yeah, we get a lot of people from Australia. I must have like 10 people that's on my inner circle that's from Australia alone. Yeah, thanks to Reuven. That's true.
So I have to ask you, Reuven, what's so captivating about Australians? They're like English people, but more crude. I don't know. I don't get it.
I think it's largely because we're up so late.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. I don't know.
I like Australians. They're like polite Englishmen. By polite, I mean not rude.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly.
They're more entertaining.
They're more into what?
Entertaining. I'm sorry,
Okay.
eating.
Yeah. What are you sucking down, man? Sounds good.
Pizza.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Yeah, good stuff. And you're over on the East Coast, so you got the real thing.
Hell yeah. No other pizza is better, man. I had pizza from other states. No good.
So tell me a little bit about Australia, John. Sell me.
Where should I start?
Yeah, take a bite.
Hey, is acid legal in Australia?
Pretty much everything's illegal in Australia, even shrooms.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought it was legal. Oh, okay. That sucks.
No. There used to be this Swiss guy who lived in our house who reckoned shrooms were completely legal. Like, he never got caught for anything that I know of. But, apparently there's a place out west from Sydney where you can pick shrooms, and he knows the different species or whatever and the right ones to pick or whatever. So, yeah.
So it's kind of
but no. Yeah. But no, I mean, I think pretty much everything that's, in terms of drugs, everything that's illegal in the US is illegal in Australia. Except pot's still completely illegal here, whereas Colorado's changed that. What else? Oh yeah, and we have insane gun control.
You have what insane what?
Insane gun control.
Oh yeah, you can't even have like a single round shotgun. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Single round shotgun. Yeah, you can. There's different. I don't know the entirety of what you can and can't have, but the general thing is that you have to have. There's a list of genuine reasons for owning a gun. Self-defense specifically cannot be one of them.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you're a target shooter, or if you use it as part of your job, say if you're on a farm, there are certain classes of guns that you can have. basically the only way to get a semi-automatic rifle is if you are either a disabled target shooter, so say you've only got one arm, or if you're a contract shooter, so say contract shooter for like certain types of pest extermination, or if you're a government agent, obviously. But and it's also generally you can only have single-shot rifles, or sorry, bolt-action rifles of up to a certain caliber. So most in the guns are legal, but there's no AR-15. There's no. You couldn't get a Saga 12. Definitely no. A couple of years back, I think it was someone's grandfather died, and they went through the house to search for things. You know, they have to empty out the house and do whatever inheritance they have to do, and they discovered that he had hidden an MP44 that he must have stolen off an SS guard he killed in the Second World War. And so luckily there was a gun amnesty at the time, so they had, they brought him to the police station, and this thing should have, really belonged in a museum, and I think the cops ended up destroying it.
Wow, that's oof. Reuven, I mean, this is the type of stuff we're gonna get in the United States soon, huh? Yeah, I thought California was bad, Reuven.
No. I mean, I don't mean to come down on your government, John, but I consider like banning a lot of these guns as sexist. I know that seems weird, but like,
a gun does,
man or woman, a gun is a gun.
Yeah. Gun does even the odds, though, for a woman, though, Cerberus. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I'm half liberal, half conservative, but
You mean like banning these guns is like saying like women can't do something, so we ban it? That type of mentality. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, I've had this argument with a lot of anti-gun liberal, specifically women, but I always tell them that you get rid of guns, if for some reason ever I turned evil, and you were to meet me in a dark alley, I do enough work and I work out and I keep in shape. There is nothing you're going to do to stop me if I wanted to do something to you.
Like I said, it's an equalizer.
Except for your gun.
Yeah. Blow your dick off, right, Cerberus? Bang.
Yeah, just don't shove it in your pants. Don't be stupid.
Well, like like that movie, Eminem movie, right? Guy shoots himself. Reuven. Oh, man. Is that what it's like to live in California, Reuven? Yeah. It's like Australia, but no kangaroos.
I consider myself a very rare animal. I am a pro-gun liberal.
You're a pro-gun liberal. Well, you should be. The founding fathers were pro-gun liberals. Well, liberal in the sense of liberty. I know people like to distort that word liberal. Liberal is someone who believes in liberty. The liberals, what we get in America these days, they're authoritarians, mocking around as socialists. That's what they are. You know what I mean? You don't get what I'm saying, Cerberus?
Oh, I am, but I also consider myself partially socialist.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I believe that on an individual level, the government should not fuck with you, and the only job the government has in a personal life is the protecting of a person from something bigger than themselves.
Right. The purpose of government, well, and what the founding fathers wanted it was to be a mediator between two parties. They are a neutral party. They're going to be the one to decide, have an impartial decision for two people having a disagreement, right? Isn't that the kind of the way it was supposed to be looked at?
Yeah, a lot of people that are libertarian or consider themselves, pro-liberty, want to apply the same rights of the individual to like big companies, and I don't think that should be allowed.
Oh well, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, corporations aren't people.
Yeah, that law actually became. That's a later law that actually became back like what in the 40s or the 50s, where they say that government are people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. I can't believe conservatives and Republicans accept the notion of corporations are people. That's so, I don't know why they think that way. So not Republican.
Yeah, I'm actually a registered Republican.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I can never be a Democrat.
I can't do that either. I can't. I tried one time, but I was like, this is crazy.
I mean, I agree with like probably 0% of what the Democrats believe, but I only probably agree with like what 40% of the Republicans agree with. So that's kind of like the boat I'm in, you know. Cerberus, so you're I guess you would be you probably lean more Democratic in the political system.
Yeah, like if I don't have another choice I vote Democrat. But
so what would you? So what are some politicians you like?
In recent years, the only politician I've ever liked was Ralph Nader.
Oh, okay, you're that type of Democrat then. Okay, I'm with you there.
Yeah, I'm big on Ralph Nader. I think he's a good guy.
I would have voted Ross Perot, but I wasn't old enough.
Oh, Ross Perot is awesome. Ralph Nader, he once in a while he'll say something really completely dog fucking stupid, but I can forgive him because he's a good person, you know.
Yeah, I consider him probably the best American alive.
Yeah.
That might be a little strong for some people, but I mean, he's the reason why we have the Freedom of Information Act.
Oh, is it? Okay, that's good. Yeah, Freedom of Information.
Yeah, he penned that law.
Ralph Nader's a good guy. You know, he's
the reason why we have safety standards for cars.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, he's a consumer advocate. That's what I like.
There was another guy from New York. His name was Green. Do you remember, Norse? He was a great consumer advocate. I think he tried to run for mayor at one point, but his last name is Green.
Oh God. Oh. Green. Who is he thinking of? Reuven would probably know that off the top of his head.
Yeah, he was like a big time public advocate. Yeah.
But Noam Chomsky, I never understood that guy, Noam Chomsky. Doesn't he refer to himself as like some sort of libertarian socialist?
No, he's an anarcho-syndicalist.
Okay. Well, I hate those terms. Anarcho-capitalist, anarcho this, that, other thing. They're the same thing, yeah. They sound like the same thing.
You guys need to talk about Reuben more often because I keep on forgetting he's over there typing.
Oh, I'm always watching like on the right side of my screen, just going back and forth.
So what do you mean by Reuven, by the phrase, in a libertarian society there would be no corporations? Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like libertarianism breeds...
Well, corporations as a system of a top-down system of a company, right?
Well,
the syndicalist is mostly like, I'm sorry, a syndicalist is mostly like, people who have different functions, but they don't really have a clear leader.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I would never... Like, I do consider myself a libertarian in a very small amount, but I view it as a self-defeating ideal. It's a system that assumes competition and fair competition will always beat out over cooperation, which is wrong.
Yeah.
Cooperation always wins.
No, I totally agree with you. You know, economics should be very fluid given the environment. And definitely, if everybody's doing really well, social services won't, the needs of social services won't be that high. But given the fact that the economics is not doing well, then you have to jumpstart the economy. And unfortunately, it sounds almost like Keynesian economics, which I don't like.
Reuven says he wants 15 different coffee places, not 15 Starbucks. But if in a libertarian society, you would have, well, how would you put it? You would have a law that says only a person can only own so much property. But doesn't that contradict libertarianism? That, oh no, I can own any amount of places I want. So how do you prevent that? A simple boycott.
Well, this is another thing that I have a problem with libertarians. For example, in like inner cities, one of the things that they have the most is liquor stores.
Yeah.
They have liquor stores everywhere. And that kind of like, you know, degrades the community. So should there be a law to limit the amount of liquor stores?
I think so.
Yeah. So
I would even say this kind of throws me. People hate me for saying this, but I definitely think there should be a law on how much you can drink, how much you can buy.
Yeah.
Alcohol is killing people day after day, and people just rather just let people get drunk and act like idiots because it's freedom. Yeah.
And this is why, you know, economics and laws should be very fluid given the circumstances. It shouldn't be like a set thing.
I know that's blasphemy with a couple of Australians in the room. They're like, limit on drinking, damn you. I drink how much I want.
No, I actually agree with you, mate. I agree with you.
Oh, that's why Foster's cans are so huge.
Yeah.
That's not a beer. This is a beer.
Fosters.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
What happened, John? The other John, what did you say?
No one here drinks Fosters ever. It's like worse than VB.
Yeah,
So
it's an American version of an Australian beer.
Oh, you got us fooled.
Oh.
I'm thinking that's what they drink.
Yeah, because we have like propaganda that I guess I thought my whole life that's like Aussies love Fosters.
So Rob, you don't drink Fosters?
Well, no, I did a lot when I was younger, you know, but I don't anymore. I really sort of gave it up. I'll have a social drink, but that's about it.
Like, I guess Americans think that as soon as an Australian is born, they give him a Foster's, you know? That's a baba, you know?
Like kangaroos hopping down the street, right?
Yeah. That's what we think. Yep.
Geez, for smart folks, you can be sometimes pretty dumb. Hey, listen, I think Austrian economics is the better model, isn't it?
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I prefer free market.
Yeah, let the market call the shots, basically.
Although I do believe that the invisible hand of the free market needs a strong glove at times.
Well, I'm not so sure, because see, the underlying, here's the bottom, right, if you look at economics at the most simplest level, alright, love.
The old ball and chain.
Oh, you're waking her up, man. You better do something.
Anyway,
is that guy there who was talking about the feminism this morning?
Feminism.
Yeah.
Oh God.
you're under notice. Been noticed. Anyway,
he got over the way he lost his V this morning.
Hey, Norris, we saw the invisible hand.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh dear. Anyway.
Gotta watch what goes live, people.
Yeah.
Oh dear, you're all in trouble. No, feel free. You speak your mind.
Move your fucking chair.
Just speaking your mind. Where do I got to go this way?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I'm not gonna.
All right. Thank you. No, what I was going to say was, before we so rudely interrupted. Whack.
Connect the internet.
Oh, jeez. She's going to go and pull the router out. So if I disappear, you'll know what happened. But here's the fundamental thing with economics, as far as I can tell, right? I like to always work back to the basics and then go forward from there. To me, the basics in economics is your resource base, right? And a good economic model has to track how your resources are going to trend over time more than anything else. So forget about your futures and your derivatives and all that sort of crap, but just think about your resources, and your economic modelling should be founded on those resources and their projections. Because if you don't do something like that, you know, you're liable to turn around one day and there'll be nothing in the cupboard except a stack of gold, and you won't be able to eat that. You see?
I hear you. Yeah, makes
Yeah,
sense.
so from there you build your model on that fundamental basis. And I think Reuven's right about, so he's talking about and getting rid of corporations. They're not a good thing, I don't think, because they're selfish. They're like the old empire, if you like. And I honestly reckon if you had a decent voting model, I don't think that they would. I think we'd vote them away, or we'd put caps on their revenue earnings.
Yeah, definitely agree.
You know, the divide. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I would like to expand on that. I think people, businesses, and corporations are all kind of, they operate selfishly when you're talking about, you know, wealth and money and how much money your family has. I think the real problem is in the corporations, in the corporate realm, is that there's no one to really punish when they do something wrong.
Yes.
Like if you could imprison a corporation or seize, you know, like if they do something wrong, seize all their profits.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I love to see that Cerberus, like a court case. Microsoft in prison for 50 years. Yeah, I love that.
Well, they did that with
weird.
Enron, right?
Enron, yeah.
You know, but there's not enough of them. And it also depends on what type of products they're making, too, because these financial companies are the ones that are really screwing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
See, the problem with the American system is the guy that's a lawyer is best friends with the cop, who's best friends with the judge, who's best friends with the corporate guy. So they all know each other. They're all buddies, you know? And then the other buddy writes the law, and then the other buddy signs the law, the other buddy runs for Congress, and the other buddy... You know what I mean? It's like a buddy system. I'm not in the club. You know, we're not in the club. We're not special enough. You know.
Yeah.
No, well, you don't have deep pockets, mate. You don't have the money.
Yeah. Green, you mentioned Enron. A lot of people don't understand why the what's his name went to jail. I forget his name.
Oh yeah.
The CEO. It wasn't for what Enron was doing. He went to jail because, and a few other people went to jail because of how they were selling their stocks. They sold their stocks on insider knowledge. That's why they went to jail.
So they didn't even go to jail for
the shit that they were doing? No. No one went to jail for the shit they were doing.
It's almost like Al Capone in a way. They didn't get him for the evil stuff he was doing. They just got him for tax evasion, some bullshit charge.
Yeah, the only way you can punish a corporation is to find them. By the time all the illegal shit, not all illegal shit, but bad shit went down, Enron went under, so there was no one to find.
You know, Karl Marx got something really right. He said economics is political. That's what it is. It's politics. And because politics is what makes it move, in a sense. You know, they're allowed to do certain things because they're allowed to do it by law. But, you know, and that takes a lot of, politics and lawyers and things like that. So, you know, I think definitely people have to get really politically involved.
Well, it's law that's failing, though. It's the regulation of the whatever your model is. Law is the ones that got to step up. So the Austrians, if you give them, say they were given carte blanche to make some changes, one of the first things that they would recommend is that you change law so that law gets more authority in the whole dynamic, and then the next thing they'd do is they'd abolish monetary policy in government.
Yeah.
They let the markets determine monetary policy. And I think that's probably closer to right than what the current model is. But I think it's been engineered this way. It's to serve the elite, basically. There's my conspiracy theory hat on again, but I think that's the way it's evolved. I don't think it's an... Yeah, the Pharisees again, mate. I mean, from the 1700s, it was the Rothschilds that dominated the banking world, and I think that they still... that still holds sway, that circle is still running the money matters, and they use their influence to corrupt the political power that should be regulating it and doesn't. I did it again, didn't I? It makes you guys go quiet. Is that because you're worried about who's listening?
No, I agree. There was a Rothschild who said that it doesn't matter who's president or who's a senator. It matters who runs the banks, because they control policy.
The quote was, one of the quotes was, "Let the people vote for who they wish. Give me control of the money."
That's one of the other quotes too. Yeah.
And that's what happened with the reserve banking model. I mean, whether you think it's a conspiracy or not, the facts are on the table that it actually took the politics out of well, it basically created a giant credit card, and from that, all manner of war followed. And,
yeah, but you know how it is, Rob. When you take the credit card away and you cut it in half, oof, they get a little perturbed.
Yeah, but stuff them.
I know what you mean, bro. I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever tried to take plastic away from your wife? How does that go?
I never tried it. Never attempted.
I'm going to disconnect myself just so I can survive. Sorry, what did you say, Frank?
No, I just said I never tried. Never thought about it.
That's
I
right.
thought about it, but I try not to think about it too much.
Actually, I think that's the problem, though, in a nutshell, is that we all sort of get a sense that something's wrong, but we don't really, it's all too hard.
Well, I know what's wrong. I just can't do nothing about it at this point.
I think that's how most people feel. I think most people do understand that it's the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers that pretty much run and control everything. It's just that they feel like they're too large and too in charge to actually make a dent or fix something or do anything.
Well, at least with the Rockefellers, they made something.
Yeah.
They made a product. Yeah, but these bankers do. They're freaking vicious, man. I don't even think hell accepts bankers.
Yeah.
Well, they invented it, hell. Hell doesn't exist. That was one of the Pharisees' little inventions along the way, I think. And they gave it a real soup up with that guy. What was his name now? He's famous for the 7 hells or something. Reuven, you'll know the dude.
Dante?
Yeah, Dante. Yeah, I reckon that was a cook story. Just to heighten that. I think that was around the time of the plagues and that, wasn't it? And
I think he invented that story because he was mad at the Pope.
No, I don't buy that.
He put the Pope in there, I believe, and some of the bishops.
I don't buy that. I reckon it was a way to get people back into the church. Scare them a bit.
Oh, it was actually to make fun of the belief system a little bit.
Yeah.
Was that true though, Frank? That the story has I never read it.
Yeah, it had the bishop in there. I think it had a pope in there.
Oh.
You know. Yeah.
That's why it's called the Divine Comedy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Isn't
not
that
so
funny
sure.
that? Yeah, it's funny how we're using that hell now to scare people.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm suggesting it was an invention to sort of, build up that notion of hell and make it as scary as all get up.
No, it's to laugh.
Really?
Yeah, that was a good.
Oh.
It's divine comedy, like Sibra said.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it was written in such a way to make fun of where the belief went to. It grew. You go from the basic. I want to say basic, but like the Jewish belief, right? Then Jesus happened, so then you have Christians, and then from there you get, through translations, you get Lucifer, which isn't even in the Bible to start with. It's just a word that wasn't translated. Then you get hell, then the modern hell, and all this other shit that wasn't there to start with.
Maybe I'm confounding that with the imagery that was produced on the back of that plot of the story, perhaps. It's just like I went and saw Les Miserables, right? And I know the undercurrent of it is philosophically sound, and you can connect it back to Plato. But the last act, it's got this theme of the church woven through it. It's sort of making a connection between the good philosophy and the church. So, I'm not so sure, and I think of modern day Hollywood and some of the stuff that comes out of Hollywood well, not even modern day Hollywood, but Hollywood over the journey. Some of the stories, it just makes me think of propaganda. It just does. I'm a conspiracy theorist, what can I say?
Yeah, we all are. I'll take out my tinfoil hat and put it on.
Here's the way you stitch their little red wagon, though, because, and I've mentioned this before, but that you can't build these you can't have these corruptions without people actually doing the legwork, and in doing that, you're creating a lot of people that could potentially expose the story if it's real, right? So what you got to do is you've got to somehow get those people to come clean and tell the story. I think that's the strongest weapon against these folks.
Welcome to the room. How are you? Who's this? You got like a moon with rings going around it. Is that where you're from?
You know who I am.
Who are you?
J-Dubs.
Who are you?
IT Socrates. I'm Socrates.
Socrates. Huh. Well, Socrates is dead than Jesus on Good Friday.
Well, that's what you think. You're talking about someone else.
What happened?
You're talking about somebody else.
Who am I?
You're talking about another Socrates.
Oh yeah, he's definitely better than Jesus.
Okay, who's the mystery guy? What's the story, J-Dubs?
I don't know. I
thought it was God.
Eh?
Yeah.
What is it?
I thought it was God.
God?
That's what I imagine how he looks.
Yeah, we'd be so lucky for God to come into the Hangout and talk to us, right?
No one knows. Well, not too many folks know what God really is.
Oh, I thought Rob. I thought you believed it.
Pardon?
I thought you believed it for a second.
No. Oh, what you said? The God thingy, mate, is within us all. So it's not something in the skies, or it's not that story about it doesn't exist. So it it can't be that individual on the end there.
Socrates, I apologize. I mean, I do have the reputation of a memory with of an elephant, but
Well, I used to attend Brett Keane shows also, so
Oh, okay. So who do you go?
I was using image of at least an artist's depiction of Epicurus way back then when
Of who? What image of who?
Epicurus, the
Oh.
philosopher, or yes.
Who do you go by on YouTube?
On YouTube, I go by the same label. I don't make videos. I
Oh,
just
okay.
comment. So at least I don't make videos yet. I've thought about it a few times, but I mean, there really isn't much to add to dialogue besides boring philosophical discourse that nobody wants to listen to anyway. So
Yeah, pretty much.
No, I want to listen to it. What are you talking about? I love philosophy.
Where does that go?
Well, now I understand there's a very small demand. Well, I think I understood that before, but there's an even greater demand than I had thought previously.
The free market spoken. I think it's time for the videos to come out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So, what's the philosophy, mate? Go for it.
What's that?
What's your philosophy, or what's your thing?
My philosophy? Well, I don't have a theme. Well, I'm educated as a philosopher from university, but my tradition is analytical. I don't subscribe to any particular mysticism or anything, if that's what you're getting to. So, I pretty much, it's all about breaking down dialectic and argumentation, sound arguments, and all that sort of stuff. So that's basically what I do, mostly logical. I break down the logic of, knowledge. It's all about knowledge, really. That's what philosophy is about. So.
Well, then let me do a little Brett Keane, since you're from the Brett Keane rooms. What's your political and theological positions?
Oh no, he has loaded questions, which amuse me, but.
Well, let's start from the beginning. What do you believe in politically and theologically?
What do I believe in? Does that really matter?
Well, sure. I want to get to know
anything?
No.
Well, I doubt that, J-Dubs.
You don't think I want to get to know you?
I think you just want to size me up is what you want to do by asking questions like that.
Well, I'm not Brett Keane. I'm J-Dubs.
Well, I know. You're a different individual than Brad.
So do you believe in a...
But I always got along pretty good with Brad, so...
Let me ask you this then. Do you believe in an old white man with a beard that lives in the clouds that grants wishes, or...
Well, I don't subscribe to that belief stance.
Okay. So you're a non-believer.
Well, I'm a non-believer in that, at least.
Okay.
So, Adius, do you sort of see your role in the online space as one to sort of bring sense to the argument? Is that where you're coming from, or?
No, I'm just a person who's got an interest in understanding and knowing things. I mean, it's really all philosophy really is like, as people put it bluntly, usually it's just mental masturbation, right? So I take a general interest in pretty much everything. So if it's got any kind of academic virtue to it, then I have an interest in it. So.
Right. Okay. Well, this is not academic. This is just me. Sorry, boys.
I mean, just about anything in philosophy is just abstraction, right? So you're either coming at it from a epistemological or a metaphysical, or which I don't deal with that much because that's bullshit. But or you come from it from a dialectic or something like that. So
just explain dialectic then.
That is you know how the Socratic method is, right?
Yes, I do.
That's kind of like a method of coming to conclusions. So you try and derive truth from an argument that's being posed.
Here's how I
have
understand.
the truth of it, right?
Yeah, here's how I understand the Socratic method. It's where Socrates or Plato or whoever's using it, basically what they're doing is getting the person to look inside their own mind and own experience for the answer, and then Socrates is like the tour guide, sort of checking their assumptions and getting them to.
Well, yeah, I would definitely say that's fair, but the way Socrates, at least Socrates is depicted by Plato, is that he's an inquisitor, right? He asks questions, like he's ignorant, right, of whatever's being discussed, and but he's really not ignorant. It kind of like always turns on its head, where he
Yes.
actually knows what's going on. He gets the person to reveal the truths themselves, right? So instead of him
So
having to argue with them about it
from that point of
in a
view,
debate, right? So yeah.
from that point of view, though, I think Plato or Socrates or whoever knew what they were on about, so they had knowledge.
Yeah.
Yep. So that then says that there is something to be known. Do you agree?
Oh well, yeah. I'm not a mystic. Okay, mystics like to talk about knowledge being derived from some external source or something like that. So I believe it's actually the result of the material universe. You know, it's a result of our organic being. You know, we're like machines, and part of our being is we actually do have knowledge. That's just a result of our existence.
Yeah,
So
it's intrinsic. It's becoming authentically aware of reality, basically. It's an
yeah,
awareness and it's of the reality. Getting it
yeah,
right. That's all. That's all Socrates was doing. He was just guiding the individual to what was actually real and that they could know. Because there's like aha moments for the person that's being challenged. They get it eventually.
But isn't the whole basis of philosophy is not knowing?
No, that's kind of like that's the Cartesian dilemma. Okay, Descartes, when he came in the modern era, is what he started was the whole a demon could be fooling me reality sort of thing, and he wanted to make a whole new scientific framework
But that's crap.
from that position. So
But that's crap, right?
uh, Cartesian, yeah, Descartes. I mean, he brings up some interesting speculations, but I mean, it's entertainment at best. I mean, it doesn't really
It leaves
explain
you.
much.
What it does is it leaves you in the thinking mind, and it doesn't really. It sort of disassociates you with reality, and it leaves you pondering bullshit. Really, I think anyway.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the end result of that is kind of like you get like Immanuel Kant and his crap, you know, his
He's
transcendental
bad.
shit.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I agree with on Kant is maybe his quote unquote metaphysics, but his moral philosophy. It kind of is the best thing you're going to get out of him.
Reuven, just a comment for Reuven. Kant isn't. I think we mentioned, but isn't he Ashkenazi? Yeah. So here's me with my conspiracy hat on again, but I think a lot of those things are deliberate spanners in the work. And I had a look at Descartes, and he came up through a Jesuit bloody institution. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, oh, I know what's going on here. You know, it was a spanner in the works because. So I'm from, I back the Gnostic Jesus view of the world sort of thing. I think he had it pretty much right, and he's in line with Plato and, some of the indigenous stuff that's pretty valid. But it's all about gnosis or knowing and authentically becoming aware of, the human condition, something like that. Don't forget the two wolves. And the two wolves, yes, of course. Well,
Gnosis, right, was divine knowledge, right? So
no.
that was knowledge of divine subjects. So
No.
you had revelation to you through
No.
Gnosis, and you knew things that were of a divine nature.
Oh, yes, sorry. That would be, yeah. But it's basically what it boils down to, it seems, is that it's about two wolves. So thanks, Frank. I will read my two wolf story. So this story from the Cherokees, there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. And the other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. The boy thought about what his grandfather had just said. And grandfather, which wolf wins? And the old man quietly replied, the one you feed. And that's that duality. But I think it turns out that those two wolves he's describing are innate instincts, survival strategies. One about survival of the unit, the self, and the other one about survival of the herd. That's pretty crude, but I think that's pretty much what's going on. And the Gnostic story seems to follow that. The Gospel of Thomas, at least. And Plato, he follows that too. He had three, not two, but it's still the same thing. And these are things we can know. Yeah.
But have you considered my proposal for your thought yet, Rob?
What's that, mate? Go ahead.
The third wolf that knows is more complicated than that.
Oh, yeah, so the third wolf again was what?
He knows it's more complicated than that.
No, I don't buy it. It's only two. Only two, that's it. That's how I see it anyway. See, I look at it this way, right? The old ego, that's the evil wolf. That's like a bit of a cloud over us. So we start perfect, then the ego gets a bit of a play and it gets its own reality, and then we spend the rest of our life trying to piss off the ego, and when we can get rid of that, then we're back to the innate state of longing to be with the herd, and the behaviours that generate from that are, the things that really are the joy and the love, and then they give us this fulfilling sense of meaning, and then we drop dead. Someone else has a go.
But you did say the bad wolf or the ego wolf had anger, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So you don't believe in selfless anger?
Let me think about that. I think all anger comes from fear, but I'm willing to listen to any other argument. But I think it all comes from fear. One of the biggest fears is the fear of death, and you lose that. You lose the fear of death when you get this stuff.
I mean, I personally, I have been angry on behalf of other people.
Oh, okay. So, really, can you give me an example? So you're saying that. Oh, okay. I get you. I think I get what you're saying. So, someone else's, there's an injustice, and you get pissed off at the injustice, right?
Yeah, even though the injustice doesn't directly affect me.
Yep. Because justice is a part of the good wolf, right? He does demand his justice. But are you being immature in acting angrily? So do you have some little ways to go? So you look at the likes of Mandela, some of the really impressive people in history, they seem to really control themselves well in the heat of battle. They're temperate. So the other quality which offsets it, so you got those four qualities, those virtues. You've got temperance, so there's temperance, control of the self, courage, justice, and wisdom. So
those will describe external behaviors, though. Those don't describe the emotions.
No, I understand that, but they're very key in they're the key ones that Plato pointed out, and they're very important. They're sort of so like the choosing the good wolf is number one. That's the thing that sets everything in motion. And of course, knowing what it is and knowing your ego, that's the primary thing. And then these virtues come as an outcome of choosing the good wolf, and the loss of the fear of death that comes from choosing the good wolf. So they sort of set the ground rules, I think, or they're fundamental. There's some of the fundamental elements. So I'm just trying to figure out if I'm pissed off with someone. Shouldn't I though? Isn't it counterproductive being pissed off? Aren't I better just to go up in a calm manner and just stubbornly, persistently confront the person that's doing the injustice, and then aren't I serving everyone better because the person that's had the injustice?
Well, yeah, but that's temperance.
Yeah,
Temperance
exactly.
isn't in how you act, not how you feel. You can still feel angry.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to think it through because I'm not completely there. I'm still working on myself, so and I know I can get pissed off. So I'm just wondering whether if I answered it on where I'm at compared to where some people that seem to be more higher achievers than where I'm at. Will, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, let's think that over because I got another one for you. This is
Okay.
I didn't come up with this, but it is what I believe. You said bravery was good, the good wolf, and
Yes.
fear was the bad wolf. But I don't believe bravery is just being brave. I believe bravery is the act that you do when you're afraid still. You know, being brave isn't just doing something; it's still doing it even though you're afraid.
Yeah, I don't dispute that because that's what courage is. It's overcoming the fear, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
And still acting. It's still playing out the action. But then when you cancel out, because there is this thing where you, and I think this is genuine. I mean, I think I'm over worrying about death as as a topic or as something that I would bother even thinking about, but I'd be equally comfortable talking about it and all of its thing. The only time I think I'd be scared of death is if someone was standing in front of me with a gun or directly confronting me. So if you haven't got that fear in you, then perhaps you're more likely to be comfortable in fronting the other person, and if you know what motivates them, you're less afraid of them because, when you get it's like the bully scenario when you're a little kid, right? You're naturally afraid of them because you probably don't know any better. But when you understand the dynamic of bullying, perhaps doesn't that reduce the fear because you know exactly what's going on?
I mean, it might. It depends. I would say it probably depends on the overall physical difference between you and the bully. Because if the bully's twice your size, it really doesn't matter how much you understand him.
Yeah, but then again, if you've got this sense of justice, you might take on the bigger guy too. That might cancel out the fear. But then, am I going to?
Yeah, but you'll still have the fear. You've learned how to deal with it.
Yeah. Interesting questions you ask. But I still think that even though you're asking those questions, the wisdom and all of that these guys are talking about is still important and it's still valid. It doesn't cancel out their wisdom. It just seems that, we might be asking the wrong guy. We might need someone that's a bit more further down the track perhaps, and they could give the answer. I'm sort of reading the play from a person that's just looked at all these sort of different angles, and these are the conclusions I draw. This is what makes sense. So I might not be the right one to answer the question, perhaps. Definitively. But I will defend defend the premise though, because it sounds to me to make the most sense that there are only two. What's that, dude? Who's sharing that? Someone just shared a leaf thing. Was that you?
Yes, that's me. I'm sharing a emotional color wheel.
Yeah. Too complicated, mate. I just like the two wolves. It's nice and simple.
No, this is not complicated. It shows you, the levels of emotions that you could actually get within that color wheel. It's actually pretty good. It gives you a better understanding of where the emotion is coming from strongest to weakest.
Yeah, right. So
what you're saying is that this dichotomy is intuitive to you?
well, I think to anyone, that two wolf story, most people I tell it to, they say, oh yeah, wow, I get that, like wisdom, wisdom sayings.
It's like, would you say it's like good, bad, Tao sort of thing?
Yeah, it's what it ego. Oh, I find what seems to make the most sense is ego is the root of all evil, right? So ego lies at the bottom of the heap. Then you probably ask, what is ego? Notional mind, notional ideas, but that's the self. And then on the other side, it's about all things that we've come to try and hang on the best image we have of this good character. And it's about, it seems to be hinging off the love thy neighbour thing, authentically selflessness, and the conscious choice to actually choose to live that way. That's good and evil, I suppose, if you want to use those words.
Well, yeah, good and evil, right, are generally from a stance in relation to yourself versus some kind of opposition, right?
No.
Right. So the good guys for someone could be the bad guys for you.
No, I disagree. That's wrong. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
The Cherokee saying, at least whoever put that pen to paper, drew the conclusion that these characteristics or these things, probably better call them things, were in everybody. So they're not subjective at all. They're actually objective.
So you're not subjective. You're objectively assessing an emotional attitude.
I'm using that story to say that these things are in all of us, and they're an objective moral compass.
Well, I'd say that's an assertion. I mean, I wouldn't argue that it's a really unfair assertion, but it's still an assertion that cannot be substantiated in all cases, right? So.
Well, no. I think you're wrong there too. And here's.
We are not the same, though.
Who's not?
You or I. We're not the same. We don't think the same things are good or bad or.
At that evil, we are. At that level, we actually are. We're exactly the same.
Well, I think at the base level, we're all just creatures attempting to navigate the world, right, and survive in it.
Correct. Survival is the key driver, yeah. But you've got two strategies for survival. One is you can be self-serving, right? So, and this is a choice that you can make. Given a set of circumstances, you can choose to take advantage for the individual, and then that'll deliver a certain set of behavioural traits and outcomes and reaction. Or, in a given set of circumstances, you can choose to look after the herd, and that means the whole human herd. So when you're dealing in a situation, you're considerate of the other person as much as you are yourself. So that's that love thy neighbour principle. And then when you do that, there's a whole set
Well,
of outcomes.
this actually leads into another discussion that often goes in circles. But often when you're attempting to be selfless, right? It's often for a. It can be argued. You can argue against this if you like, but it can be argued that it's for a selfish reason.
Yeah, but then if you're doing that, you're operating on the on the evil, so it'll sort of come back to haunt you. And this is
Right. Well, it's not. I'm not talking about like for greed or anything like that. I'm saying that
I'll
it's
give you
because it makes you feel all fuzzy inside, and it makes everybody happy, right? The
Yeah.
selfish reason, selfish motivation. I'm not talking about an evil motivation.
Okay. Yeah, but I wouldn't classify that as selfish because you've done it. Because you've got to have a clear thought of value in the other individual in your action. So there can't be any hypocrisy. If you get hypocrisy in the pride state, right? That's why Plato separated pride out. And if you've seen Les Miserables, that's your her. And the pride state is I do these things in service to the other, but in reality, I'm really doing it for myself. And when push comes to shove, I'll just disrespect the other person. I won't really give them any consideration because the law is more important to me because that's, gives me a big medal to pin onto myself. So it's got to be pure, a pure form of selflessness.
And what would be an example of that? Would you say?
Let me think. So it's just where you consider the other person's needs in the circumstances, and you're even prepared to allow them to be taken. Probably the best example is like I never forget this old dude. Right, he was an old guy working in an aged care facility. And he was one of the happiest blokes going around, and he was older than some of the people in the facility. And his joy in life was just going down and donating his time to looking after those people. So he had no other motive other than, well, I suppose the joy was the thing that was keeping him back, but that's part of the way it works. But the precursor to the whole event was his decision to actually do that. And then the positive feedback loop was the secondary thing. And that's like what Jesus says, those that have something in hand will be given even more. It's that scenario, right? So you got to make the choice in the first place. So that guy, right, he's doing that purely to brighten those other people that are his age and younger, and probably because he's got more empathy too, because he's old himself. He knows that the body's failing. Maybe that was another contributing factor, but he was there for their benefit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's my example.
But yeah, isn't he still fulfilling his wants?
Well, no, he was. I saw the guy, and he was very humble, and we gave him an award. He was very humble about
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, he still wanted to do it.
Yeah, but he wanted to do it because it was for them. He did it to enrich their life.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't as good just because he's fulfilling his wants. I just want to point out that a pure and selfless act is essentially the removal of your free will.
Why? He could have went and played golf.
Well, no, I mean, if you're doing something to fulfill what you want, then you're doing it for what you want. If you remove your free will and make yourself subservient to someone else
Oh,
to do something,
I see what you're doing. What you're doing there, though, is you're saying that that's an intellectual thing driven to that. But what I'm saying is, no, that's not true. That's an instinct that's within him that he's satisfying. The instinct itself is innate. This longing for the herd, this longing to be a herd member, is as valid as is the ego, the desires that are, to give the self advantage. Those things exist in us, and there's a great study by Paul Piff that really demonstrates that that these things are really innate in us, and they're very subtle little sneaky forces, but they're part of the human condition.
oh yeah, I'm not denying that. I do good things because I want to do good things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying to you, the driver is not the want; it's innate in us. So it's not an intellectual thing, I don't think. This is why meditation is important in the awareness process. You want to clear your mind and just, be in the moment and get that different perspective on the world and yourself and your role in it when your ego's at work and all that sort of stuff. And so the intellectual want isn't the driver. I'm suggesting that the actual driver is innate.
So you're telling me you could somehow do something without wanting to do it?
I think that the driver that makes me want, using your term, is innate.
But it's still a want.
Well, if you like, you can, but the
Well, that was
precursor
a
is,
question. That wasn't a statement. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Okay, the precursor is not the intellectual wanting. The precursor is something else. It's just inside of us. It's what the human is.
But
it's part of our fabric, our makeup, part of our. I suppose to be spiritual, our deep self. I suppose I don't know.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure how we can make a distinct. Well, at least I don't know how I can make a distinction. I need clarification for that.
I'll try.
How
I'll give
being
you.
innate makes it any different in
I'll
a
give you.
selfish or selfless stance.
Yeah. I'll give you something to think about, right? Probably frustrate these guys here, but I'm going to do it anyway. But I think of our mind as having two aspects, right? Two primary functions, one being manager of sensorial input streaming in, and the other using that stuff to function and memory and all the rest of it. So those are the two functions. If you just judge things by or classify things based on what part of the experience is sensorial and what part is interpretive, start to divide things down to those basic levels, you can get down to reality belonging only in the sensorial world, the rest is interpretive. And then that's all knowable and comparable across humans. It only gets variable when it goes into the temporal space and the interpretive stuff. So then things like wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice can't be taught. So they're knowable across humans because we do classify people as good people, and usually when we do that, those characteristics are in our mind. And so you've got those in the knowable space. So,
well, wouldn't you say that we call those people good or bad based on the deeds they've committed in their lifetime? So, like, if they did things that we find reprehensible, we call them bad people, right? If they
well,
do
Frank,
things that are very good for the community, we call them good people, right?
yeah.
So.
But that's just people choosing which wolf they feed, if you like, to put it in the simplest of terms, isn't it? Isn't it just the same thing?
Well, I'm not sure about the whole wolf thing. I mean, it's an interesting idea to kick around, but
Well, your
yeah,
language.
that dichotomy I don't really follow.
Well, you actually, your language was this. You said they were doing good for the community. Well,
Right.
that's
Well,
the
your community, how good your community could be bad for someone else. Yeah.
particularly if you're in a gangster crowd, right?
Well, what are nations but giant gangs?
Yeah, well, I think that sort of division is very much superficial, and it's a problem for us. Always has been. You know, we should, and I guess nature's giving us the strongest message that we really do need to take the view that we live on a singular planet that has a singular system, and we're a singular human community that needs to survive with respect to that singular world.
Well, I guess some people would take that argument one step further and say we're just kind of like a singular organism, right? We're just a bunch of cells in one big organism, in a sense.
Yeah, although, no, but we are individuals, so that we've got to sort of survive the unit, I suppose. But there you go. There it comes down to that question: do you survive the unit, or do you become like a member of a shoal of fish, and you play the game and you love your neighbour, but sometimes you might have to sacrifice for the benefit of the herd or the shoal of fish? Which survival strategy is best? And it seems that in terms of behavioural outcomes and peace and restfulness and joy and love and all of those things, it seems that it's better to adopt the herd model as your survival strategy. It gives you more meaning in your existence, more enjoyable outcomes, less hassles. And that's that Robert Sapolsky video, you know, that one about the baboon community. You seen that one?
Oh yeah, the social species have higher survival rate and are more successful in having large populations as opposed to antisocial species, right? So,
but not only that, the behaviours that are in those groups are much more gentle and fostering and caring, if you like. That's true, isn't it?
I think that's just inherent in being a social species, right? So
Yeah.
you
Well, either
you
way.
kind of have to care for everyone else, right? Because if the unit starts dying off, you know, your survivability goes down. So.
Well, that's where economics comes into the mix, because if you can't get your economic paradigm correct, sustainable, then you will eventually fall back on, you know, the other survival strategy, and things will get a little bit more tempestuous. So we need good economic models as well.
That is a pretty cool painting there, Cerberus.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I just came in. It looks amazing. Looks really good.
I finally decided to stop because I was getting to the stage where I wanted to fiddle with everything.
I know it's hard to stop sometimes.
Oh.
But that looks good. That looks really good.
Well, yeah, for us, well, maybe even for other species, I'm not gonna really argue one way or the other with that. But the economics you're talking about, the distribution of resources among members of the community, you have to have a good economic model, of course. It kind of ensures the survivability of everyone.
With respect for the environment, you've got to respect the environment, and unfortunately we haven't. we'll probably pay a price for that.
I'm not too worried about it personally.
Yeah, I worry about my kids because I personally wouldn't like to leave the planet without trying to do something better than we're doing. To me, it's really handing it over to the scientists and saying, "You guys,
Yeah,
give it your best."
I'm not really making the case that if we continue doing what we are, that everything will turn out fine. No, it will probably end up in, you know, a fifth extinction event or some crap like that. But I'm just saying from the point that you know, over the past few years, I've been reading the whole, well, scientists have done this, researchers have done this, corporations have made this breakthrough, or blah, blah, blah. And there are a few really promising technologies that are in the pipeline that I believe will pretty much solve the whole aspect of civilization, like our great living standards, having such a negative effect on the environment, namely in transportation, energy, and agriculture.
Yeah, but it's a big, like it's one world system, and you've got to get everyone on the same page if you're going to have a decent impact. I mean, the top guy over here, in terms of the science community, or at least the guy that represents the science community, he said we've only got 6 years left.
Well, on that note, I'm totally of the mind that even if we don't have, like, you know, a one world government or no governments or whatever, and we're all in it together, that it will still work itself out because the technologies coming through the pipeline are actually, like, even the poorest countries like Africa and Southeast Asia and all that, I think their communities and companies and all that will switch over to those specifically because they're cheaper. Like, they'll do it in their own economic self-interest. It'll be motivated for selfish reasons, but the net result will still be, you know, far greater environmental, you know, conservation.
Yeah, I concur with that. I see a lot of new technologies are coming up. More solar panels are being used. They're refining the technology. They even have development of solar panel roads. Also, the causation. The solar panel roads?
Yeah, it's. I was like really hyped about it, but it's actually complete bullshit. Like, it'll work kinda, but it's just not good at all.
I think the solar panel roadways, that's only feasible for like low traffic pedestrian sides of roads, you know, those sorts of places. I don't think it'd work for like across country or anything like that.
It's a niche thing, for sure.
Well, just the fact that they're developing it, you know, it gives some sort of promise. But other than that, you know, even with the electric cars, even with the advent of vegetarianism, in the sense of knowing how much the meat industry is contributing to the pollution of this earth, and just a certain, it just comes with a certain awareness and the great possibilities that a lot of these technologies might contribute to the future.
On that meat industry front, they've started recently, but it's still in a very research stage. They've actually grown meat cells like in a culture and in a vat, like a sterile laboratory environment. So there's no actual animals that have to eat and fart and be harmed in order for the meat to come around. However, the first hamburger that was made from it cost about $200,000, so it'll probably be a couple of decades before that stuff gets down to an acceptable threshold.
But I think with a certain awareness in how, you know, we're becoming interconnected as technology grows, I think people are more becoming aware of, you know, what are the causations of a lot of the problems that could be detrimental to our future. So I don't know. I think that's the first initial step. But Eddie, I agree with a lot of things that you were saying, that it kind of works itself out because of, you know, of our environment at this moment.
Like, personally, I think that how we think about how civilization runs and the environment and all that is going to actually have to get a lot more extreme. Like, I'm not talking just from the case of, oh, well, we're not reducing greenhouse emissions fast enough. It should be, 100% reduction within 20 years instead of 100 years or some crap like that. I'm like, this sounds kind of out there, but there's good reason to believe that serious life extension for human life is just around the corner, maybe 15 or 20 years from the consumer market. And if that comes around, then there will either be two schools of thought. One will be the Malthusian, well, because we're screwing everything up, even at our current population, we cannot have, population get much higher than this, so we will, through legislation or whatever, ban these treatments from going out. And personally, I don't think that'll win in the long run, but the second one, like, you still have those arguments from the first mob, which is these things are going to impact massively on the carrying capacity of we need to change how we think about how we use resources, how we feed people, and all that kind of stuff. Like, for instance, if you are predicting that the Earth will have 20 billion people on it in 2150 or some crap like that, then you absolutely cannot use regular agriculture. You will have to move like 80% plus of your farming into vertical farms with, hydroponics and all that kind of stuff, because anything else will just deplete the nutrients in the soil far too much. Like, it's already happening now. I think there was some study done, and it was published in Scientific American, how carrots and fruits and all that are now 30% less nutritious than they were in the 1950s. So that trend's just going to continue. So even without the whole life extension thing, we're still going to have to do massive things like just agriculture alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, farmland in America since the 1800s has lost like 5 inches of topsoil.
Mm. Yeah, and so like you have to a lot of people think about the future and how to deal with the future in terms of 10, 20, maybe 50-year increments, like this is going to happen in this time frame. It's always within the human lifespan. But when you start extrapolating to, okay, how do we get human society and the Earth to run in a very sustainable fashion for thousands of years, maybe even millions, then like a whole bunch of different stuff changes. Like, there is absolutely no way that I can see farming going on in its present fashion, like on dirt with tractors and all that kind of stuff, for over maybe 200 years. And that's even if you start bulldozing like previously unfarmed lands, like prairies, national parks, forests, and all that kind of stuff. It just won't work, because we're simply, through farming, we're moving all that nutrients that was in the soil there, where in Paleolithic times, like, animals and people would eat it, they'd poop it out 50 kilometers somewhere east, and it would all kind of be randomized over hundreds of years, and the overall nutrient thing would still be in the soil. But now it's like you eat it, you ship it hundreds of kilometers away, someone eats it, they poop it out, and the nutrients essentially go into the ocean. And that's just not sustainable on any scale.
Now, Eddie, do you think there's a correlation on the speed that we're moving? Because it seems like in the past things were a lot slower, but now everything's just fast-paced. And with this fast-paced, I guess, environment that we live in, is it possible that could be a contributing factor? And then why is it so fast?
Exponential fashion growth.
Yeah, as for the latter question, why is it so fast? It's kind of, well, we're standing on the shoulders of giants who stood on the shoulders of giants. It just, we knew things, and then we found more things with that stuff, but the stuff that we found out later had more capability than the original stuff, and that just keeps on repeating dozens of times in all kinds of different fields, from biology, technology, and whatever. So I'm not surprised that it's moving so fast, and I think that trend will continue to follow. Like, there's people like Ray Kurzweil and the whole Singularity bunch that say, oh, well, stuff is going to actually move so fast that we're going to actually have to integrate with computers and stuff to augment our mental capacity. I don't know about how true that's going to be. I mean, they're projecting that like 2045 or something. But yeah, what was your other question?
No, because that you actually answered my question. But I was just thinking at the same time is that even with the rapid use of technology, how could a human being slow down and just take its time? And just like, for example, stop and smell the roses if you want to, because it seems like everybody's just moving along very quickly and there's just no time to do anything, even to self-reflect. I don't know, maybe this is something that I'm witnessing.
Well, can I answer that? Like,
sure.
Yeah, you
can. I mean to jump, interrupt. If technology is used properly, it should free up leisure time.
Yeah,
I mean, capitalism's going against that, but if you did minor changes and let technology help us, then we would have more time.
Ooh, this actually, this is getting into my realm of expertise now, but he's exactly bloody right. It's not so much that the amount of technology and advancement and all that has come into the realm of like now our lives are overcomplicated and we move too fast. It's more like we haven't yet fully adjusted the stuff that we've discovered to our civilization, like to simplify certain elements. So this is already happening in some small scale, but you won't see this happening on a more serious level until maybe 2025 or so. But there is going to come a time where automation just replaces so much human labor, not 100%, but probably more than 50%, enough to break the current system of working, getting paid, and then consuming products and services with that. And at that level, like society, we as people in this society can either go in two directions. That one of those is basically, if any of you have seen the movie Elysium, where basically the super rich live in opulent luxury and everybody else is basically Ethiopian, and that sucks. The other thing is essentially just implementing a basic income scheme that is entirely funded from the produced products and services from automated labor. So now that I think would be far better because that's essentially like the prototype Star Trek economy, and like most people object to stuff like welfare for everyone, basic income, simply because you have to take the money from someone else coercively through government means, like okay, give me 30% of your earned wealth and all that. If it's robots, who the hell cares? I mean, at that point, you free up people from the drudgery of a 40-day work week or something. It's not like there won't be still people who work, it's just that you remove the requirement of work to survive. That's no longer a requirement. People can, some people can go study religious texts, other people can go sit in a park with their girlfriend or something, other people can invent. It doesn't really matter. I think that we're actually quite close to the point at which we properly apply our technology and discoveries to simplifying and vastly improving the quality of life for everyone.
Well, definitely, I agree with the latter, and it makes much more sense in doing it that way. It's just that in reflecting back what I was saying, I could just imagine how we're burning so much unnecessary energy in order to, for our finances, because we're in debt, and we keep always trying to catch up to something that's almost unmanageable. Like we cannot catch up to it because we're always in debt. We're always trying to work, so we work harder. We have 2 jobs, and we're exaggerated. Like we're actually wasting a lot more resources, not just with our energy, but with products. Constantly buying things, constantly eating, just for that energy. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah, but Frank, isn't it more that the cost of living is going up as well? Like, what I mean by that is we're poorer at the end of the day. Even though you might be working harder for more income, spending it just quicker. So it's like, there's less left over for the individual in the full life story. They leave the planet broke.
But like Eddie was saying before, with the latter proposition of using the technology not so much as a welfare state, but from the benefits of technology distributed amongst the people, where they have the extra time to not worry about finances, not worry about other unnecessary things to work for, instead of just expanding, I guess, whatever the individual wants to do, but expanding hopefully their creativity and to create new things and to explore new ways, like that Star Trek society.
But if it's real, if it's a real possibility, we should be able to imagine its transition from current state to the end state. So at the moment, I'm puzzling at how you get there. Well, actually, I've got some ideas on how you get there. Yeah, actually, I'll express how I would see it happen. So what would happen is that we have a lot of arid land. Our two primary resources are water, fresh water, and sunlight converted to energy. So if we can solve the renewables, and there seems to be some hope of that, then we solve the salination. We can actually re-establish some of the desertified land and start to rebuild the greenery. So you're going to have to do that in a pretty intelligent way. But what you could do to fund it, because at the end of the day, you've still got the current state. How do you move economically? One idea would be that you get people to retire into new cities. You build as a retirement complex, and you give them the land for free. The government does, so you get some arid land, and then you irrigate it, start to build up a new city model. And in building up that new city model, you try and do it on a zero cash model. Basically, you define the resource requirements, you work out how you're going to deliver them, and then that becomes the work for the 12-month period. Go through the planning cycle, and then basically the whole work effort delivers all of the requirements for that particular city, and it's just all done on just meeting needs, and over time you try and technologically improve the service delivery. Something simple like that. But you need an injection of cash to get it going, and that's where I think. So if you I used the example, I mentioned this before, but if I sold my house and it's 400k, and then I can take that into this new city. Well, I've got 400k to invest in the infrastructure of that new city, right? So if you get enough retirees, and if they could take 200 off me, and then I can keep 200 for whatever. But that's a cash injection, right, to start the whole project.
This is, it's from a little short story. It was actually talking about how some guy started up a corporation that sold its shares for $1,000 a piece, and 1 billion people bought it for $1,000. And the guy essentially bought half of Australia and started doing this whole automated abundance free market thing in that. So that's kind of a similar model. But I don't know how many people you'd get to agree to that. I don't know whether you'd have the critical mass to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great idea. But personally, I'm of the mind that it'll come about a bit more organically. So if corporations, like let's say in the 2030s, they start seeing their profits and their revenue margins go down, specifically because they're losing, their numbers are just simply going down because less people have the money to purchase their products and or services. I think they themselves would also support any kind of government legislation that would suggest, hey, let's have let's make it so there's a minimum wage on robots, like $2 an hour or something like that. Still far under what a human would work for regularly, and then tax that at some stupidly high rate and put that into a basic income scheme. I think it'll just be much more. Much closer to a modification on the existing capitalist government system than starting up an entire new, special economic zone, as it were.
That seems like a weird roundabout way to tax the owner of that robot.
My friend, he actually got me started on this whole idea, because I actually used to be much more into the whole neo-communist Venus project things, but he explained to me like this. The government would pass a law that makes it so that they can't actually own their own robots, but they can actually rent it from other corporations or the government themselves if they chose to. And the idea is that this fee that they pay for, per thing produced by that robot or automated system in total would be, taxed at 95%, 99%, and the rest left over for maintenance. And that would pay for the basic income scheme. It is kind of roundabout, but to be honest, a lot of things in society are. And it just seems like it would be a very... like a band-aid on the problem, but it would be a band-aid that would kind of work. It's not made to be optimal, but it's just a kind of natural progression from where we currently are without requiring some kind of revolutionary step like changing everything to lack of money, building new cities, that kind of deal. Just my ideas on the subject. Well, Anisis.
There are some other issues. The conflict situation, that's still there. The division of nations. There's still a lot of barriers that really confound any universal progress.
Well, on that front, I think that, well, for instance, when in the late 1920s and 1930s, Germany started turning to nationalism and xenophobia and all that, with help from the Nazis, but it was because they were poor and they had a shit time. My hypothesis on this front would be that if you had such a abundant economy where people weren't required to work, and people were kinder and they chose to move wherever and they weren't attached to their job and all that, I think that you would have a much easier time breaking down the first I would assume that you'd build stuff like the EU all over the place. Like there would be an Asian Union, North American Union, South American Union, Oceanian Union, I don't know. Just simply because people would be less prone to being, oh, my life sucks, it must be because of those bloody Mexicans, that kind of deal. I'm not sure, like 100%. I'm just thinking that if there was less scarcity and people had better lives, they'd be less prone to going, oh, well, we need to have this nation. Like one of the main arguments that I hear against unlawful immigration for the US is that, oh, well, Mexicans are going to take our jobs and it's going to end badly for us. So, yeah. It's not like, oh, we're breaking down all the barriers between nations thing. Like, immediately, I just think that it would be a good precursor to set the stage for that, as it were.
Yeah, well, I kind of think that investment into the new city model, it's sort of like build it and they will come. So if you can build the solution, and I kind of get this sense that if we allow the creativity to just flow and just say, look, here, go build a city and make it work, and demonstrate the point, that there'd be plenty of energy to do it.
Mm.
The thing that's unique about Australia is that we've got all this underutilised land that could really, you can change that dynamic if you get some water reliably.
I'm not going to say this would apply to your particular utopian idea, but that's what the Soviet Union kind of did, and it didn't work.
What
They built
specifically?
they built a whole bunch of cities that have never been used. They just went to ruin.
I mean, I want to point out one thing. That if you build it, they will come. Kind of thing. In the end, it won't work.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I don't want. Okay, I shouldn't have said that. I don't want to, like, make blanket statements. But largely, what you'll get is a large influx of people that aren't doing good in the economy as it is, and largely the people that aren't doing good in the economy as it is have less skills. So you're essentially just having a big influx of unskilled workers.
Hmm.
Yeah, I have to agree with on you on that because things happen organically. You build a port because it has a necessary value to build a port, and that's seaport. You don't build a port somewhere where it has no canals or any straits that's not that is not feasible for that environment. So you have to go with that flow, in a sense. And the political system itself, it helps to adjust the energy from it.
Yeah, but in a retirement scenario, so if you build it based on a retirement community, of course, there's going to be a sales problem, but fundamentally what you're doing is you're offering those people an environment free of teenagers. That's got to be good. But one of the major problems in the ageing infrastructure at the moment is that they really don't cater for the ageing process very well. Really derive the sensorial experience. They get stuck in basic homes and days off in space and waiting to die sort of outcome.
This is just my thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Rob, but
That's right,
I don't, my apologies, but I don't believe that any power structure should give the purpose to people. I think people gives itself its purpose. If that, I think people create their own purpose. I don't think no one else could really, outside from it, create a purpose for an environment, for a community, because I think the communities are mainly organic. I think people know what they need to do. But they do need help from the outside, and they'll get that help. But at the same time, creating that purpose for them, I think is counterproductive.
Well, I disagree, because if you look at the current status, they haven't achieved it, because go into any aged care facility in most places and you'll find that it's not optimal at all.
But that's my point exactly, because the government has given its purpose to what they think is necessary for that environment. And that's what I think the crux of the problem is.
But what I'm proposing is to build a better model, at least. You're saying it won't be. Is that it? It was doomed to fail because of its premise?
Well, I think about the example about the Soviet Union, which Socrates, has mentioned, is a perfect example of that.
Well, I'm not familiar with that. What was the story there?
Well, Stalin decided to build a whole new canal.
Yeah.
That killed, thousands of laborers, and that canal was never used. That's one example.
Yeah.
It probably had the best intent. Who knows? They probably thought, hey, this canal would be great, but they really haven't really looked at other aspects of what is needed with that current environment.
Yeah. Where kind of what I'm saying though is that the design of that city would be governed by the best science or best technologists, they'd be the drivers of deliverable.
But from where, though? From who? Who's the best?
I don't know, just open up the jobs. I'm sure that people would jump at that experience. There'd be a lot of people that, a skilled scientist would like to, build a new model.
Sorry, you go on.
No, go ahead.
This is bloody embarrassing. When I was 15, I actually tried to start up a movement on some website in order to, basically get scientists and engineers to build their own nation where there would be, the kind of place like, oh, we'll build a better model and all that. Like, we had bloody stupid ideas like, oh, we'll just, ring up Sergey Brin from Google and ask for $8 billion. He'll totally give it to us. He's our guy. And yeah, on my personal opinion is that the only way you're going to get a better model charter city or something is definitely going to have to be through some kind of trade thing. So, for instance, right now there are pilot projects for seasteads where they're basically trying to build a small city in the middle of the ocean. I think there's some mob that's building office space just off the coast of California in international waters for tech corporations. And those kinds of things are in their infancy, but I think that stuff will expand to the point where we'll have like the first 100,000 person seastead city sometime in the 2030s. But yeah, you have to basically make it so that there's some kind of massive capital moving through it, like either as a port city or something.
The thing about aged care, it's already funded by the government. And as time goes on, one of the biggest problems for the government is to be able to continue to fund it. There's another incentive to come up with a more economically viable infrastructure to reduce that cost over time, because of the way the population curve's moving, there's going to be less people to support the increased numbers in demanding aged care. If you can centralise, well, I was just going to say, if you can centralise the aged care, then you can bring a lot of efficiencies to the deliverables.
Yeah, on that... Go on.
Sorry, no. I was just going to say, because
it's just lagging a bit.
Yeah, when it's in one place, you can really, and if you get a ground up go at building that infrastructure fit for purpose, with people from the industry driving the design outcomes, and the best technologists, then surely, it's a project that's worth considering. I'm not saying that maybe it might not be doable, but it's certainly a project worth considering.
Go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say one other thing. You get a chance to actually ground up, build a new city model, because our current cities are laboured by, they're built one layer on top of another. So you can actually get a fresh slate, and that might be an exciting endeavour.
Yeah, on the aged care thing, personally, I'm for increasing funding and getting, like for instance, I think it was in Amsterdam, they have some community specifically for people that have afflictions that affect their memory, like aged people with Alzheimer's and whatnot. Yeah, that. And what they did was they built this entire small community that was essentially like a compartmentalized street thing. 1 second, there's somebody hammering into a wall. Anyway, they built this whole kind of street thing with like little shop fronts and all that kind of stuff, but they all designed it in a way that was safe for the people that were living in the community and all that, like with the familiar things from when they were young and designs and all that kind of stuff. But if it was me personally, I would say, okay, yes, increase the amount of funding and skilled people that are working with aged care stuff, but at the same time increase funding for anti-aging research like a dramatic amount. It's simply because we do have this increasing average age of the population, aging population, and the only way that I can see this ending not in tears. I mean, I think in Japan, over 40% of their population are going to be over the age of 65 in just a few short years. The only way to fix this is if we literally come up with the technology to make people more youthful over time. Like, other than that, we're just going to have a lot of old people, and it's going to have a really heavy effect on both the economy and government spending on these programs.
Well, there's a band-aid you could apply. You could attach minimum wage to the expenses of the government. So as it becomes more expensive to do things because population is growing, you up minimum wage to raise more taxes and put money into the economy.
But you'll hear,
Yeah, I know.
people
Prices
from the
go
right
up
screaming bloody murder.
late, but there'll still be more money going into taxes.
Probably, yeah.
Hey, too bad we're not politicians, right?
No, the world would not want me as a politician.
Exactly. Too bad.
I would be way too politically incorrect for political stuff.
I would. Okay, well, I guess I'm an American. Not everyone here is an American. But if I was president, I would immediately freeze prices and double minimum wage.
Oh my God, are you Marx?
No, he's just making sense. Whatever you want to call it, it's.
I mean, sure. I mean, McDonald's will make less per hamburger, but they'll sell more hamburgers. Which will in turn require more people to make more hamburgers.
Well, I'll stop
until the robots take
subsidizing the
over.
hamburgers because these hamburgers are being subsidized. I'll stop that immediately.
Yeah, but there's an element in our societies that we don't often address, though, and that's personal responsibility. So one of the problems, I think it's pretty general over here, but people don't take full accountability for their own well-being, and because of that, that turns into a burden on the healthcare system.
Well, you know what? I used to think that way too, but I think people are just not motivated because if they do try to do well, they get penalized for it. We have to, definitely reinforce, good financial behavior by motivated. But look, if you do well, you get to save money. You don't go much more in debt. I think it's just a lack of motivation in a sense. And I think people are willing to take personal responsibility, but when the government is not doing its, fair share, sometimes it discourages a lot of people.
Oh no, I think there's an inherent percentage of people, a rather large percentage of people, that just wants to live and hates the idea of politics or government so much that they'll go along with anything. And that's basically the inherent problem with any form of government. No one's willing to fight for. Not enough people is willing to fight for what they need.
Well, they're not in a position where they feel like they have to revolt yet. I think that's a lot of the issue with how we'll bring up these issues in political discussions that there's all these problems, right? But most people are not interested in doing anything about it because they're not in a position where they have to worry about actually starving the next day and not being able to find food for weeks on end and stuff like that. So, but I think a lot of people are just apathetic because of that. So, it's not at a point where people would want to do anything about the corruption in politics.
Yeah. that's sort of the problem I was pointing out, if not the
Yeah.
same. I was essentially, by the time people feel like they have to rebel, it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the view that I'm taking as, you know, because I lived in the inner cities, I lived in poor areas, and I'm still around poor areas where it is apathetic at the same time. But a lot of them won't work because they will lose, like, for example, their housing. They will lose certain benefits if they go above a certain amount. And it becomes much more harder for them to even just make it to, like, to the middle class. And I'm talking about, this is the United States, the lower middle class, where they're getting some benefits, but the little benefits that they have, they tend to want to keep it.
It's modern day slavery.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mother was in roughly that position for like the later half of my childhood years. She used to be a teacher, and President Bush essentially gutted funding to early education and like Head Start programs and stuff. And at the same time, he upped educational requirements to be a teacher, which, I mean, that's not bad, but it essentially caused her to not have enough money and not be able to get help to get education, and then restricting the amount of time she had to get the education. So she lost her job, and now she worked at a farm supply place for, I don't know, the past 12 or so years, and she's just now recently gotten to where she used to be. But she had to fight up through that whole process of basically, oh, I'm getting paid more, so now I'm losing stuff. And then she, worked her way back up. She gets paid a little more, but then she starts losing more benefits.
And this is basically what I'm seeing around, with the lower middle class, because I do work in the field of social services, and I don't make that much, but I make a comfortable living. But the people around me, like the lower than me, that works as counselors, or some of them are teachers, they're in pretty bad predicaments. And same goes for me too. Like, if I make more money, it gets worse. It literally gets worse. So a lot of times I have to step back and say, all right, I have to really think about what I'm going to do here, because, I have the opportunity to make more money. But at the same time, I know if I try to make more money, it's going to become a lot harder for me. And that goes for people who work underneath me.
Yeah, that's actually why I moved off fire and rescue to medical. The medical people make less, but they get better hours. And I was going to become a third captain in my firehouse, and the pay raise was just enough to bump me up to the next tax bracket, which in the end would actually make me earn less money. And so I took a job that paid less and had better hours instead of. I ended up breaking even, essentially.
But yeah, this is what I mean, that people are not motivated to move up because of this really crazy system.
Yeah, the whole system's crazy if you take the bigger view, because basically what you do is you get your education, you go out and get your job, and then you get your mortgage, and well, there's your life. You're chasing paying that mortgage off, and then you go into aged care and you drop dead. It's a crazy lifestyle. So, I think it could be done better. I just seriously do. I think life could be done better than that model.
The problem with the American tax code, which how it is, usually the higher tax bracket you're in, they assume you have the ability to get more tax breaks, or exemptions, or There's lots of different terms, but you don't really have enough money to qualify for any of those or participate in any of those until you have a lot more money.
That's absolutely true. I'll agree with that.
So there's this big lull essentially in the middle of the tax brackets that you don't get anything for actually being better.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's considered upper class in America? What income divides middle from upper?
I would have to look it up. I don't know.
Or what's the common then? Like, what would the average person say then?
I mean, that would even depend on. I mean, are you from America?
Yeah.
Because I mean, wages vary drastically from state to state.
Yeah, I'm assuming you aren't in like Silicon Valley or Manhattan or something absolutely crazy like that.
Like I can speak to where I'm from. I mean, I'm from the middle of nowhere, Illinois, and 40 a year is like middle class.
Well, that's actually pretty good if that's the case, because I know in New Jersey, the average income is 78.
Wow.
That's the average, but there's a big disparity between the rich and the poor in New Jersey because you have people making 23, but you have people also making like 200, 100 something, you know, in certain counties, but it kind of averages out to 78.
Yeah, like as a firefighter, with my experience, I could move from here, which is last year I was making in the higher 30s, to somewhere like New York, and I would be making in the 80s.
Yeah, easily. You know, I know people who are in social services, they're making 80s, 83, 90s. This is social services.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be approaching six figures if I lived in a big city.
Yeah, cost of living, I guess, kind of factors in as well, though.
Yeah. That's what it is. It kind of averages out in a sense, but some states are a little better than others. Like places like, yeah, like Colorado will be ideal for me. You know, in the type of services that I do.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a choice in where you can live in your early years, you want to, you essentially want to move to a big city, work there, and then retire to middle of nowhere.
That makes sense. I work online, so I can essentially choose wherever I want to live, but I'm bound by custody agreements until my son's old enough. So, kind of a double-edged sword for me.
Sorry to hear that, Steve.
That's no problem.
See, I was just talking before about marriage.
Don't go
do
back
it. It's a trap.
We haven't heard from you for a while. I guess you were sleeping, and I was like, holy shit, Steve is up.
I was working.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
Usually I kind of listen while I work. Depends on how intense work is, how much I can pay attention.
Wow, I never knew we were a source of entertainment. That's awesome.
Entertainment, knowledge, all the above.
Nice. Hey, Reuven, we got something here.
Who's that?
Reuven's asleep. No, Reuven, I guess he's asleep. Oh, no. Broadcasting is ending.
Oh, well.
So are we still online or are we offline now?
I can't believe how... I thought there was a limit to be live. I guess not.
8 hours.
I'm going to get off.
I think somebody said 8 hours once, but I thought I'd been in a call for 10 or 12. I don't remember.
Yeah, I couldn't sworn. Oh, Eddie, you leaving?
Yeah. What? Why are people fucking wanting me to stay?
Oh,
Anyway.
then. Okay, go. Don't worry. Sorry.
Okay. See you guys.
See, my
Alright.
call
No
duration
problem, Eddie.
says 7 hours roughly so far. Yeah, I like it better offline. You know, there's a lot of things I just won't comment when it's online either. That makes a big difference.
Holy shit, the shit that I was saying online, oh my gosh. I could have sworn we were offline for a bit, and I'm like, holy shit, that's shit that I was talking about. It's Norse's fault, you know that. He instigates me. Not instigates me, but he just makes me say some stupid shit.
Who was it that instigated you?
J-Dubs.
Oh, yeah, he's good at that.
Yeah. He brings out the Irish in me. And I'm not even Irish.
Yeah, on the mobile client, you can't tell if you're online or offline, which is kind of stupid.
Oh, okay. So
Nor can you see the
Socrates,
chat with it, which is really annoying.
no, I read the chat because Reuven doesn't talk, so I read what he says.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they didn't add the chat client into the mobile version, you know? I mean, that seems kind of instrumental. I don't know. I would have fired some programmers if they had written it like they did here.
And Steve, I'm guessing you're from the South.
Uh-oh. Accent give me away?
Yeah, gave you away pretty well.
Back to speech therapy class.
No, I heard like in business, like it's not good to have a Southern accent. That's true.
Ooh.
Really?
When I lived in Manhattan, I got it bad up there. Yeah,